Yes, he's aware.
All right. Just get a couple of things sorted. God. My thing, where is it? Jerry Mansfield. Right. It's just gone 9 o'clock, so it's time we got this meeting underway. Welcome to the first meeting of 2025 of the Dunedin City Council, which will be a long one, comprising 3 days, and we have many items of great import to discuss and about 1,200 pages of agenda that accompanies that. I'd like to open proceedings by talking about a recent departure from our elected or past elected members' company, namely Martin Dillon, who was he served on the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board, which from October 1989 and retired after almost 30 years in 2022. So that is a phenomenal amount of service, and he took great pride in his community, cherishing every opportunity to contribute to its growth and well-being. Of course, he was blessed with a very extensive local knowledge and an invaluable asset to the board, and characterised by his dogged determination and commitment to advocating for the community. And so he did take part in many passionate discussions, and he formed a relationship with a fellow board member, Mr. Brian Miller, and together they challenged and inspired each other, creating a dynamic duo, in the words of Dean McElwee, that greatly enhanced the board's effectiveness. He was also involved with the Aquatic Trust, putting his heart and soul into the project of Te Puna o Whakeahu, although Martin called it the Mosgiel Pool. This facility stands as a testament to his and others' tireless dedication to improving recreational facilities for their community. He also spent time as a member of the Board of Trustees for the Taieri High School, St Mary's School, and he was very enthusiastic about rugby and coached at the Taieri Rugby Club. May he rest in peace. I will now invite Reverend Greg Hewson to open the meeting with a prayer on behalf of the Dunedin Interfaith Society.
Yes, I am here representing the Dunedin Interfaith Council, which was formed in 2013, and it comprises representatives of all religions in Dunedin, and this is the group that supplies those who do the prayer in karakia. So throughout this year you will have representatives from our Buddhist and Jewish and Muslim and other faith communities. I myself am a Christian minister, so it's my turn. You will all have received an invitation to a celebration of harmony dinner, which is next week. Our Interfaith Council is organising, and Christine Gary is coming to one of our speakers. This is part of an international program, and there'll be over 1,400 events all around the world promoting interfaith harmony. So that is our goal in Dunedin as well. And I'd like to bring this image of harmony into the prayer today. Thinking of an orchestra made up of all the different instruments, the idea is that in spite of their diversity, or because of their diversity, they create a harmonious outcome. So that is my prayer for the Council today, for harmony. Given the different voices, may you come out with positive and sound outcomes. Thank you for your ongoing commitment to ensuring or promoting our new hospital. They save, we pay continues to be true. A few years ago I was approached by Pete Hodgson to be on one of the many committees planning the new hospital. We spent 3 years as an interfaith group planning the new spiritual centre, which will be an important part of the new hospital. And then we had to review that in light of cost cuts. It was downsized. And now, as a committee, we're very uncertain about the future. So the prayers and thoughts of our interfaith community with this council initiative to promote accountability to the government to provide what was initially promised. So thank you for this opportunity to be here today, and it's a time just to pause at the beginning of a very long and challenging meeting. Kia inoi tātou, let us pray. E te atua te puna o te aroha, the source and wellspring of all love and harmony. I give thanks today that on behalf of all ratepayers of Dunedin, I give thanks for the willingness of each city councillor here, people willing to serve our community by bringing their diverse talents and abilities to this council meeting. The agenda before council is huge and complex, and many hours have been spent in preparing and studying the detailed reports provided. Thank you for the councillors who care for our community and world enough to commit to doing their best to make informed and wise decisions. And so I pray today that this diverse and talented group of people will indeed work together as harmoniously as possible, and that the decisions they make will contribute towards a more cohesive and harmonious society here in Ōtepoti, Dunedin. We give thanks for the strong unity this council has expressed in calling for our new Dunedin hospital to be built according to its original specifications. We pray today for all the deliberations that will take place. May the council work together like an orchestra, experiencing a sense of working together in harmony towards sound outcomes which will bring long-term blessings to everyone who lives in our city now and to the thousands who will choose to move here in the future. May this council indeed work to preserve and enhance our city's cultural vibrancy and spiritual health through both infrastructure and safeguarding the future flourishing of our art gallery, our Toitu Museum, our Chinese garden, our libraries and all of our community taonga. We give thanks for the adoption of Te Taki Haruru, the Māori strategic platform which signals this council's commitment to mana whenua and to its obligations under the Treaty of Waitangi. In all their deliberations, may council remember that ultimately all the issues they will discuss ultimately have to do with the well-being of all people. And so in all their discussions and decision-making, may the well-being of people, ordinary people, be kept in mind. He aha te mea nui o te ao, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. What is the most important thing in the world? It is people, it is people, it is people. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te atawhai o tō tātou ariki o ihu karaiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake, ake, ake. Āmine. Kia ora, thank you. All the best for a long 3 days and nights, maybe.
Kia ora, ngā mihi nui. Thank you very much. We now move to apologies, and I have an apology from Councillor Brett Wetherall for lateness. We expect him here before lunch. And that's it. Everyone else I see present. So there will be an apology from Councillor Fiso for tomorrow morning, when she will be absent until 1 o'clock. Any other planned departures? No? Very good. So I move that Council accepts those apologies. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried.
Just, Mr. Mayor, just before we proceed, I wonder if I could ask a question, namely, Mr. Hewson has mentioned the hospital several times, and we see the signs in front of us still. Are you planning to give us an update sometime in public or private about your conversation with the Minister?
Look, I'm happy to do that. I certainly haven't scheduled it. And I could, not now, no, I think I'll do it in private at our next opportunity, which may be towards the end of this meeting when we move into confidential. I think that would be better.
Thank you.
But all I can say is that we had a free and frank conversation, and there is no he didn't give any timeline for any announcements. So, moving on to the agenda, we have a change to that agenda. Where is it? Is it here? Yes. So, confirms. So, I'd like to move that Council confirms the agenda with the following alteration: that item 10, zero carbon investment packages, be taken before item 38, the grants review update, and that when the meeting moves into non-public at 9 a.m. on Wednesday, the 29th of January, namely tomorrow, and when it reconvenes the public, item 40, the future of Dunedin Railways Limited, will be the first report considered. Do I have a second for that? Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Declarations of interest. We have the charts and sheets of those in our agenda. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict might arise between their role as an elected representative and any other private or external interest they may have. Are there any changes or updates to be made to the register? Yes? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, and I'm speaking for Councillor Mayhem as well. Probably just the addition for Councillor Mayhem and myself, the fact that we are the council delegates on the music advisory panel.
Very good. And so they will be duly noted and altered in the register for next time. So, any others? No. So therefore I move that Council notes the elected members register attached and confirms the proposed changes and also the management plan for the elected members and ELT's interest. Do we have a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 6.1. The Ordinary Council meeting held on the 10th of December 2024. Are there any questions about the minutes? I see none. Therefore, I move that Council confirms the public part of the minutes of that Ordinary Council meeting as a correct record. I have seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. We now move to the first part of the substantial agenda, the Chief Executive Overview Report, which is item 7 on page 38. Ms Graham and Carolyn will come to the table at the front and speak to the report. I expect there will be some introductory comments, but you never know.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors. Happy New Year. I'd first like to start with a couple of thank yous. First, thank you to councillors for the many hundreds of hours of work that has gone into the development of these papers. While it's a tome of an agenda, it speaks to the work and the oversight that you have provided in the various workshops and all the meetings that have gone into developing this document. So thank you for your efforts. And what you see in front of you is a culmination of that. And despite that, we are still, as staff, expecting a range of questions and what will be a very challenging debate for everyone. I'd also like to acknowledge staff and the effort that has gone into the preparation of the budgets, and particularly to the CFO and her team. It's been a huge effort, and it's complicated, but our systems are not the best. And so for Carolyn, Hayden and the broader team, I just want to acknowledge the work that has gone into this, to the report. With that, a couple of process things before I move on to substantive comments. During the course of the day, you will take decisions one way or another about various of the items, and we will aim at the end of the day to provide you with a tally up of what that means to rates and debt and those as best we can, depending on the nature of your decisions. And then when you come to the conclusion of the meeting, you'll be able to confirm or otherwise that that's where you've landed for consultation. I would ask that when you are considering items, councillors, that if you would like it as a particular option in the consultation document, that you think about that when you are debating, so we have guidance as staff for what you do want to be options in the document as opposed to topics. And there is a difference in how that information has to be presented. If you would like advice on that, please see either me or Ms. Bodecker when topics are coming up, and we'll be able to help guide that. The consultation document will be drafted in live time as this meeting progresses. We have staff watching, and as you take your interim decision, staff will be writing the text, because as you know, there's a very tight turnaround to get a version to audit on the 3rd of February, which is Monday. So it doesn't give much time. Councillors will get an opportunity to see the draft text at some point on Monday for a quick turnaround on the draft, but the full version will come to the meeting on the 11th for formal adoption, and changes will be able to be made there, but it may affect the audit opinion. So that's the process as it stands at the moment. We will endeavour to get you material in advance of that, just for your information as we can, but there are numerous topics that will be included in the consultation document. And just the formal consultation document, as per the direction of Council, will be a more fulsome document than in years past, and contain more information with a supporting website. But in addition, and that will be audited, that's the formal audited CD, we will be delivering a double FYI style document that is fully designed, that will be a snapshot of the consultation document, pull out things that will go to as many households as we can. I can't say every household because that's an impossible task, but it will go to everywhere that receives FYI. And so that is an attempt to engage as many of our community as we can. So that is the process part in the background. To the budgets themselves, my Chief Executive's report is a summary of most of the papers that you find in the document. So there is very little in here that isn't covered in other reports, but I want to highlight just a couple of things and then deal with a couple of the unique items before we take questions. You will see that overall the budget has maintained single figure rate rises for the period of the 9-year plan. It moves to be a balanced budget from year 2 onwards. It includes a significant capital program of $1.85 billion over that period, and is based on Three Waters being in-house. And that is the assumption in this budget, and there will be a separate process where Council make an in-principle decision about that at the end of February, and there will be a parallel consultation process over water. The consultation document will reference the draft budgets as they are, but there will be a separate consultation on water that will go in parallel to the community. There's been questions about debt. You will see that while we don't get to debt repayment over the 9 years, the level of loans raised does reduce significantly, and on page 54 you can see that. And you can see that from year 7, the overall council, the DCC, not group, but DCC, raises $2.2 million worth of debt. That is all for Three Waters. The council from that point is paying back debt. It's just we are still borrowing for Three Waters, and that is the position from that year onwards. So it is the rest of the council is in a position where we are paying down debt, but the capital program for Three Waters means we still do need to borrow some money. I want to address now personnel costs, because there's been some questions around that. And so you will see, let me just get to the page. What page is it? So I've got my notes. 42, marvellous. Right. So as you know, councillors, we had a salary increase in the previous year that we had attempted to manage within existing budgets. We have worked towards that and have made good progress, and of the 7%, we have probably managed to absorb about 5% of that into the existing budgets. That does mean, however, that the personnel costs have still gone up slightly, because where we haven't been able to absorb those costs, we have needed to allow for them. And so the 2.45 million increase that you see is the cost that we haven't been able to absorb. It allows for automatic increments for a number of staff who are not at top of grade, and so our current contract means that staff progress automatically through a grade on an annual basis, and so where we have new staff, that covers them. It also allows for additional staff for the South Dunedin Library for dealing with legoimas, which are becoming increasingly complex and time consuming, and in an election year the GSOs simply have no capacity to do it and meet the statutory deadlines. It includes additional staff in finance because they are required. It's an area that hasn't been adequately resourced, and a staff member for growth. It also allows for the living wage increase because that's a requirement of the living wage resolution of council, but it's a relatively small amount in that overall fund. There is no allowance for a staff salary increase in that, and following contract negotiations, we will, if an increase is negotiated across the table, it'll be subject to coming back to council and seeking an additional budget to fund that, because we can't, unless you wish to put money into the budget in addition, that we have no ability at this stage on these draft budgets to fund any across the board staff increase. Is there anything you would like to add in the staffing space, Caroline?
Thank you. I'll just add to that there is variation between the activities. So you'll notice that where we previously had a large vacancy management in the governance group, that is now throughout the activities. So you'll see that budget increasing more than others.
Yeah, so previously we had centrally managed vacancy management. We have now split it across the activity areas, and activities are managing the vacancies in their area. A number of roles are not budgeted, but we've still got a little bit more work to do. That's it. Yeah. So I'm happy to take questions that are specific to this report, or any questions at all, but some will be dealt with by more substantive papers on the agenda.
Okay, well, we have questions. Firstly, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to staff for the substantive amount of documentation we have. Just you alluded, Ms Graham, to the subtle difference between options and topics in the council. Can you just give a wee brief overview?
Sure. So, for example, you might like to have a topic in the consultation document that talks about the decision to build Smooth Hill, because you've decided that you intend to build Smooth Hill. So you discuss that's what's happening and what that means. Whereas alternatively, you might, and I'm going to choose something that is not real, but bear with me. You may decide that you want to turn all the grass in the parks blue for some reason, or you might choose you want to do it red. And that then, so you would put options for that in the document and say, community, we want red or blue grass. And so there are differences between just talking about something that is in the budgets or asking the community, which option do you prefer?
Very good. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question. When you were talking about the consultation and the need to go to audit, is that about the financial stuff, or is that about the clarity of the questions that we're asking? So if we decided perhaps that the bluegrass thing, that we were going to say aqua versus whatever, are they that finicky about that stuff? Or I'm just trying to understand.
I wouldn't ever like to refer to the auditors finicky, but they certainly are particular in the wording that they like, and so we will need to provide them as much clarity as we can, as early as we can. Some of the topics where we're not asking for options, we probably have slightly more leeway, but the options will need to be reasonably clearly defined, and the options also need to outline the effect on rates and the effect on debt. Is that all? I think, yeah. So those, they have to clearly articulate what that will be over the period of the plan, and so that takes a little bit of time for staff to work accurately, and audit will certainly be interested in that. But it's also the wording and checking that any of the decisions or the inclusions in the budget are adequately reflected in the document, such that your community can reasonably engage with the decisions that you have taken.
So there's a couple of decisions there about adding extra staff, or there's actually a few requests and a number of reports. Is that the sort of stuff that would have to go to consultation or not?
No, and remember, the budget itself goes out to consultation, but we wouldn't highlight that. So, for example, adding in someone around managing Lagoim is, I believe, as the Chief Executive, required to meet our statutory obligations. We can't knowingly be in a position where I can't meet those, and so that would be one that. But there's no. And finance staff, that's a function of getting more inquiries, the staff doing more. So no, but then some of the other ones, Council have given us implementation plans, and those ones, it's how you want to implement them, because there is, you have windows of time where you might be able to implement some of those. And then potentially you could consult on at what level of implementation the community were comfortable with. In some cases you've already done that though.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, because I just wonder whether if someone put forward a resolution, that then they have to put something in that there's another option that goes out for consultation. Is that what you're looking for in resolutions?
Only where it's required, and we'll heavily take that on advice. But if council decides, for example, that they want to implement the Paint the Parks blue policy, and that it takes 3 staff to do that, you can simply say, we're intending doing that. What do you think? You don't have to say. So it's for council to determine the level of significance they think of a particular decision, or the level of public interest.
Very good. Councillor Vandervis?
If it's decided that painting the grass blue is not a basic core function of council, are we obliged essentially not to do it because of the new requirement from the Minister wanting to basically get rid of the 4 well-beings and have us revert to basic services?
The law hasn't changed yet, Councillor, so it's in draft. But even if it changed, the purpose of local government is still quite broad. And what I would suggest that the way this budget is structured, the focus is primarily on those core services, with the other adjunct things that still need to be delivered as a city.
I'm concerned about assumptions, and I think the overview is probably where I'd like to ask about those assumptions. One assumption which stood out for me in a number of areas in the paperwork was the assumption that we will be in a high population growth scenario in the coming 9 years. Yet, if we go back to data, and the latest data we have on population growth was, I think, presented at Economic Development, and the stats are from 2023. This shows that our population growth is only 1.1%, which is half of the New Zealand national average. Given that we have such low population growth, why is it that the assumption is, and it appears in our financial and in our infrastructure assumptions, why is it that we have been planning for a high population growth?
I'll defer to a member of ELT, but my understanding is that's because the source data that we're required to use supports that, but it's either Mr. Ward or Mr. McLean will be able to answer that.
Yes, Chief Graham, that's precisely it. The sources that we're using for the analysis concur that that's the modelling that is appropriate, as we've signalled to Council a number of times already.
And I'll just check with Ms. Bodecker. We have the significant forecasting assumptions have been adopted. So Council has adopted the significant forecasting assumptions previously, I think in December, and so so that was what Council adopted, and so the budgets have been built based on those assumptions.
Given that the high population growth assumption flies in the face of the latest population increase data that we've had, is it possible for staff to forward the data that provides essentially a quite different assumption for population growth.
I'm happy to recirculate the information that was provided in December.
Thanks for that. The other assumption that I'm interested in is the inflation assumption for the next 9 years. What New Zealand annual inflation assumption are you using? I'm looking at currently Statistica Research Service inflation assumptions, which are at the 2.02% level for the coming years up until 2029. The assumption underlying inflation, New Zealand's inflation, is something that I would very much like confirmation or data on, to know what assumptions you have made as staff.
Again, Councillor, was in that document that the underlying assumptions from December, and that had a whole lot of supporting material. I'll get Ms Bodecker potentially to hunt that out and recirculate it to you. And so those assumptions were outlined in that document, and that's the basis Council debated and adopted it, and that's how we've built the budgets.
Yes, I have a question. Did we not adopt a whole range of assumptions at a council meeting?
Yes.
At a public council meeting. So we do have that underlying data available.
And so it's always free, Council are always free to change their assumptions, but staff have built the budgets based on the assumptions that Council directed us to use.
So my question really is, naturally, council financial forecasting will adapt to a changing environment should that environment change.
And remember that this is a 9-year plan, so in 2 years' time, when you do your next 10-year plan, and I hate saying it in my out loud voice, those assumptions will all be revisited as part of that process.
Can you confirm, just because we may have confirmed something last year in the way of ongoing New Zealand inflation assumptions, but can you confirm now to me what the DCC current inflation assumptions are for the coming years?
Ours will mirror the advice that we've had. I haven't got that data in front of me. I will track it down, but I haven't got that report in front of me, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Right. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Just in terms of being particular with the language, can I refer you to paragraph 22 on page 40, please? And reading that, it seemed to me the word meant in the first sentence would be better replaced with something like revealed, because it wasn't the work that caused the problem. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A couple of questions. First of all, there's one around personnel costs specifically relating to Three Waters. Would you like that now or in Three Waters?
Try now, and if I can't, we can wait till Three Waters.
It's essentially quite a significant decrease.
Is your microphone, please?
Good point. It's quite a significant decrease, 567,000, down 5%. And then further on in the Three Waters papers on number 26, the comment is made that provision has been made for additional staff, and so to have such a substantial drop and extra staff put in kind of doesn't ring for me.
It's just how the allocation of the vacancy management.
Right. That adjustment that you were talking about before, okay, lovely. And the other, actually I've got three, I tell a lie. Consumables and general costs. This is sort of a setup for the rest of the following 3 days. I know we've had this discussion before. Can somebody please remind me as to what is included in consumables and general costs? I have in my head that, yes, it's consultancy, etc., but I have in my head that it also may include some HR costs and things. But if somebody can clarify, please, what is consumer? It's not just paper clips.
Yes, there aren't personnel costs in there, but there are, as you say, consultants, legal, advertising, travel, a minor amount of sundry expenses.
Thank you. And my last question is point 42 on page 43. Speaking of consultancy costs for better off funding projects. Again, this is a Three Waters thing, so if you'd like to defer it to then, no worries. An increase of 1.808 million due to an increase in consultancy costs for better off funding projects.
Thank you, Councillor. So the better off funding assumptions will be reflecting the program of work that Council has approved. Yep, so it may be that that's an increase on the current year's budget for them, but we will get into that detail when we get there. But it does reflect the approved program that Council have approved.
Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, point 26 on page 41, which is the commentary around the revaluation of the Three Waters infrastructure and running an operating budget deficit. And that was identified in 22-23. Did that affect, firstly, that was, from my recollection, around about 35 million when it was first identified?
It was significant. It was round about that. It might have even been slightly higher, but I can check.
My question is, so did that apply in the 22-23 year, and obviously did the 23-24, and has it applied, and I presume it's applied again this year? And my question goes relevant to your comment that we're moving to a balanced budget from year 2 onwards. So in this year, are we planning on not balancing that as well?
Not quite, and so Carolyn I'll just find the page. So we can
wait to Three Waters if it's better there.
I think we get to balance at the year 2 onwards.
Yes, is your question specifically about Three Waters? I'm happy to deal with that now.
About balancing the operating outstanding on-balance budget.
Oh, sorry. In the current year, the budgeted deficit is 28 million. Yeah, and then in year 1 of the budget, with a 15% rate increase in Three Waters, the deficit is 16 million. The following year, it reduces to a deficit of 5 million, and then from then on, it's fully funded in Three Waters. Yes, and what the Chief Executive was talking about was referring to overall council. But the Three Waters, we've got 3 years of 15% rate increases to achieve that by the required time frame of 2028.
15% on Three Waters budget, yeah, not. And it doesn't need it now. Can we just get what that ended up being as a cumulative unbalanced budget? Because it ultimately moved towards our debt.
Hayden will have taken note of that, and we can circulate that. Yeah.
And can I just ask a quick clarifying question? When you say Three Waters rate increase, you don't mean an increase in our rates, you mean an increase in funding to the Three Waters account?
I mean the Three Waters rates. So rates in water and drainage rates increased by 15%.
Right,
yes.
Which is just a portion of overall rates.
Yes, it is, correct.
Yeah.
This is, the legislation requires that if you are having water in-house, that you move to having it properly funded, and so the 15% year on year for 3 years gets us to that position.
Yes, and so this is the ring fencing of income for Three Waters,
yes.
Which then gets spent on Three Waters.
Yeah, and doing it in a staged way rather than having a more significant increase in year 1.
Yes, so that brings us into compliance with the regime.
Well,
very good.
Based on that, then you just continue. But we didn't do any of that up until this year. Much. We did like a little bit.
Council chose to take a slightly different path in previous years.
All right. And next question, Deputy Mayor Lucas. And then we've got Councillors Gary, then Councillor Van Der Vis.
Thank you. Can I just go back to clarify what we talked about the personnel costs and what extra staff are included in the budget? So we've got 6.8 additional staff for the South Dunedin Library. We've got an additional staff member to handle Lagoima, and then is it 2 or 3 in finance? 2 in finance. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9.8 is what's included.
And 1 in growth.
Thank you for that. I just wanted, if we could just clarify that. Now on page, actually probably that leads on to that, and so this might be the best place to ask the question in terms of better off funding. So, because it comes across in different budgets, and it was kind of hard to get a handle on exactly what the impact of Better Off funding coming out of various areas, and whether there was staff that had been, whether they were new staff or whatever, funded by Better Off funding, and then with that Better Off funding withdrawing, what's the impact? Is there changing in staffing, or I know most of the Better Off funding now sits within Three Waters, so I just trying to get a handle on exactly what's happened in those other departments.
Yeah, it is a mixture. There were some areas where the project work or the fixed terms are staff are no longer funded out of Better Off funding. So the budget for those positions isn't ongoing.
So those staff were on fixed term contracts, so those contracts have ceased. And
if they were, yes.
And then so for those other staff who weren't on fixed term contracts and were funded by Better Off funding, therefore effectively that's new funding coming into the budget to fund that staff position.
Yes.
Okay. I'll probably pick up as we get to the departments, maybe. I just wanted to get a handle on that overall. And just one more question just for now. On page 43, on paragraph 40, on the third bullet point, we talk about governance, and it says an increase of 1.6 million, largely due to a change in the investment account of $1 million, reflecting the allocation of expected savings. So am I right in that in the past we put a budget line in of $1 million that we expect to save during the year, and then we're saying in the next 9 years we don't have that line? Is that, am I reading that correctly?
Correct. Yes. Those if we're going to have those savings, they've already been built in. Yes.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question is for you, Chief, and it's in relation to personnel costs and the vacancy management. Could you comment on the impact of that vacancy management on the delivery of the work program, given it's a very, very busy time? And secondly, the impact on staff morale, and that's a harder one, I know, to comment on.
It's been a balancing act for the executive, and so staff are aware that we have to balance the work plan with the budget that we've been allocated. And so ELT have been working really hard with their teams to ensure the well-being of staff, and that staff are focusing on the work that is a priority. And it does mean that we've had some conversations about some things that maybe don't need to be done or could be done differently. So, for example, we're also looking at working smarter. We've got 50 back-end processes that we can now use AI for example, rather than, or we're working through that, rather than having our people. So we're looking at doing things smarter. We're aware of the challenges for staff, but there are some pinch points. And so Lagoima and Finance were two of those where we simply can't manage with the resource we have despite best endeavours.
And a subsequent question, do you believe we can deliver the very busy program with the current vacancy management and the position it's in?
Yes, there are some reports though that request additional resource in some areas where we have identified that we would be stretched to deliver it with the folk we have, with the other work that is also required of those key areas, and they're often quite technical specialist areas.
Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
In 25, it says the rates increase of 9.95% included in the draft budget doesn't deliver a balanced budget. What would the rates increase have to be to deliver a balanced budget? And second figure, what would the rates increase have to be to deliver a balanced budget without further borrowing?
Thank you, Councillor. We're just working on that now.
Someone will do the maths.
Yes.
While we're waiting, are there any other questions that anyone would like to ask while we're waiting for the number crunching? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. When I look at page 39, number 10, we talk about the capital budget of 1.856 billion over 9 years. When we look at that number, and then I go back to the 27th of January meeting 2021, where our previous 10-year plan was 1.515 billion over 10 years, and we start looking at those numbers, I look at the fact that on average it was basically 151 million per 10 over the 10 years on average, and now we're up to 200 million for capital works. Is the city capable of delivering that on a per annum basis based on all the other projects that are going to be happening around the city, including a hospital build?
So if you mean, can the market deliver so yes, the market could deliver more than this. And so part of the success of the PMO and how we have spent time over the last 4 years developing a capital program, we now have a pipeline of work that we can scale up and scale down, and the market are available and ready to deliver that. That includes the fact that we now have multiple contractors who have moved to the city because of our program of work, who are ready to deliver. So we can, the affordability is the challenge, and then that is the thing that has to be balanced. So yes, we can deliver more, and we certainly can deliver at that level. Mr. Ward and his team and Mr. McLean and their team both could deliver more with their contracting partners than that.
I understand right at this time all the major companies in town are clamouring for work and would love to see this on the books. But the realistic aspect of everything else happening around the city, I'm sort of, and I'm also looking at even our housing situation, that we add all these projects in the place, how the city accommodates the whole chain of events.
At this stage, the feedback we have had from the market is that they are ready to deliver.
Thank you for that, because that bodes well for investment and economic development.
Okay. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, CEO Graham, for answering all of my questions so fulsomely by email. The one that I just wanted to touch on was when we talked about audit, wondering about the issues with audit if we have made climate promises that are unachievable. I know we put this report further down the agenda, but we were going to discuss it early. So the zero carbon report kind of says that we're not going to make 2030 citywide. So will the council need to address the fact that we won't make that deadline in consultation documents, or that, I mean, even if the report says that even if we put all of that money in there, we still wouldn't make it? Do we have to show that in the consultation document?
We will be required to be very clear, and so audit won't necessarily require the target to be changed, but we will need, and that's why we have highlighted in that zero carbon report the challenges with meeting it, and that will need to be clear in the consultation document.
Good. And is it true that in terms of Three Waters, our Three Waters spend on this long-term plan versus the previous long-term plan has gone up from about 50 million a year to about 100 million a year? It's doubled?
It's certainly gone up. I'd have to check the ratio, but there's $1 billion, give or take, yes, across the 9 years, I think, for water. So it's slightly more than 100.
Yes.
And yes, it has increased, but that has reflected the direction of council to start investing in areas where there had been historic underinvestment.
Absolutely. It reflects the need of the infrastructure.
And Carolyn will check. I'm sorry, I just don't have that in front of me, about what the figures were 4 years ago.
It was just to clarify the scale of improvement in our infrastructure spend.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Emphasise that we are focusing on the very basic elements.
Yes, the 10-year plan, last 10-year plan had 561 million across the 10 years, and this 9-year plan has $1 billion, as you say. Yep.
Yes.
Across 9.
Yep. And I just wanted to emphasise that is the, we're talking about focusing on the basics. It's not just focusing, we have doubled our spend on the Three Waters. A question, Councillor Barker?
Sorry, just reading all the answers to my questions, and there was one where I asked which financial metrics are we sailing close to the wind on. It was page 55, 56, and how much wiggle room if we have decisions this week. So it said we will model this tomorrow morning. Does that mean that you'll model it as we make the decisions, or do we need to be very aware that there is a small amount of wiggle room in some of those?
Thank you, Councillor. We'll do our best to just keep up with things as you go and give you an update at the end of the day. There are some charts in the financial strategy that show you the wiggle room, if you like. So, for example, on the debt, you can see the gap there between our limit and our and what our budgets are showing. It will depend on your decisions, and if we increase the rates as we go as well. So the target that we get close to, or the limit that we get closest to, is the debt, the 250% debt metric. Yes. That's exactly right, yes.
So they are linked. So we're close to that ratio based on the current rates profile. Were council to increase or decrease the rates, then that changes that one. So we will monitor for you, but as it's currently drafted, the budget keeps us within all our ratios.
I guess my concern was that in the order of the documents, there might be decisions made at the front end that use up all the money, shall we say, leaving none for other decisions. So how do we balance that as we go through?
And that's why in this report you move the resolution that lets you change resolutions as you get to the end of the meeting, and that's the point of the daily update that we will provide, so councillors are aware of the impact of their decisions on those matters, and ultimately it'll be for you, for council to decide on Thursday where they settle.
Okay. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that conversation, that's the normal process we always followed, and to be really clear, that enables us to wait till the end so that no one's advantaged, or no supporter of a particular issue is advantaged because their favourite issue is early on the order paper. Is that a fair comment?
What I would say is that no one should be advantaged or disadvantaged by this process, and that's why we design it this way, so that at the end, in the wash-up, council consider in the round the various views that have come across during the meeting.
Well, thank you. What I'm concerned about is that everyone's quite clear that the fact that something's agreed at point A doesn't mean it's necessarily going to make its way through to the final consultation document.
Absolutely. The final resolution of the meeting will be to confirm the budgets, and so that will be where we will line up everything and check that everything is as agreed or otherwise.
Very good. Do we have any other questions from the floor? Thank you. Well, we've just got an answer to that one coming. Do we have an answer? Yes. Mr. McCauliffe?
To fully fund the current year deficit, we'd have to have a 13.9% rate increase in the current year, in the budget year.
Right. And the debt?
I'm working on that one.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you. However, the good news is that we will hit a balanced budget in a year or so. And as we've heard, we have increased our expenditure on Three Waters dramatically. We've increased the work done dramatically. But of course, with increased work and improvement of that infrastructure comes increased depreciation. So whilst we're putting the pipes in the ground and doing the work, we haven't yet raised the funding enough to cover the depreciation. However, we're on a path to do that, and that will be achieved in, I think, as we've heard, year 2, likely year 2. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The increased depreciation cost isn't due to the increased work we're doing. It's due to the increase. It's due to the revaluation of the 3 waters. So it's not. Wouldn't want the impression to believe that somehow by us getting in and doing all the work, we've increased the water rate. It's in fact that the water rate has been chronically too low for too long and hasn't funded the necessary renewals.
Yes, absolutely. But as we spend more, then it also increases depreciation. And the depreciation rate has changed as well.
No, we're not changing the value of the asset. We're changing a broken part of the asset to a new part of the asset, but the valuation remains the same, and so does the depreciation.
Yes, well, the valuation of the 3 waters asset has been a pretty contentious issue. We've had 3 different ones. Anyway, and they are quite high now. Anyway, we've had most of our questions answered, and so I'd like to move that Council adopts the draft 9-year plan, forecast financial statements for the purposes of developing the 9-year plan and engaging with the community, and noting that any resolution made in this meeting relating to the 9-year plan may be subjected to further discussion and decision by the meeting until we get to the end. So that's seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. And so, in speaking to this, one of the things that we have in this plan is some reasonably clear parameters of these draft financial statements, and as has been outlined by the Chief. Firstly, that the rates rise is less than 10% for the first 3 years of the plan and will drop over the course of the plan to 6%. Secondly, that the budget will come into balance year 2 or year 3, depending on what we decide over the course of this meeting. And then we're also very close to a position of being able to repay some debt. So in other words, the increase in debt is dropping. So the acceleration of our debt levels is decreased. We're not putting on as much debt each year as what we have been historically. So we're still not at a level of 0 increase in debt, but by the end of the plan, it is within grasp, within reach, and it is feasible if we decide over the course of this meeting to reduce some capital expenditure, that we could even pay down debt over the course of this 9-year plan. That is feasible. And the other thing that is mentioned in the Chief's report and has been mentioned in other areas is that ideally it would be good if councillors and council could make trade-offs as we go through, because there are certain things that people would like that are not included in the plan now that people would like to have included. And if that was the case, they've identified something they'd like in the plan, it would be helpful if they could identify where the money would come from. In other words, there may be trade-offs within the budget statements that we have here, the spreadsheets that we have before us, where councillors could identify that savings could be made in one area in order to spend it in another. And I think that would be helpful in order to keep the overall budget within the parameters as discussed. Because if there's one thing that one signal that we've had from our community quite clearly is they are not at all enthusiastic about double-digit rates rises. So it is good to be below that arbitrary level, and it would be good to be able to stay there and decrease them, because I think the cost of living increases that people have suffered over the last few years have really come home to roost, and times are tough out there. So I think it's beholden on us to be mindful of that as we set the levels of expenditure and income within council. Who would like to speak to that? Councillor O'Malley.
Mr. Mayor, I completely agree about maintaining debt as low as we can to potentially do it, and also being conscious of the fact of rates impact the household directly. But I do want to go back to the unfunded, unbalanced budget that we identified back in the 22-23 financial year, and we have not had the political will to clear it up. And it started out at 35 million. I'm not sure where it goes now, but it's 28 million now. So basically for 3 years at that 30 million, we've put on $90 million worth of debt, rather than address a water bill that is $800 a year lower than the average water bill of any other metropolitan city in the country. And even now, by folding it in, we're going to put another $49 million worth of debt on before we fully fund this. And we were aware of it on the 22-23 financial year. I would suggest that it's clear that people do not want rates rises, but ignoring an unfunded budget for as long as we did has created additional debt, which has now pushed us nearer to our debt ceiling, and it's a bill that is artificially low compared to what delivery of those bills are across the rest of the country. So I'm glad to see that, presumably through legislation forcing us to actually look at the water bill directly, we are now starting to address the balance of it. I'm disappointed we didn't address it last year, and I'm disappointed we didn't address it the year before that. It's good to see that we're starting to address it, but realistically, we cannot set the rate and then put the budget back in afterwards. $9.95 special, really. I'm worried about the fact that we were so worried about hitting double digits that we put on another $28 million worth of debt. So the next 3 days are to debate the veracity of that decision making and then bring it back to the public as a consultation document. But my opinion is we've made a lot of good work, but we've forgot this one part, because addressing it properly would have meant an increase of an extra 5% on the rates. And instead of doing that, we have slowly kicked the can slowly down the road.
Councillor Vandevers.
I agree that I'm uncomfortable, as Councillor O'Malley is, with the $9.95 price of rates, and the fact that people focus on the short term, and that is the rates increase, but that the debt, which is I think our real problem, continues to grow in this scenario. The 9-year plan assumes an annual rates increases that are 4 times over real world inflation. 9.95% rates increase when inflation is predicted to run at around 2 or 2.02% for the next few years is again DCC operating outside real world inflation. We have become so used to increasing things that when you look at the language in this report, it's almost a given that all these things are going to constantly increase, and sometimes the word increase is even just left out. It's interesting that to get a balanced budget next year, this 9.95 proposed rates increase would have to be 13.9%. I understand it would have to be a lot more if we weren't to keep adding to the already unsustainable level of borrowing. It's unsustainable in my view when we are already paying $1 million a week in interest costs, and those interest costs are predicted to stay at somewhere around 5%, 4.1 short term, but 5% later on for the breadth of this 9-year plan. I can't vote to adopt the 9-year plan forecast financial statements for consultation, as I believe that they are unaffordable, and I believe that there's also some misleading wording in them. Discussion paragraph 12 talks about keeping rates under 10%, when it should say keeping rate increases under 10%. The word increase is just been expunged. even more misleading, in my view, is the statement that the draft budgets will significantly reduce the amount council is borrowing each year, unquote. Significantly reduce the amount council is borrowing each year, when in fact the draft budgets will increase the amount council is borrowing each year. When ordinary people read a statement like, will significantly reduce the amount council is borrowing each year, they would expect that our debt would be going down. And when I put this phrase past a professional linguist and someone else with a significant amount of expertise in this area, they agreed that the meaning of this phrase is actually that debt would go down. In fact, it's going to be going up. So I'm not happy that for consultation this gives an accurate picture. I've asked for a graph to show what the actual debt will be in addition to the graph that we already have going back 20 years. I've asked for a graph to show what it will look like over the next 9 years as well, so that people can clearly get an idea of where debt is going, which I don't believe the phrase in this report gives them. In paragraph 16, it says that the budget will maintain current levels of service in all areas of the 9-year plan, when I believe we need to get back to basics and reduce many levels of service, such as counting carbon footprints. This goes to the zero carbon goal, which is not just unaffordable, but it's unattainable anyway. I think we should also significantly reduce public relations funding, events funding, grants funding, social housing subsidy, conferences and travel. There is a whole range of areas which I think should be defunded, rather than us continuing to borrow more and continuing to pay more than $1 million a week in interest. If we look at paragraph 18, it promises a strong focus on achieving zero carbon goals, which I believe not only are unaffordable for the DCC, but actually negatively impact the profitability and the strategy of our council companies. So what I think is needed to go out to consultation is a more clear indication of what the proposed 9-year debt is going to be. And we also, I think, need to confirm why it is that council costs and council rates are always vastly in excess of the real world costs that you see when you look at inflation numbers.
Thank you. And I'll just remind councillors that the clock is on the wall behind me. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't actually going to speak at this point, but as happens every year, the CEO overview always descends into political rants, and I'm going to rant now.
Point of order.
Sorry. Thank you.
This descends into us speaking about other things. For me...
Point of order.
Sorry. What is your point of order, Councillor?
Misrepresentation, disrespect, 25.2. I did not speak about other things. I did not misrepresent anything.
Right.
To Councillor O'Malley, actually nothing to do with...
Enough already.
Yeah.
So...
I withdraw whatever if he's
Withdraw the
offended,
remark.
but I wasn't offending him as offending another councillor who wasn't offended. Okay, can I continue? Thank
Yes.
you.
So uphold
Okay.
the point of order. Carry on, please.
Okay, thank you. Bottom line for me is, and I'll say the obvious bit out loud, is that we as a city have gotten used to having lots of things and not paying enough for them. So the bottom line for me is rates are too low, and that's a reality. we can make rates way, way lower if we want to. We can decide not to improve our roads. We can decide not to invest in three waters, although that's harder, thankfully, now legislatively. We can decide collectively to shut the museum down. We can decide collectively to close the art gallery. We can decide collectively to close our pools. We can decide collectively, you know where I'm going here, to close down many of the brilliant things that we do, which makes this city the great place that it is to live. And that's my view. A strategic goal since I've been a community board member and a councillor is to make Dunedin one of the world's great small cities. It's aspirational. I think it's the correct sort of aspiration to have. And I think we've gotten a long way along the path to make this city one of the great small cities. And I say that not from my perspective, but I say it from the many visitors who still bug me and my wife by coming to visit us from other places around the world and staying in our spare bedrooms. Thankfully, they can't call a point of order on me. Rate rises, remember, as well, and Mr. Mayor, you alluded to this. You said you wanted to keep rate rises lower, and I think we'd all love to do that in a perfect world. But often rate rises are in response to something really important. It's in response to our consultation process and the feedback that we get from the 135,000 odd members that call Dunedin home. And we respond to that, and we respond to that by doing things that they desire and the things that feed into making this a great city in which we live. Sadly, looking at this 9-year plan we have in front of us, personally, it frightens me because there's the A word hanging over it like the sword of Damocles, and that's the A word is austerity, which for me I dislike. It never works. It disproportionately impinges on those less well off in our community. It always has done and it always will do. And I'll just list a bunch of things that are under threat here, and we'll touch on many of these as the days, these next 3 days progress. The things that are threatened, the things that will not help to make this one of the world's great small cities are community housing growth, performing arts, public toilets, question marks over destination playgrounds, skate park renewals, art in public places, amazingly low cost, low risk improvements that do one thing, they save lives, school safety, intersection improvements, urban cycleways. Need I mention the Tunnels Trail project, which is about to bite the dust, the Peninsula Connection, Central City cycle and pedestrian improvements. And I mention those things particularly, in fact, having mentioned the cheap saving by potentially pooling funding from our central city cycle hubs, and many of those things have a familiar ring. They seem to smash cyclists and people who don't want to drive a car in the face, and I think that it flies in the face of what we've done as a council over the last 5-10 years, something we can be proud of, and that's improving this city as a place in which you can do other things other than just drive a bloody car. So this worries me, and I'd like to hope, and I have my fingers crossed, and I'll be bringing some motions to this table, that we can prevent some of this list not being carried through. Because, listen, I have no problem investing in three waters. I'm chuffed that we've increased from the previous 10-year plan the 500 million spend to nearly $1 billion. I think that's logical, but I think it's illogical to do some of the other things we're proposing in here at the expense of some of the brilliant things that will make this city thrive. So I just say that as a wee warning that we can go straight diving into the austerity line, but it will come at a cost further down the line, and it will come at great, great cost to those people in the city who are already doing it tough. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will always remember the person crying on the phone to me about the rates rise, and an older person on a fixed income, and that's who I'm thinking of when we're going through this process as well. Mr. Mayor said not enthusiastic about a double-digit rates rise, and there is balance that we're going to be needing to be finding between what the community finds acceptable in the rates rise and the work that we need to do. And I am all for the water, and the government has mandated that we actually balance that budget. We've put, gosh, it might be $100 million on debt, I think, through those unbalanced budget, which is costing us 5% interest a year as well, which is adding to that debt again, because how do we pay the interest? I just want to quickly thank the CEO for the patience with the questions, because I know I sent through a lot, but I think that's really helped speed up the meeting by asking those ahead of time. I just want to point out that Councillor Vandervis talked about the $52 million or $1 million a week on interest, and I'm assuming, Councillor Vandervis, that was on the consolidated accounts, not just the DCC itself, which has a interest of $32 million, which is $600,000 per week. So I just want us to just make sure that we have those figures very clear. That's on page 49. So my goal here is to create the best place to live in New Zealand, Dunedin, and we have to balance that out between the sensible decisions that we're going to need to make and the aspirational decisions as well to make it a great place to live. So that's my thought process going through the next few days of meetings as well. I think it's a good solid budget. I also think that when we go out during the consultation time, that councillors will spend a lot of time reading those operational budgets to dig down into those. Unfortunately, we missed out on our workshop on the operational budget, so I think that's something that we can look for. The key really is real basic stuff, bang for buck. You know, how are we going to spend the money wisely to manage the community aspirations. I asked specifically about a couple of things about the auditor going in and asking about our consultation document, because I think that's really important, and unfortunately it's put us in a tight space, because we want to have a really good consultation document, and I think we learnt from the Aurora consultation document previously that actually we do need to make sure we get it right first time, so that people have clarity about what we're consulting on. I have talked to, when I say that I had someone on the phone crying, I've also talked to other people who are like, well, if you put the rates up whatever percent, how am I going to magic up hundreds of dollars? That's the reality that people are living with. So we have to be very clear about, if we're going to spend more money, what they're going to get. They know, I think water's magic. As I've said before, I grew up in the countryside, so turning on the tap is in town is amazing, but there's all of the other things that are some nice to haves. I also think that we should be focusing very carefully on how we protect and grow our economy, and I didn't really see much in the economic development budget to look at how we're going to do that as well. I know we're in the middle of the strategic development, a strategic refresh, and I think that will inform some of the consultation as well. When we talk about debt growing, I think we also need to talk about our asset base growing, our debt to asset ratio. There is some concern that our debt to asset ratio currently is around 12%, and then in 9 years' time our debt to asset ratio will be 16%. So that is a concern that percentage is growing as well. But we also, when we're noting growing debt, we also need to note growing assets, going from $5.3 billion worth of assets to $6.8 billion of assets. So all of that investment in that debt is actually growing into growing the asset base. So I support adopting the draft plan and then engaging with the community. I know the community have been very, very interested in what we're going to do. It hits them in the back pocket, but it also hits their ability to enjoy and live in the city as well. So I hope that everyone gets out with our consultation and tells us exactly what they think.
Good. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Gary, then Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our job is to deliver for our community, and our job is to deliver in a fiscally responsible manner. And we're dealing with eye-watering amounts of money. That is correct. No one wants a rate rise, let alone a double-digit rate rise. But the reality is that we are going to have to put up the rates. And we are at the whim of the government to a large extent in terms of, for example, Three Waters. And what I am aware of is that the community really do not understand what's ahead in terms of the Three Waters investment. They do not have a grasp on that with the best will in the world. And I would suggest to you that the community doesn't know the value of water. And that's just how it is. So to some degree, that's going to be somewhat of a shock. I'm also mindful of the impact of vacancies in our organisation on delivering a very heavy work programme, and I alluded to that in my questions, and on staff morale, because the one thing we need to do is to retain the expertise in this organisation as we go through this really heavy work programme, and it is more costly to attract new staff than to retain staff, I would suggest to you. But where we land on this is going to somewhat depend on our values. And there are a range of values around this table. And at the cornerstone of that for me are the people of this community. And it pains me to see some of the items that have been taken out of the budget, and I refer to Councillor Walker's very good summary of that. And the likes of the disability community, the most vulnerable in our community, the housing, social housing, all of those items. And again, it depends on where your values are. I have noted in past years that sometimes the community will say they want something, but they don't connect the dots with how much it costs. So it's about us bringing that to them. And what will guide me through this is not only my values, but about this city protecting what it has and finishing what we've started, and remembering, as Councillor Walker pointed out, around this being one of the world's great small cities, and I was reminded of that acutely during the holiday break with visitors from the United States, and a young woman who wrote to me 2 days ago who has been here as an international student, and she is so enamoured with this wonderful city and the lifestyle. She is currently organising to come back here and do her PhD in climate change. And that speaks to the attractiveness of this city and the growth that we can expect. So I encourage all of us around the table to have courage to think about our values, to keep people at the centre of our decisions, and to engender collegiality as we go through and compromise and discuss and come to decisions. Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I think the key is that this is all for draft. And yes, we have to frame this as clearly as we can so we consult the community as effectively as we can. And that's the important part. There are unfortunately going to be winners and losers, and we're going to have to work our best on that basis. What I've done over the last few weeks is actually reflected on the previous councils I've been on. And one of the things I pulled up was our 2015 to 2025 10-year plan. And I just want to basically relay some points that came out of the 2015 plan. Now, and sorry, Councillor Vandervis, but you made the same arguments today as you made probably back in 2015. And in 2015, we were looking at proposed rate increases of 3.8% in 2015-16, consistently 3% through to 24-25. We basically then went through an infrastructure, and I'll just quote from this as quickly as I can. The infrastructure strategy highlighted a backlog of an estimated $60 million worth of renewals in the Three Waters area due to the assets have become due for renewal in a short period of time. The Council's preferred approach to manage this is to step up spending over the next 8 years and then hold at that level until 2033. This is the kicker. Spending will step up from 11.7 million to 22.2 million. This change will allow Council to catch up on the renewals backlog and manage any expenditure peaks and troughs in the longer term. Guess what? The councils that I was on in 2013 through to today actually failed this city and previous councils prior to that. And I had a very interesting chat with a key local government New Zealand person yesterday at the Wellington Airport. And we basically agreed that local government is stuffed when it's come across the country in investing in infrastructure. The problem is, like every other council around the country, talking about single digit or double digit rate increases, to be honest, is not relevant. It's about delivering a livable city. And at the point we stop focusing on delivering a livable city, that's when we start failing. Yes, I get the same phone calls and communications as Councillor Barker, and we all do. We all got people in the community that say, this is the problem. How do I pay my rates? That is a huge issue. But I'm sorry, when we were in 2015 debating this, and it was pretty much the same week in 2015, I think it was 27th of January, this is dated, you go back and say, actually, did we honestly do the right thing back then? And councils around the country will say the same. I had discussions 2 days ago with somebody from Tauranga talking about their rates increases, until I explained to them and said, oh, okay, if we are investing in the city and investing in infrastructure, that's the key. My biggest fear is the ability to deliver on what we're looking at, hence my questions to the CEO. But we have to deliver what's in the best interest, because this is a 9-year forecast. And one thing I've learnt with the 9-year forecast, we actually have to be honest with the community. And yes, guess what? Some of us are worried about an election come October. But to be honest, I'd rather be the councillor standing up there and being honest about the realities than worrying about how many votes I'm going to get and what I'm going to say. Trust me, I've been that person on that stump previously, where I chose to talk about actually capping rate increases. No councillor or prospective councillor or mayoral candidate can actually make that, because you've got to know what the headwinds are and you've got to be prepared to address them. Because if we don't invest in our city, guess what? And I guess our verges and grasses and everything else at the moment is telling us that we need to invest in even the little things.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
It's interesting that I followed Councillor Wiley, because I had written down here that we're here today based on the previous decisions, not only of that this council has made, but previous councils, and that has got us to the position that we are today. And that includes the decision that we made about Aurora, which I thought was going to be the A word that my colleague was going to talk about. And at that time, when we made that decision only 3-4 months ago, we knew there would be consequences, and we knew that coming to this meeting today, that it would be very hard, and we would have to accept that we would all have things that we would love to fund, but we can't afford to. And I think, as Councillor Wiley, I'm here because I want Dunedin to be the best small city that there is, and the decisions that I make is what I believe is in the interest of the best of Dunedin. And it's not about an election, it's not about any of that. It's about, in your own heart, knowing that the decision is the best for Dunedin. I would love to see, in the time of this 9-year plan, that we did get to a point of debt repayment. I think without having a plan of debt repayment, I mean, you don't take a mortgage out on your house and never plan to repay it. And I think as a city, we need to be showing our people that we're not going to continually borrow forever in a day, that we need to plan for that. We need to balance our budget. And I think, Councillor O'Malley, you were so correct about your comments about Three Waters, and we need to get that number correct. And it's going to be a shock, I think, as Councillor Gary alluded to, at the point that when we pull out separately what that water rate is, people are going to be shocked. And maybe in time, and I notice in our capital program for Three Waters, there's talk about getting smart meters installed. I think down the track, we need to allude to our community that metering of water is something that's going to have to come. Echoing a lot of what Councillor Barker said, it's about balancing what's required, what's needed, making the tough decisions, and unfortunately we can't do it all. I mean, and some of those decisions have been taken out of our hands. NZTA have changed a lot of the funding, and so projects that previously that we really wanted to fund and that would be the best for the city when the government was going to significantly help, is completely changes the dynamics around those projects. So it's going to be a tough 3 days, and I think we all know that in their hearts the decision has to be what's best for the city.
Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Believe it or not, I actually agree with everything that everybody has said, even though they've all said different things. But the reality that we do have to face is that rates and the rates increase is one of the biggest bones of contention for the people that speak to us in the community. Whenever there's an opportunity for people to come and speak to us, unless it's about a particular pet project, it's all about the fact that rates are going up far too much and they're unaffordable. I certainly understand for people on fixed incomes how that's a massive issue, because when you consider an average priced house similar to what I live in, you're talking a rates bill of about $3,500. Just based on this draft plan, in 3 years' time, it'll be over $4,500. That's in 3 years' time. It's another $1,000 on your rates just based on this. So imagine what it would be if we start putting in a whole lot of things that have been taken out. I well and truly appreciate that we have to support the growth in our city, the different communities, and the things that these people want. But from my perspective, at this particular point in time, when we haven't got the funding support from government that we've had in the past, we have to bite the bullet on investment in infrastructure. We have to be mindful of economic return. And so what money we do spend outside of infrastructure, what is it going to bring back to us? And I'll just throw in there festivals, events and the like, because that has a return to the city one way or another. The other thing we need to do is utilise our facilities a lot more. We have got fantastic facilities here to attract plenty of business, whether it be conferences and the like. And of course we've got the stadium that needs to be promoted very, very strongly in the very, very near future. I agree with Councillor O'Malley that our water bill is too low and has been too low for too long. And to catch it up by $800 in one fell swoop is just not appropriate. You know, it's a bit like, you know, the American police have always wore guns. The UK police, and us as well, haven't worn guns. And you can't change those things because they've been in place for so long. Well, you certainly can't change them easily. And I'm saying the same thing here about our water. It is too low in terms of how we charge for it, but we have to be very, very careful the way in which we try and balance that going forward. The other thing we have to be very, very mindful of too is that as we add to our asset value, the operational costs go up. I hear where Councillor Vandervis comes from when it comes to the rate of inflation, but we can never perform in a way that we will be putting rates up at the rate of inflation. And very simple factors are, first up, we have to fund depreciation. So that means that we are paying twice for something now because we have to make sure that we can replace it when its life is up. And so between that, obviously funding or paying for the cost of interest, because we have to borrow, is a cost. And then we've got maintenance and all those other things that go with what you need to do with an asset. So the challenges are well and truly there, but just based on this particular draft plan, in 9 years' time, that $3,500 rates bill is going to be $6,661, and that's if we don't put anything else in. That's a 90% rates increase over 9 years. Looking forward to the rest of the few days.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I agree mostly with Councillor Eklund. That I agree with pretty much everything that everybody has said. You lost me a little bit on the gun example, but that's fine. I also agree that we need to back ourselves. We need to choose the waka, choose the vessel that we're in. Are we a city of heritage or not? In which case we'll need to choose that. Are we going to back ourselves in terms of events? In which case we'll need to decide where we're going and where we choose not to, and stick to it. The theme from listening to everybody seems to be balance, but whenever I hear that word I hear but. We really need to do this, but where's the money coming from? We're in a financially or fiscally restricted time, but all this work needs to get done. So of the people who have spoken, the two who particularly are echoing in my head, one is Councillor Walker and his list, and he is absolutely right. There are things that are long-standing desires of the city which are going to find it a struggle to get through. And the other one is Councillor Wiley, who talked about elections and things, and indeed Deputy Mayor Lucas talked about us being elected to represent the city and making the hard decisions and those sorts of things. Councillor Wiley's reference was there are some of us who are worrying about the election. To steal from Councillor Walker about getting on a political rant, if that is why we're here, if that is why we're making the decisions, my humble opinion, we're here for the wrong reason. We're supposed to be making the decisions for the best of the city, not because it might get us a couple of votes. That, if that is the case, I find that exceptionally sad.
Right. I think we've covered all speakers. I have a few further things to say. Dunedin is certainly my favourite place in the world, and I travelled right around the world and came back to Dunedin and have lived here ever since. And I would like to think that for everyone in this room, everyone in the room, it is all our favourite place. And I think it's beholden on us to make sure that we uphold that desire of ourselves and the people of Dunedin to make it their favourite place. And I think I would like visitors that come and visit the city, they often say this is our favourite place, and many of them come back and visit repeatedly. And as we've heard from one story this morning, that a particular person is coming back to live and work here in the interim. And so I think it is beholden on us to make the city the favourite place for everyone, and that comes at lots of different levels and lots of different ways, just as we've heard a great round of opinions on this table. And I think it's about balance and, not balance but, balance and here's how we achieve it, here's how we're going to do it. Because one of the things I've heard over the time that I've been sitting at this table, people want everything they want. They want all the nice things, and they want them now, ASAP. They also want no rates rise, they want a balanced budget, and they want no debt. Well, those are all impossible to achieve in a twinkle. Certainly in the current environment, they are mutually exclusive. And so the question is, it's about balance and how to achieve that for the people for whom who want a livable city. They want a city that they can manage to live in, that is survivable for them. And so I don't believe that it's the right thing to be increasing rates on an ongoing basis at a very high rate, at a very high level, and to get them into a reasonable situation, because rates always have to go up because there's always cost of living and there's always interest. So those costs added together is pretty much the benchmark for rates rises, and that has to be taken into account in every year. And I think it's it's very short-sighted to have no rates rise or very low rates rises that don't fit with the economic times. But similarly, the public, I think, don't want to hear about ongoing rates rises that are very high, which we have had. And so the whole purpose of this meeting is for people to put up their desires for a reduction in costs or increases in spending, as the case may be, and argue for them, and then take it out to the public for consultation. So here is your chance. If you think that various costs that we have are too high, you can make a proposal and put up a resolution. And similarly, if there's other things that you want to have in the budget, then you can make a proposal and put up a resolution. Personally, I think it is a worthwhile concept to have in the back of your mind, and then bring it to the forefront of your mind. Where is the trade-off coming for that proposal? What is the trade-off that you're going to make? And if you think that the trade-off is we simply put up rates more and take on a whole lot more debt, so be it. However, I think it's the nature of a budget is that trade-offs come from within the budget and we keep within the parameters. And I hope that councillors will bear that in mind as we go through this process and make decisions about what we go out to the public for consultation with. Having said that, I'll now put the motion, and I think we'll need to take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary. Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 13-1.
Thank you. And on that note, I move that we now take 10 minutes for a break. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. We're almost all here. Councillors Ackland and Houlihan to arrive. Are you making an apology on her behalf? No. All right. Well, Councillor Ackland is coming in the door, so I'll give him a few seconds and then we'll hit the broadcast button. Unless we're not broadcasting already, are we? No. Okay. And then we can move on to item 2 on the substantive agenda. So the current rate will probably be here till about Saturday lunchtime. However, some of these items on the agenda now will be relatively concise. And so we'll also, it worked out pretty good where people were concise with their questions on the previous item. So well done. And we'll aim for, concise questions and, speeches as we go. So let's get underway. Item number 8, the financial strategy for the 9-year plan. Shall we have the Chief and Ms Allen to the desk. And Mr McAuliffe, no, you're going to sit where you are. That's fine. Fantastic. Are there any prefacing comments, ladies?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yes.
The financial strategy, we will come back, to Council on the 11th with any updates that you make during the meeting. So that will include populating the charts. You'll notice some of the charts we've included in the draft financial strategy, others we haven't yet. And some of them you'll notice in the rate increase chart in the table at the front of the financial strategy, we've got the limit changing over the years. We haven't quite got that lined up in the chart for that, so we'll correct all of that and update it with your final decisions for the 11th and as we go through the meeting.
And so the purpose of presenting this today is for you to discuss it, noting that we need this just as a foundation document to be able to draft the budgets and the CD, but you will formally get the final version on the meeting of the 11th.
Fantastic. I don't see any questions. Oh, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Just a quick question. On page 74, in the section under council-owned companies, in the last paragraph, the sentence, in the event the interest rate is renegotiated down, is anticipated any difference, I was intrigued that that sentence is included. I mean, why has there been something alluded that we would be...
Oh, sorry, could you just point me to the...
Page 74, the last paragraph under the section council-owned companies. In the event the interest rate is renegotiated down. I just thought that was interesting wording that it made me think that, is there something being alluded to in that?
No, so that is in a situation if the interest rates were lower, then we would still want to get the same revenue from our CCOs. So if it ended up being 5 million based on a lower interest rate, then we would want the 0.9 to be added onto dividends so that council ended up getting the same amount of income. That's all that's alluding to.
I think to your point though, Councillor, because that probably is clumsy, the wording, so I will it's not the interest rate that's renegotiated, it's the fact that if it's decreased we want to negotiate the dividend. Yeah. So we will take that and make that an edit.
Very good. Councillor Vandervis.
I've already referred to the issue of what the actual rates increase is and what the actual debt increase is. If you look at the graph on page 69, forecast rates increase, the word increase is in there. I'm wondering why it is that we simply don't have a graph showing forecast rates, and why it is that at the bottom of that graph the orange line says rates forecast, and anyone looking at it sees the rates going down.
The rates that are forecast do go down annually. Yeah, the rates increase goes down. This is I'm not sure about your question. I think you're asking for a different graph.
I am. I'm asking for one that shows the true cumulative rates and the when it says rates forecast, that should be rates increase forecast, surely.
I think what you're asking for, I think, is a rates revenue chart, which would show the revenue that is being generated from rates.
Can I just comment here? I mean, this graph, this is page 69. That graph is a forecast rates increase. So it's a chart of the increase. So the increase is decreasing, but what it is showing is that there is a rates increase every year. And that's all it's showing. But a different graph would show something different.
For the purposes of consultation, I believe it's important that people understand the cumulative nature of rates increases, and that they also understand that when in the overview that I referred to recently, that talks about a significant reduction in debt, that's actually not the case. So I am very, very keen to have actual figures, actual debt, and cumulative rates graphs.
Councillor, we will draft the rates revenue graph, which is what you are asking. We can include that. To your point about debt, if you look on page 70, you will see the actual levels of debt.
I have seen it, but it is in complete variance with your statement in your overview, where you say, and I quote, give me a minute, this is under 12, paragraph 12 on page 39, and significantly reduce the amount council is borrowing each year. We're not significantly reducing the amount the council is borrowing each year. We are increasing the amount that is borrowed each year.
We are reducing the amount we are borrowing so that by the end of the 9-year plan, I think we are, well, in year 7 we are borrowing 2 and a bit million compared to something significantly more than that in year 1 of the 9-year plan. That is what that sentence is alluding to.
And look, can I just interrupt here? Because what has been reduced is the amount that was planned to be borrowed when you refer back to the previous 90 million. So we'd argue, having a discussion about semantics, whereas we will end up with a graph that shows the level of borrowing that we end up deciding upon at the end of this process. And so this does show a flattening of the level of borrowing, but you are right, Councillor Vandervis, that it is still increased, going up each year, but it is within our grasp to have it reduce in that final year if we want. And it's very close to reducing in the year before as well. So it is within our grasp. We're getting closer.
I accept that, and all I'm really concerned about is that for people who are going to have a cursory look at this for consultation purposes, we need to have real clarity, which we don't get from the discussion as it is.
Yes, well, I think somewhere in the archives we've got a graph that shows the combined borrowings of council and CCOs and the borrowings of council, and you could show a graph of this council borrowing graph flattening off.
So, Mr. Mayor, we won't be able to include a group position in our consultation document because we run into all sorts of challenges with audit at that point. So in the supporting documents on the website, we can provide the graph that Councillor Vandervis circulated last night, updated. But in the consultation document, this is the DCC, not the group, so we have to be very careful.
Yes.
Sorry, question on that. Are we not able then in the consultation document to change the assumption that population will increase will be high when the latest Statistics New Zealand population projection represents a slight increase from its current population. However, recent data indicates Dunedin might experience a natural decrease due to more deaths than births in the area. We have a fundamentally different assumption in our consultation document than the latest from Statistics New Zealand.
Council have adopted the underlying assumptions. If you go back and review them, you can see the numbers, and they are very similar year on year as you go through them. And so unless Council moves to change the underlying assumptions, then that is the assumption that has been agreed by Council.
Even though we now know it's wrong.
Oh, I don't...
Point of order.
Yeah, look,
That is not a correct statement. We now know it's wrong. We've had our advice, we've accepted the advice, we've created a council position. So I am making a point of order of misleading. It is not now we know it is wrong. It is not.
look,
And you will not uphold it.
well, it's not a matter of not upholding it. It's a matter of, we're having an argument about semantics, about assumptions. We have made the assumptions, and we've had a meeting on that issue. The assumptions that we're going to use for the construction of this plan, the draft plan and ongoing, have been laid down. So I think
The point of order is it wrong? Are we going on wrong advice?
Well,
The
no, we're not
statement
going
was
on.
it is wrong.
We're not going on wrong advice. So I do uphold the point of order that Council has already made a decision. There's no point in arguing it or trying to debate it now in retrospect. I mean, so it's you could bring a notice of motion that to change the assumptions, but I think there's just no point in going back through that whole discourse. The motions are not changed, so I uphold the point of order. Please.
I'm happy to withdraw the statement wrong and simply refer to the data that I've sent to everybody showing that it wasn't wrong back then, it's now out of date.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. We can move on. Thank you. I see no further questions, in which case I think, we have some, and the information that we see in front of us, which is the 9-year plan financial strategy, and we have a few graphs that do illustrate various things as can be determined from the title of each individual graph. So therefore I move that Council approves this draft financial strategy for consultation and authorise the Chief Executive to make any amendments to the draft financial strategy as a result of this meeting for the purposes of consultation. Seconded, Councillor Walker. Would anyone like to speak to it? Councillor Vandervis.
Just briefly, I'm unable to approve the draft financial strategy because I don't believe that the information that is fundamental to it is up to date. I don't believe that the financial landscape is needing significant spending on reducing emissions and focus on extreme weather events, and I also think that the way that it's presented doesn't give a really clear indication of how unsustainable our current financial debt situation is. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
I'll be extra super brief and just want to pass on my appreciation and thanks to Miss Allen and all the team involved in this gargantuan task of somehow bringing together the task of making it readable for us in the huge, almost Tolstoyan world of putting together this plan, the financial element of that. I don't know how you guys have done it, but well done.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, not to labour the point, but I've been sitting here listening around the high growth and fully support our assumptions, so it's not questioning that, but I would just want to add a comment, and I sat through a lecture by Emeritus Professor Paul Spoonley, whose particular area of academic expertise is demographics and population. And one of the things he said clearly, and this was in a lecture in Dunedin just before Christmas, was that Dunedin will, as a factor in terms of its growth, immigration will play a really important part. And And so we can't just look to the birth rate and so forth. Immigration is going to be important. And if we think of the Californian fires, the digital nomad visas that were just announced yesterday, and the change of administration in the United States, there is a great deal of interest in this country. And I talk to people every other day, as I'm sure all of you do, about their interest in coming to live here. So we should just recall that and note that.
Good. Councillor O'Malley.
Just want to make a commentary on how to read graphs. It is true that after the COVID period, we had a dip in growth in the city, but effectively across the general trend, we are a medium growth and right on the edge of high growth city. This is the same stuff that people have done with climate change over the years, where we had 4 years of cool weather and everybody declared it wasn't real, and then suddenly bang, we're back up again. It is simply how you read a graph. And if you read it and find 1 year that suits your argument and that's all you concentrate on, then you've got something to talk about, but it's not an accurate assessment. We went back in December, we've taken the advice on that. I still believe that to be accurate.
Rightio. There we go. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No, recorded, please.
Thank you. Item 9, the infrastructure strategy. Mr McLean and Mr Ward to the table, please. Are there any prefacing comments?
Kia ora, Mr Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors. Yes, if I may please. Just really wanted to pick up on the earlier conversation around how deliverable is the overall capital programme. And I know from experience that what market really is attracted to is certainty, and certainty in terms of describing what is to be done, when it's to be done, and more importantly, is there commitment to having that ambitious programme delivered. And I would say this, the infrastructure strategy, whilst reaching out to residents to describe the need of the infrastructure, it also is very appealing to the market. So Councillor Wiley, you know, those genuine concerns around deliverability, I think it really speaks to the market as well. So if I may just, there's that secondary layer to this that is important outside of you know, the resident base.
Very good. Are there any questions? Councillor Wiley?
Thank you, and thank you for noting that quickly off the bat. The question I've got is that, and I agree with the certainty of the workflow, and I think that's highly important for companies to invest in Dunedin and employ Dunedin people to work in those companies, or Dunedin-based people. The key that I'm looking at in looking at the rest of our budgets and spend is changing from that whole package of infrastructure for over 9 years to, say, spending this, that money over 12 years. So diluting it by a small percentage, and what impact that would have on Dunedin's infrastructure.
The way the infrastructure strategy is compiled really addresses the current needs and the emerging needs throughout the 9-year period. It would be hard to quantify here what that dilution effect would lead to, but I can say if there's a fairly general agreement around the council table that there is still a backlog, and we are still in catching up in terms of an infrastructure deficit of our own, then there would be a cumulative price to pay in terms of the cost of that delay, and also our ability to detune or deliver that.
Yeah, I'm detune is probably not the word I'd be looking for, but understanding there's a slight delay on that basis, and that's all I'm just trying to tease out when we start looking at the rest of our projects versus the costs, and also when we look at projects like the hospital build and others, as I relayed earlier. But the part that I want to look at is that I anticipate also that there's a number of projects that you've already identified as essentially using the utility of skills to leapfrog from one to another rather than having big gaps between projects and the cost and inefficiencies of doing that. Is that a fair assumption as well?
Yes, so the sequencing and the programming has been considered, as you say, having the right skills available and continuing their work rather than be feast or famine. That is quite detrimental to our delivery partners, for sure. In terms of competing with other infrastructure, what we're talking about here is ostensibly horizontal infrastructure. It's quite different skill sets. There are some crossover skills for sure, but they're quite bespoke for the transport and the Three Waters infrastructure. And so that we'd be competing at a national scale. And again, the infrastructure strategy provides that certainty.
Okay, and here's a question I should have sent through, so I'm not expecting an answer right now. If we're talking about a $200 million as a round figure capital spend per annum, do we know how many jobs that creates in Dunedin or retains in Dunedin? And also if there's any, what's the economic impact of that? And again, I'm not answering because that's such a quite a question. So
collect that data. So even if you'd sent it through, I'm not sure that we'd be able to answer it.
So in saying that, if a similar, again, if there's a similar project around the country that you see pop up where it says they're going to do a $200 million capital project, so at least we could sort of get a feeling for what's going on, because I think sometimes the community struggle to identify the value of the project outside just the project being done. And what I'm thinking is about, and again, I'm seeing this in the building construction at the moment, and there is a question coming, Mr. Mayor, where there's quite a lag in what's happening in the construction industry at the moment. We want to be able to say jobs are created and retained in Dunedin by this work being done and this many families, etc., living in the city.
Well, what I can say is that proportionally, I'm confident that a large proportion of the programme would be delivered by resource staff who are resident here. In fact, our design panel, the main designers we work with have offices here and their staff are based here, as are our construction partners. And again, if we have an enduring construction programme, it's natural that those people would be resident here and they would grow their base here, because it's not conducive to fly in, fly out work.
Anecdotally, we know that Isaacs, as a result of contracts they have won, have located an office here and have moved a chunk of their workforce here. We know anecdotally from talking to the workers on various projects that they've bought houses and brought their families down, but it's anecdotal, so we don't collect that data, and it's not like we have a single $200 million project where you could easily do it, because this is a program of work, some small projects that just get delivered sequentially. What I can say is that from going from having two main infrastructure contractors about 4 or 5 years ago, we now have 2 additional infrastructure contractors based in the city, which drives price efficiency, but also must have meant that we've got additional capacity in the market as well.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know I sent 24 questions through, and I'm just going to ask the key ones. I see when I look at other infrastructure strategies that 2/3 of the councils include the other infrastructure assets like parks and reserves, facilities and solid waste, etc. And we've just got transport and Three Waters. I wonder if there's any plan to put all of the infrastructure assets into the infrastructure plan.
Not for this one, Councillor. If that's a direction of council, we could work on that for the 10-year plan, but there would be a significant amount of work to include them at this point.
Yeah, I was asking for the future, but because this is such an excellent document that it was a lot of reading, but it was really well written. I just thought that we're missing some stuff in there that others are doing, and because we're basing pretty much all of the rest of our plan on this infrastructure strategy, it would have helped to have some of those things so we're not getting surprises about things like Moana Pool and the state of its of those assets, etc. So my next question is just around some of the growth assumptions, and I take on board what Councillor Vanders was asking about, because a lot of the infrastructure strategy is based on the future development strategy assumptions, which were done at a certain point in time pre-recession. I just wonder if any of the infrastructure strategy assumptions were updated. I noted deep in the document that it said that the first 3 years of growth were going to be, I can't remember if it was low to medium, but not high. So is that what the infrastructure, that was in the transport one I think, is that what the infrastructure is based on? Is it catering for that growth that's expected to be past year 3?
What I would like to say is it's not just focused on the assertions of the future development strategy. We have our second generation plan, which is currently in place, that allows a significant amount of plan enabled growth. And if you may recall from the field visit, we saw even today a significant amount of infill development when it comes to all infrastructure. So there is a capacity constraint broadly already. So we have to address that particular need as well as the overall aspirations of the future development strategy. So I'd just like to ask you to consider in the round, please, because there is a growth component today that we're looking to catch up on, and that is under the second generation plan. That could be anywhere, any time. So that's something we're still grappling with, so that we need to address that as quickly as we're able to, as well as then contemplating any additional growth for well-functioning urban environments.
If I could just add to that, and it goes back to a comment you made about other assets, Councillor Barker and Moana Pool, for example. As you know, we're on a journey across council about better understanding our assets, and the infrastructure strategy shows, and we are delivering what we're required to in that around explaining water and transport. But the journey we are on with our property assets and our parks and rec assets is slightly behind, and so we are starting to develop better plans and processes for that, and that would be reflected. I don't think councillors were surprised necessarily by Moana, but it certainly was something that hadn't been as well planned because of where we were with our planning, and councillors were fully briefed on Moana Pool and taken through the facility to show the challenges. But at the minute, we are focusing on the areas that are required by the legislation in our infrastructure strategy.
My next one is another strategic question. On page 79, the infrastructure strategy mentions both the three water strategy and the transport strategy, which, so I've got a wrong date in there, 2010 and 2013, and mention is made of them being outdated. And I just wonder if there's a plan to update them, given that the infrastructure strategy is based on some quite outdated strategies.
I'll jump in about the water one. So at this stage, there is no plan or capacity to update the water one, given what we know is happening with local water done well. So the infrastructure strategy provides a good assessment of the water infrastructure, and then with the change to local water done well, we'll look at it in that context. So that is where we're at with water. Mr Ward might be, or Mr McLean, update about roading.
Thank you, Councillor. So I've talked with the team about this. This is one of the things that has been deprioritised. I've made that decision based on the resource. So we're focusing on carrying a lot of vacancies in transport, and we're focusing on other things at the moment. But we'll revisit that as the year progresses.
I guess my concern, that's my next question, was on page 83, is that the key strategic priorities differ in the infrastructure strategy, differ from the key strategic priorities in the there's the strategy and there's the infrastructure strategy. I'm just concerned about where the economy is in the strategic priorities. I couldn't quite see them. The transport strategy has safety, travel choices, strengthen centre connections, freight and resilience, and it talked about the economy, and I just, because transport is an economic driver, so I just wondered where the new strategic directions came from.
We've got Ms Benson here who might be able to provide some further detail. Excuse me. But we have had to align it with the current funding situation we find ourselves in under the government policy statement. But I'll hand over to Ms Benson because we did talk about this last night.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Barker. I think your point is well made. I think one of the challenges this time round in the infrastructure strategy was trying to line up the principles in the integrated transport strategy alongside the principles given to us in the government policy statement in land transport. And I think what I've attempted to do is try and find the similarities in a situation where there aren't very many. But I did reference, I think, economic prosperity around freight and the text of the infrastructure strategy. So, but I think your point about the principles up front in that cover document, well made, and I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, is there a challenge if the government changes and when the next election is that our infrastructure strategy is not, shall we say, fit for purpose? And is that a risk to us or not?
No, I think I just think it's about just trying to find elements of similarities between the two, and I think how the cycles go, if it were to change, then you can kind of change with it. One of the complexities in this one is that we're, from a co-funding perspective, we're 9 months in to a co-funding period, so that's made it a little bit different. But I think in 18 months' time, we'll be fine.
Okay, thank you. My next question will lead on to the water question. There was something just in the infrastructure about the water loss issue, and I think that I got an answer with this about the prioritisation of it, because I think we just brought up talking about water meters earlier. So I just wondered if you could just tell us how big that water loss issue is and whether it's been benchmarked with other councils.
Yes, so there's been a shift away from measuring loss as a percentage for a number of years now. It's a infrastructure leakage index, I think it is, and it relates how much at gross level you lose, but also recognises the particular characteristics of your network. So because of our terrain, we have a high pressure network, so proportionally we're in overall good health, but maybe give you a sense of some of the numbers, if that would help. So, and forgive me, these are very simplistic, broad numbers, but if we were producing, let's say, 40 million litres of water per day, at 40 megalitres, 10% loss would be 4,000. Sorry, 4 million. Gosh, tripping over myself here already. 4 million. 1 million litres per day would serve a community of around about 4,000. That's why the 4,000 stuck in my head. And so that's 1 million litres times that by 4. If you, sorry, tripping over my numbers here. But you can see how it quickly adds up, and a water loss of 20% might represent some 30,000 people who could be served. So there's a good stewardship and sort of good management imperative, nonetheless. There's been broad complacency across the country for a number of years now. We are, striving to shift our position to make sure that every drop counts for us. So. But the losses are often invisible, so the techniques that you have to employ are quite elaborate to then be able to find where the leaks are and proactively resolve them. So we think that this is just something that would be good for our ratepayers, be good for our councils, as governors of the stewardship of this precious commodity. And we also, last but not least, as the region does eventually grow and new sources may need to be sourced, then we don't source them too early. We make sure that we manage to produce the water that we produce arrives intact at its destination.
So people don't need to freak out when they read about water meters. It's not necessarily about charging for meters. It's actually about charging for water in our current plans, but it's about managing the water. Yeah.
Apologies. Yes, managing the water, and it's obviously council will direct us as to what those meters are used for. But in terms of bulk measuring what is produced and what arrives at its destination, mathematically that's a very useful facility to have.
Yeah, Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, ka mihi nui kia korua. Thank you to both to you and your teams for this excellent backgrounder and the strategies. My question has kind of two parts, and it sort of delves a wee bit into the nitty-gritty, but I just want reading the strategy prompted these questions from me. From reading about the resource consents that that DCC holds, and so that prompted my memory of when Tom Dyer was in charge of the work of Kaikoura Valley 4, which seems to have fallen off the maybe the work program, or there's difficulties navigating that in terms of, there was a mention, I think, of a resource consent from the ORC in relation to the Kaikorai stream. And then a second part of my question relates to the wastewater on page 118 or page 32 of the strategy, in terms of the inflows that are happening and always have been happening in Surrey Street. So last year's heavy rain event in October, was Surrey Street impacted again with that kind of inflow challenges? And higher up, what are we aiming to do about that? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your questions, Councillor. What you described talks to the, as I've previously described, the macro picture that we're dealing with in terms of what the residents in South Dunedin experience is twofold. There's the stormwater inundation issues, as well as the transfer of excess wastewater flows from the Kaikorai Valley down into the community. And so as we look to address that, will require substantial reconfiguration and increasing the capacity of the Green Island wastewater treatment plant. If flows are to be redirected there. So that's part of the overall picture. If we haven't adequately covered off the resource consents, I'll look with staff and see if there's any additions needed there.
Good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and great graphics in the strategy. I think they're excellent. Questions? There's a comment in paragraph 31 around renewals not necessarily being able to do like for like because of new regulation, and I just wondered how, and forgive me if I've missed it, how extensive that issue is, because obviously there's a greater cost attached to that. Any comments on that, Mr. Ward?
Certainly in the, forgive me, I'm just reading through to reacquaint myself with that statement. Certainly in the treatment of water and wastewater, the old paradigms are no longer deemed acceptable by the regulators. In water we talk about barriers to ensuring that human health is protected. Some of the again, plants up and down the country would have had one, possibly two barriers against bacterial infection. We now need to have a full suite, so you can't replace something that is no longer compliant. Similarly so in the wastewater treatment plants to protect the environment. I think that's what that is particularly talking to. And again, in terms of conveyance of potable water or raw or treated wastewater, there'll be a requirement to make sure that whatever is conveyed is retained in the pipe.
So I have several questions, and my next one, thank you for that answer, is this isn't made clear, but I just want to be very clear about it. The reference in paragraph 53 around the Crown Resilience Programme Fund and the RFI as well, they are loans, are they not grants?
Correct.
In fact, limits, doesn't it, the attractiveness of applying to those. Page 104, which is in the strategy, I believe, and talks about, and I believe we used to call it public-private water courses, and it seems that we've shifted away from our previous approach. Are you able to comment on that? We did have a priority list. There's acknowledgement that landowners are going to be unable to pay for some of the massive work that needs to be done to address that. And we have done some work on that. But can you just comment on whether we've changed our approach and whether that's affected by government policy, which it no doubt has? I'd be interested to hear your comments.
More of a pragmatic balancing, in so much as whilst there's a very laudable and commendable position taken to help private property owners with assets that they might not be readily familiar with. It's balancing how much is made available to that particular aspect of infrastructure upgrades. So I'd say it's for council to determine how much is allocated towards those particular elements. We put forward a proposition, but it's really trying to balance what the wider needs are versus the funding requirements for that particular bracket of infrastructure.
And is it also, given the distance from the events that caused the people to come in numbers to council to talk about the impact of this, we're further away from that now as well, and that's sometimes we can step back and sometimes it's just not as immediate. Would you have any comment around that?
I do understand the question. We try not for that to be the case, because in our world of infrastructure, you measure progress in years and decades, so that we understand that span of time, and therefore endeavour not to forget events, because events will eventually return. But it is really just an attempt at pragmatically balancing what is affordable to council.
Understand, and I'm almost there, Mr. Mayor. Water meters, we didn't go into this a lot, but it's implied, obviously. It's around, is it not, behaviour change? That if we're measuring the water, even if we're not charging for what's used, human beings are more likely to conserve water, and anyone who's a domestic self-supplier knows that.
Yes, in large part, and we're very much respecting the view of council. Council has directed us against the charging elements, where the proposition is the mass balancing or the bulk measurement. So again, there's that custodian component for us and the education for the user.
And my final question is around natural hazard resilience in both the transport and in the water section. Is it not the case that if we don't do this work to the level required, we'll be paying for not doing it in terms of the repairs, and we've only got some of the costs in for the October 24 weather event, and no doubt there will be a whole heap more coming in. So it's about balancing that, isn't it? We don't often put a figure on that.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll pick up for the transport stuff, and I might actually take a step back. You asked about the Crown Resilience Program Fund earlier. That's actually an NZTA Whakatahi funding assistance rate. So it's not a loan. I think we got mixed up with the Crown Infrastructure Fund. So just correcting that, and that's paid at a reasonably high funding assistance rate. So that's about making transport assets more resilient to climate change and climate.
So can you just clarify again those two names, because that is confusing?
The NZTA one is the Crown Resilience Program Fund, and the other one's the Crown Infrastructure Fund, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. And firstly, I think it's appropriate to commend the authors of the report, both Mr McKendry and Ms Benson, for a very readable strategy on something that could be very dry and very technical. So appreciate that it actually is very readable. So thank you. Like Councillor Barker, I had questions about the strategy priorities, not only for transport, but also for Three Waters. And if you look on page 94, where the strategic priorities there are listed, there's 7 there. And I just question the order of those. I mean, and just for an example, if you look at number 5, ensuring that as a minimum key levels of services are maintained. And if I'm a member of the public, to me a key service is that when I turn on my tap that the water runs, and when I flush my toilet it goes away. So I would have thought from a public perspective something like that would probably be more of a priority than, say, number 3, the council's reliance on non-renewable energy. So I'm just wondering about those priorities and whether we've got them actually in the right order from a public perspective, and how we came up with the order of those.
Certainly look at that, Deputy Mayor. I'm not sure that was intended to be a list in priority order. I think it's just the overall collection of those strategic priorities, but I understand the order would also be important, yes.
Thank you. Just on page 83, and I just don't understand this sentence, where we talk about continuing to deliver the rules program internally, including continuing to grow the capability of internal delivery. I understand that. This includes having engineers representative and engineers to the contract. What does that actually mean? Does that mean, I'm just not sure what that actually refers to.
Again, Ms Spencer might be able to provide more detail, but that relates to our internal capability. And so we have internal engineers to contract, which would often be contracted out to consultants. So that's what that refers to, as maintaining that in-house capability.
Thank you. And my last question is in relation to page 156, and maybe Ms Benson might need to answer this. At 156 and I think 172 are kind of related in respect of Mosgiel. And I know that Waikato NZTA have a funding impact here because it's a state highway through here, but we're currently working on the transport plan, and so that's funded within the budget, but there's no placeholder amount within the strategy or for any work that might need to be done in relation to any of that work that's highlighted on 156 and 172.
Yes, I guess probably I thought in my head that I had the luxury of time again in another year with the infrastructure strategy, which would be around about the same time as we would have some outputs from that Mosgiel transport study that we have just started thinking about that, but that will also probably coincide with the outputs that NZTA will have from what they're going to do with a number of key intersections at Mosgiel. So I thought I'd probably roll that into the next update when I was a little bit clearer on what the actual real true concrete interventions would be as a result of that study. Even though we have indicated something for Mosgiel in the out years of future National Land Transport Program funding.
So it doesn't, and maybe Councillor O'Malley may have a comment on this, it doesn't matter that we don't have even a placeholder amount in our long-term plan for any work in Mosgiel as a result of the transport plan that's being done at the moment. It's not going to detract from us getting any NZTA funding in the future.
My plan was always to get any outcomes of that transport study in the infrastructure strategy in another year and a half time, which would then line up with the National Land Transport Plan fund cycle perfectly.
And the next LTP.
Then it'll be in sync again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Benson Pope. And then we have Councillor Melly, followed by Councillor Parker.
Thank you. Two questions. The first one is just about the relative cost of water supply, capture and treatment, versus the cost of the reticulation system. Do you have a sort of broad comparative percentage of comparative costs? Is that clear what I want? We harvest water one way or another and treat it. That's one thing. But we also pipe it, move it round in pipes. How much does the infrastructure cost compared with the cost of the product?
I hesitate to guess, but maybe bring my colleague Mr. McAndrew into the conversation. Do you have any thoughts, please?
Well, if someone could come back to me.
Yeah, we could do.
Rough
Yes.
order of costs, I appreciate it.
Yep.
Could I just clarify the question about the capital cost of building the infrastructure or the operational costs of operating?
It's easiest for you to separate it, but I'm interested in whether the water itself is the cost and its treatment, and compared with what the cost of repairing, maintaining and installing the pipes and the pumps. Seems to me that's an important consideration once we start tossing around ideas about charging, actually.
Typically, different across the different three waters, but the cost of treating the water is typically a really significant proportion of our cost. But we would include within that cost of treating the cost of maintenance as well, and maintenance of those treatment plants.
Yeah, that's fine. That's the cost of a treatment cost. Yeah.
Yeah. Generally, that would be a larger cost than the cost of conveying the water from source to plant and from plant to customer.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
And then on the capital side, often the reticulation, the pipe work, is the more significant cost than the treatment plants, just because of the magnitude and the nature of the work is out in the community. So there's different requirements around construction. So our pipes generally might be worth a lot more than our plants, but our plants might proportionally cost more to operate. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure I'm any the wiser, but any information you can give me about that, I'd appreciate. The second question is about resilience. There's lots of mention of the word. It crops up several times in these documents. That led me to think about the security of the Torrey pipe, the Deep Creek stream pipeline. Might not be in the generic strategic statement, but what attention is being given where to the issues around that supply, that main supply?
Yes, so that certainly is a feature of the strategy and the associated work programme, to make sure that we do have that resilience. And the resilience in some instances is duplicating the asset. In other instances, it's having a swift management plan that can be executed should there be any outages, should there be any loss of that infrastructure. So often there's a combination, but we are very aware of certainly the source water vulnerabilities, long single rudimentary pipelines conveying the flow into the city, and that is definitely a feature of the overall resilience component of the programme.
Very good. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to follow up on a question you got earlier on about loss versus percentage versus actual. Would it not be true, though, that percentage is an indicator of the health of your system? So obviously, if Auckland is 10 times bigger than us and we have the same efficiency, they'd be losing 10 times the amount of water as us.
Yep, just by sheer scale, yes. Yep.
So I now understand the whole point of every litre of water lost could be a litre of water used somewhere else. But in a lot of these things, there's an issue of diminishing return of investment. So would be around the 20% mark-ish, are we?
Again, I wouldn't like to pin it down to percentage, but broadly 15 to 20%. Again, it is a function of the areas where there's high pressure, and that's why I think all councils now try and move away from just a simple percentage, because that in itself is a very crude, simpler metric.
Okay, but then when you're talking about litres and your two different size councils, then it's hard to compare across the two different activity sets. The real point I'm making, though, is that when you get down to about 15% loss efficiency, there's quite a lot of work to get down to 10% loss efficiency, and it'll be almost impossible to get down to 5% loss efficiency. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, and there's many international studies just on that very topic. What's the economic cut-off rate? Is it 5%? Is it 10%? And again, there's no hard rules around this, but you're absolutely right. There's a diminishing return as you get further down. So inevitably, there will be losses from the system. It's good stewardship to manage that as best as you possibly can.
And then, I know it's not in this, but it started to come up in the debate. Do we have any data on waste or leakage once you've got to the recipient, once it's the end of our reticulation system has got to the house and they've left the tap on all the time, versus there's a leak up the road and water's leaking out there? Do we have any indication of how much is post-delivery and how much is delivery?
I think the simple answer would be no, again, anecdotally, and there will be a whole mix of experiences. And that's another good reason for measuring comprehensively throughout the system, because you can then pinpoint where they are, because there will be times when it will be at the destination. Equally, it will be along the way. So
that's a debate to be had in the future, really, to be honest. Growth and infrastructure lifespan. I know that we were talking about the growth of the city over the next short 5 to 10 years, but what's the lifespan of a buried asset?
Buried assets, typically 80 years, 75 to 100 years for a buried asset that sits there passively, sat in the ground. Good construction. It's not unreasonable for have a design life of 80 years, an actual life of 100 years plus.
When you have that level of life in the ground, it's a rhetorical question potentially, but when you're worried about growth, you could bite yourself just badly as well if you underestimated growth and had an asset that was buried that was supposed to be operating for the next 75 to 100 years, and at year 50 it was now fully maxed out.
Absolutely, and that's why I often say we measure the lifespan and the scale of things in decades, because we have to anticipate what those future scenarios are. So having those analyses undertaken around what's the likely sources of growth or decline in a community are really important, because particularly horizontal assets such as pipes start off too big, end up too small. You're trying to maximise that period in the middle where they're just right.
That was pretty much the point I was making. Now, to the actual report itself, I noticed on your page 100 of our report, you got your graphics page of the stormwater, and you've got 630 million as the valuation of it. But then, and it's something we all know, page 122, you talk about private stormwater watercourses. I assume they're not in that asset valuation in that cartoon? That's our asset valuation. So knowing that we talk about them as private stormwater courses, but often it's not. They're quite literally integrated right into the middle of our stormwater course, and they are effectively our stormwater pipe, unfortunately owned by someone who doesn't realise they own it because it looks like put in the ground 70 years ago by a developer. Do we have any idea? I've heard that the stormwater asset that's private may be almost as big. Is that true?
I'm not sure I would personally say as big, but yeah, proportionally significant overall. Again, for now, I would hesitate to give a number here. Happy to extrapolate that elsewhere.
Right. I think on page 124 is the figure of the pipes. Yeah, it is. And you notice in the hill suburbs it's quite spotty as to what we have. Is that because we're just lucky we can go into a gully real quick, or is that actually due to the fact that, in fact, in a lot of those suburbs built sort of post-World War One up to World War Two, and that interwar period, a lot of that was put in as private, and so when we look at our network, we have a gap because it's ours and then it's ours again.
There will certainly be some instances, but I do think, particularly in the hilly suburbs, it will be natural waterways that are providing that conveyance assistance.
So I'm away from stormwater now. Our water plants, to start with, so that's on page 115. You've got some pretty good graphics there showing that our water plants are all well, none of them have any very good condition on them, according to your assessment. So some they're in good to fair, with some poor and one very poor in the raw water pumping stations. What designates poor? I'm just trying to get a sense of, because these plants are generally compliant, right?
Sorry to cut you off. Yes, no, they are compliant in terms of their output, in terms of the physical health. There'll be assertions around structural adequacy and the overall health of the mechanical equipment and so on. Typically mechanical and electrical, because of their shorter lifespans, can be readily classified as poor or very poor.
Like white is probably the taste of the water. Southern Mount Grand are not, I mean, Southern's not that old a plant. So is that a good indication of how quickly plants age?
Yep, precisely. And also being a fairly modern, less so these days, treatment process. So use of membranes. Membranes, we work hard every minute of every day, so they also age. Whereas filters aren't worked quite as hard, whether it's sand filter or,
This is driving home the point that, in fact, a lot of people, when they're talking about the cost of three waters, are underestimating the cost and maintenance of the plant components.
Yes, and that's we're seeking to bring that into the fore in these in a factual way. Measure the assets, measure its condition, determine its performance through a range of metrics, and have those facts for council then to determine what is an appropriate course of action.
Go to then page 116 and you've got the reticulation system, but actually it's the only piece of green we really see in the whole demonstration. It looks like the water system is probably not that bad in terms of its age when you compare that to the wastewater on page 120, which is much more red than green. Is that a fair assessment?
Yep, and I think it's also just delving into engineering and asset management. The water systems are typically contiguous pipelines, so there's very few mechanical joints. They're often, it's a one long pipe string, whereas the wastewater and the stormwater networks are lots of individual pipes. So at the joints there can be losses or inflows. So the systems are designed, built and behave differently. And I think that's why you see that represented in the graphic for the water networks, yes.
It's also a matter of focus, in as much as if you breach a drinking water regulation, you breach something very serious and it will definitely make the paper, whereas a discharge to a stream, although serious, tends not to get the same level of regulatory response.
Yes, if I would interpret that in a slightly different way, producing water for human consumption is a food grade product, and anybody who's involved in the food industry will know the level of care required to produce something for human consumption. We correctly or incorrectly treat discharges to the environment slightly differently, human health or environmental health.
I sort of said political response to regulation. But it does draw the point on page 120, if you look at the amount of red in that, so over 95, somewhere between 85 to 95%, it's a bit hard to actually see because we've got the whole city there. But it's clear that the sewer system is very aged, isn't it?
Yes, and again, it's also a function of the installation age and the materials used, because in the wastewater system, hydrogen sulfide is generated naturally from the conveyance of the wastewater and the materials therein, and that is very corrosive, so you end up having to use particular materials which are often quite fragile, brittle, thank you, that's the right word, brittle, whereas the water systems have more flexible materials. And that's why it plays out differently in each of the three waters.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight basically where I thought some of our stresses were coming from. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to address the thing, I guess it's about risk of delivery. I'm picking up Mr. McLean on what you said about carrying a lot of vacancies, and when I read the report that's coming up about the roading and transport, that also mentions a number of vacancies across quite a lot of activities. And then I note in the CEO's report that it talks about that the staff are still finalising the detailed staff schedules for each group budget. Going through this process, we're going to be looking at possibly adding some more staff in. What is the danger of not, or the risk of not delivering on the infrastructure strategy if the transport staffing is not adequate?
Thanks, Councillor. We will be able to deliver on that, on our contract work and our capital delivery, renewals, etc. So we are geared up to deliver on the infrastructure strategy.
I guess you've talked about differing priorities and then moving the transport, updating the, was it 2010 transport strategy out of any work program, and I'm concerned about that because it feeds into the infrastructure strategy. Would it be necessary, if councillors thought that was a priority, to move it in this program of work? So first of all, what would be the cost of updating the strategy? Secondly, will we move it during the LTP process, or would it be something that comes to ISCOM to discuss?
Thanks, Councillor. No, so it hasn't been dropped out of a work program entirely. The planning team are focused on the parking management and parking strategy at the moment. So I'd have to come back to you as to exactly when it will fall. But it is a strategy that will be reviewed. Yeah.
All right. That is the last of the questions I have on my list. In which case, the Chair of Infrastructure has indicated a desire to move the resolution, and the Deputy Chair has a desire to second it. Councillor O'Malley.
We're going to revisit some of the stuff as we go through later on, as we get, this is the long-term strategic position. I think what it really addresses, especially I'll start with Three Waters, it addresses that the city for many years was on a no-growth state, and it in fact established a philosophy and belief that we were never going to grow again, and therefore we started to underinvest in planning and future development. In addition to which, there has been a multi-generational underspend, and I don't think you can point to any one particular council to say that was the one that did it, but it's been a 30 or 40 year 5% underneath all the way through to the point now when you look at some of these infrastructure assessment maps, you can see that a lot of our infrastructure is still in a very bad state. Now the good news is that this has been addressed and identified, and there is a plan to go forward and actually address it. And I think our role as governance is to make sure that that actually gets executed. In terms of growth, my attitude to that is that it's better to slightly overestimate your growth and put a slightly over-engineered activity in than it is to put in one that is under-engineered and then have to come back and deal with the remodelling of it later. I'm not talking about double the size of pipes, but maybe 10% bigger than maybe your mortar. They come in certain sizes too, by the way. So basically, once you get to this size, do you go to that size? That's the question. I would commend the Three Waters team over the years of having got together, probably in the last 3 or 4 years especially, a much clearer understanding of our asset. And you require a clear understanding of your asset before you can go forward with any future planning. And I think we have that now, and we've also undertaken a lot of work already to start addressing the age of the asset and its quality, and in terms of whether or not the companies that deliver can deliver. I think we're quite confident in the fact they will be able to. Switching over to transport, our main issue, if you look at the report, is that a bit like Three Waters, it's easier to turn down, put away, say, the resurfacing of a footpath for this year and move it on to next year. And we've had a little bit of that going on in transport as well. So you can see that the surface condition of a lot of our transport system is not in great nick, and so we obviously have to address that. And then the planning for growth, I think, is sitting there. I think it's a relatively good structural approach to how we're going to deal with transport growth. And I feel that we talk about the change of government from year to year, but the reality is this is a 30-year projection. That's 10 governments. So you work with one, you do that with one, you do that with the other, you do that with the other. And if you look at the strategy, it's an internal, our strategy, how we're going to go forward, and I think it's very well constructed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just very briefly, I can't argue against the key drivers of the proposed infrastructure strategy around Three Waters. The main driver that resonates with me is the statement that we should be living within our means. In regards to the transport strategy, government's co-funding policies are going to dictate what projects the city can afford, with the immediate outlook appearing to be somewhat gloomy. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That was a really good and readable document, which I really appreciated. I did notice a little error which made me laugh about seal level rise, and I know we're getting a lot more sea lions in the city, but I wasn't aware of the seals. The financial strategy said that we need to focus on infrastructure, so I really appreciated having such a good infrastructure strategy. I did ask questions at the beginning about why isn't all of our infrastructure in there. If 2/3 of councils have put their recreation facilities, their other assets in there, then we should look at having our assets in there as well, so we don't get caught with any surprises, because this is a 30-year strategy. So I'm hoping in the next LTP that we actually put all of the other infrastructure assets that we own in that, so we have a really good understanding of their condition and how much we're going to spend on those, because it's really important about our service delivery. I think the key words that I saw through here were the words catch up, and that we're playing catch up. Very clearly it said that there's been acknowledgement that the infrastructure has been neglected in the past. Also insufficient investment in maintenance renewal, catch-up mode again. So we have a lot of work to do to actually ensure reliability of basic infrastructure. The transport one said consistent and material underinvestment in the past, consistently being below asset management targets, which has led to a corresponding decline in asset condition and levels of service and an increase in deferred renewal. So I really believe that this infrastructure strategy is going to address those. And I think I've listened to what Mr Ward said about a pragmatic balance, and I certainly think that's what we're going to have to do. We have to appreciate that for the good of the city we need to play catch up, we need to think about the growth of the city in the rest, and I thought this is a great strategy to nearly start off the thinking about how we're going to deliver on all of our infrastructure, whether it is the water and the transport, all of the other infrastructure. And I thoroughly recommend, if anybody wants to get a good idea of the state of the city, to actually read this strategy before they to understand the issues that we're facing. And the large issues that we're facing, I think we added up $6.5 billion of assets that we're talking about in transport and water, which is huge and eye-watering, and we've got to make sure that we look after it. So I certainly commend the document, and hopefully all of our public will read it as well.
Councillor Vandevers.
On page 77, paragraph 9, it says the infrastructure strategy is closely linked to a financial strategy. And I agree with that. Your financial strategy really is what determines what you can do in the way of infrastructure. And the reason I voted against our financial strategy is because I don't believe it's sustainable. I don't believe that the extra debt that's been taken on top of the already unsustainable debt that we have really is justifiable. The government can want city councils all it likes to massively improve this. I'm also not convinced that we're really getting optimum value for a lot of this massive spending on infrastructure. As a tangible example, just look at $600,000 spent on the George Street playground. If you break that down and see where all the money went, again, the majority of the people that I represent simply don't see the value there. So we've got two issues really. One of them is that we are being driven by government supposedly into unaffordable increases in spending on water infrastructure. We are continuing to spend in what I consider to be unaffordable and largely underused transportation infrastructure, especially 30-odd million in cycleways. I can't vote for an infrastructure strategy that is not sustainable in terms of the financial strategy and that doesn't actually meet what most people consider to be their real needs.
You're right of reply. Any more speakers? Yes? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just picking up on the comment my colleagues just made, I think people do see the need and how it affects their everyday life, particularly, and this is the point I want to enlarge upon, around the natural hazards and resilience. And there's a lot of talk in this about the resilience of infrastructure assets. And it's something we think about. We think about it particularly when we have an event, and we had a weather event last October, and as I alluded to before, the costs on that are not all in, and we don't often put those costs alongside the amount we're spending and investing in upgrading things. An overall comment, thank you to the team. A great piece of work, a great report. Do love the graphics, I think they're excellent. But much of the work that we have to do is somewhat invisible to the public, and I think you've done an excellent job, Mr Ward and the team, in explaining that to the public. But just going back to that point about natural hazards, because somewhere else in our papers, and I'll come across it again, but it reminded me just to note the Deloitte report, which, and we know that, you know, the natural hazard issue and resilience is linked with climate change and increasing events, so we'll just articulate that very clearly. But the Deloitte report talks about inadequate action, and that includes making our infrastructure resilient. If we don't do it, in terms of the New Zealand economy, $4.4 billion by 2050, the cost, and if we do take decisive action, 64 billion it could deliver to the economy. So that just gives you a bit of an idea about that investment and the positive part of that, which we so often forget about, and we like to sort of put it in the background to the next time that we have an event. But I don't believe the team has done that. I think they've got a balance in there, and we need to be mindful of that. So that brings me to my second point that I just want to illuminate, and that is around the public-private stormwater, because this has been an ongoing issue. And I recall the people who came to council in the last triennium, to the public forum following the 2015 floods, and who talked about, and then 2017, the weather event, who talked about their experiences of the public-private watercourses and how difficult that was and our approach to it. And we must not forget that personal cost. Now, many of those properties will have changed ownership. And I would suggest to you that the current owners may not be aware of the full issue for them until the next time, and we as council must not forget, and I don't believe we have. I commend the team for taking a pragmatic approach but keeping that in their mind, because this is about people's lives. So I support the strategy, I commend the work, and it's something we're going to have to get on and do and commit to.
Thank you, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis, the people I represent is what you said. And I actually think, personally, I represent all Dunedin residents sitting at this table, not just some. And I think that is something we've got to actually have a wider focus on. When I look at this, and again, I want to go back to what I talked earlier about, when I talked about in 15-16, we were spending $30 million in infrastructure. You could go back to those days. We could have another South Dunedin flood. You could actually have a population that was ticking along okay. But I actually think when you look at paragraph 12 in our papers and we look at, what this strategy responds to, and when we look at it's been identified and addressed, the draft infrastructure strategy include rehabilitating, replacing and renewing Dunedin's ageing infrastructure, responding to changes in demand for infrastructure due to population growth, including responding to the development capacity needs outlined in the future development strategy, improving public health and environment outcomes, improving infrastructure resilience to natural hazards, meeting the strategic intent of Te Take Hararu, adopted by Council in September 2023, and meeting Dunedin's zero carbon 2030 target. The other aspect of all this is actually it's about investing in our city. And guess what? The councillor has previously talked about population being flat and not increasing. Guess what? If you do not invest in infrastructure, that is exactly what will happen. We are building a stronger, resilient city, and this is all part of it. And guess what? When you invest in infrastructure, you invest in assets and you invest in the value of the city, and unfortunately depreciation also goes with that. But the key thing is this is not a OPEX, this is basically a CAPEX. It's growing the city. The other thing, I did a quick search after my question to Mr. Ward. I worked it out that after looking at a couple documents on Google through New Zealand infrastructure spend, really a $30 million spend on an infrastructure project creates 60 direct jobs on an annual basis. When we invest over 200 million, we are creating over 400 direct jobs. That's not the indirect jobs, that's direct jobs. So guess what? We're investing in our city. And I think the part being is, again, people will look at rates increases. There is not one person that will not benefit from investment in infrastructure. And I think that is the important part. Unfortunately, we are the ones, and at this table right now, that are picking up for a deferred expenditure over the last 30, 40 years, pre-1989. And when a previous mayor left in 2004, I think, she was proud of the fact that she had left with less debt than when she arrived. That shows actually what the mentality was all the way through, and I talked about the numbers previously. We do have to invest in our city. That's important to our residents. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. Resilience has been talked about a lot, but I just want to repeat that this financial strategy is the focus of the infrastructure strategy, and the natural hazards or the resilience of our assets is important. Most of our stormwater here in the city's average age is 65 years old. Well, we can't retire it and give it its gold card. It has to be replaced, and this is new capital. We're working on the future development strategy, as Councillor Wiley said, investing in the city. The future is uncertain, and I believe that resilience is key, and it's our outlying and low-lying coastal communities that have the critical renewals. Wastewater for the northern schemes, Waikouaiti and Warrington. These plants require significant upgrades.
My concern is how incredibly low-lying they are at both sea level and potential discharge into the sand dune areas. We have to also think about the wildlife in these areas too. Middlemarch will expire, it did expire in 2024, the wastewater treatment plant. We have to look at Port Chalmers, also critical renewal work. We saw what happened just recently in the weather event there. If we don't build a new pipeline and decommission the Port Chalmers water treatment plant, what will happen in the next emergency event? There is a whole lot of very significant safety and resilience issues that are being addressed here, and again, as Councillor Wiley said, this is about the future of a livable city for everybody. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'll support this paper, and I certainly can remember, well, years back saying we need to have an investment in our infrastructure because, as you've heard, everybody's heard around this table, we have had years with previous councils who haven't invested enough into the infrastructure. And we're the council that are, and I'm proud to say that. Obviously there's a cost that comes with it, but there's also a cost that comes for not doing it. And we all know what that means: ripping up roads left, right and centre, failing, bad drinking water, not being able to flush your toilet. Every single person in our city is impacted by this, and I think no one could disagree with wanting to have good drinking water, good pipes, good, things flushing when you use the bathroom. Everything that we do in our home and around our city involves infrastructure. Now this, we're investing more than almost double of what we had in our last 10-year plan on infrastructure, and I think that shows where our priorities are, and hopefully that'll see us stronger and better coming into the future, because if our foundations are strong, it sets us up as a really good city. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other speakers? Your right of reply, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to start out with Councillor Witherell's observation, and it's true, government funding at the moment, especially for transport, has largely gone away for co-funding. But that was my comment on why this is a 30-year strategy, because you've got 10 governments to deal with over that 30 years, and generally what you do is you respond based on the government environment. Why is recreation and parks not inside infrastructure? From my experience, it sometimes is and sometimes isn't, because it's a half fit. So there's tractors and stuff involved with the parks, but it's also community outcomes involved as well, and so it's a little bit different. And so sometimes they sit together, sometimes they don't, and I think it can also be a function of the council's size. The smaller the council, the more likely they'll be aggregated in. But I do completely agree with, after water and transport, property is probably the next biggest expense that we have, so it needs to be aggregated together in terms of looking at a whole exposure. I do need to address this idea that somehow water reform is an evil that's been imposed upon us, and our best way we can do it is to ignore it. And I want to draw your attention to page 117, which is figure 4, and it's the number of water main breaks. And the sentence says, the trend indicates an increase in breaks over time, dotted line, which is expected where renewals have lagged behind depreciation over time. And we are a high pressure system, as Mr Ward pointed out. So what gives you your advantage there is you've got gravity to feed your system, so you don't have as many pumps, but it also does mean that some of your mains are under an incredible amount of pressure. So when they burst, they really burst. If you look though at page 121, you can see that in fact we're starting to get the impact of investment. When you look at the number of sewages blockages per month, we're starting to actually see the system starting to respond to the investment in it and getting better. Wellington Water got themselves into the trouble they're in because they went through a series of let's nots. Bottom line is, when you look at those mains breaks and other such things, when you get to a point where they're starting to break left, right and centre, that figure already shows we're having one a day. Now they are having probably 3 a day, and at that point they're now completely overwhelmed and trying to catch up. We should never let us get ourselves to that position. And I think most of the people, I am doing a right of reply, most of the people have actually said that. that in fact we need to get on top of this. We are starting to get on top of it. I am actually quite proud of the way over the last 3 or 4 years this council has actually stepped up. You know, it started with water reform, and it started with worrying about the asset and where it's going to be, but it's also looking at the assets themselves and making sure they work well. The one thing I do think we need to concentrate on, and Councillor Gary brings it up with fairly level of frequency, is they're not really private-public partnerships, these water courses, the storm water courses. They are historical arrangements that the house owner doesn't understand that they actually have. And they are essentially, most of them, city assets sitting under their property. Now, if it's valued at 600 million, our asset, and we back of the envelope think that it might be just as much hidden from us, we've got $600 million worth of assets that we are going to need to use, and we are going to be the ones that are going to have to fix. And they're still missing, the addressing of that is still missing from the strategy, which I'm not so worried it's missing from it because there was a lot to get in it, but I think it needs to be, the focus still needs to be kept on it as a long-term issue for us, because if you look at your water bill, stormwater makes up half of it. Okay, and that's it. No more rights to reply. So I just want to say I think that we've come to a good place. I think that the strategy is as sophisticated as any other cities in the country, and it's forward-thinking, and I think it's rational. Thank you.
Okay, with that comment, I'll put the vote. So all those in favour of approving the draft infrastructure strategy, say aye. Against?
No, record it, please.
Thank you. And so with that, 12:30, I think we should break for lunch, and I'd like to sound a note of caution. It's, since we started the substantive part of the meeting, we've managed to get through 3 items. In this program, we have 41 more to get through. And we don't have staff available for Friday. Perhaps we could round up some for Saturday, but I don't think so. I think we need to just, focus on being concise with our questions, focus on being concise and saying what we want to say and asking what we want to ask in as concise a fashion as possible. Otherwise, we might be in for a couple of very late nights, because we do need to get finished on Thursday, and we don't want to be here till midnight on Thursday. Let's just move it right along. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, having said that, before Councillor Walker seconds it, I'm thinking that we come back at 1 o'clock, which I know you want a lot longer for lunch, but I think we need to just keep it tight. So you happy to second that, Councillor Walker? Very good. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Carried. We'll be back at 1 o'clock, people. Thank you. 5 minutes past 1. And so I think it's best that we get underway. We have cameras in place and ready to go. Okay, let's move on to item 11, levels of service. Who's going to speak to this? Mr. West. It's a yes. Mr. West is coming to the desk. Just 1 second. Do you have any prefacing comments, Mr. West?
Good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry. Yes, just some prefacing. I think it's fairly self-explanatory. It's further to the December meeting of council. We've added in the bulk of those ROS survey questions. We went back to staff in the period between Christmas and last week, and there's been some very minor changes made to some of the other levels of service based on further staff advice. So it's a bit of a hydra, this one, as you'll be aware, and it has tweaks that will continue on. And I just point out in the next steps, as decisions that you make over the next 3 days will also impact on the final levels of service, as will the consultation itself. So it's a piece of work that will continue to evolve slightly, depending on your decision today and the next few months. So just be aware of that. I think it's fairly self-evident, but just wanted to put that out there. There are 1 or 2 DIA requirements that I've just had pointed out to me as well, particularly in the Three Waters area. So we're just going to do also another check in the next few days on whether we've got all of the mandatory requirements in for Three Waters. So I just put that out there as well. Apart from that, I'm happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor Barker.
Do we have in there this, sorry, I'm just trying to quickly define it, the satisfaction with toilets, are they in there?
Don't know whether there has been. It doesn't. There isn't one in here. I will check, councillor, whether there was one previously and whether we've missed it in error.
I guess my question relates to we're going to be looking at whether we provide more toilets, etc., and what we spend on toilets. So I just thought of it because I hadn't seen that we invest a lot of money. It's not there. So did it fall out?
Oh, I don't remember if that one was there. The ones at the minute, the level of service around toilets reflects the current budget position. By building new toilets, but were council to choose something different, we would clearly change that measure.
We'll check. I think you're right, Chief, but I will check that we haven't dropped it out.
My other question was about, I went through and I saw that the targets for these levels of service are the same as the last targets, and is that because we're not changing any levels of service? That's throughout the document, isn't it?
I think staff were asked to put the targets in over the last month or so, and that's the feedback we've got from all staff. I guess I would just point out again, despite the guidance we get from the DIA, some of these levels of service, we use the word art rather than science. There are some that are very clearly linked to the investment, such as the roading, some of the roading and footpath stuff. Others are a little not so easy to define exactly. If you increase the funding or reduce the funding, it does this or it does that.
So my next question is just, and I know that I sent through my very messy page, and it was probably hard to understand, was just that for GLAM, the galleries, libraries, and something in museums, the target satisfaction was different for a lot of them. So the art galleries, 90% target satisfaction, Toitu's 95, Lenuan 85, Ulverston 90, and I just wondered why they weren't all at the same level, like 90 or 95. Why the targets of satisfaction are different for those ones?
So I'm just looking at those, and I can see that the levels of satisfaction look fairly consistent, but where it varies, when we're talking page 272 for those that are looking at this, it appears that the levels of satisfaction are fairly consistent. It's the percentage of visitors is the variance there, I would say.
I just meant the targets of the levels of satisfaction. So it's a target of 90% satisfaction for the art gallery, 95% for Toitu, 85% satisfaction for Lanyuan and 90% for Ulverston. So that was just a peculiarity perhaps of these being separate and then being together. Is like, why don't all of these galleries, libraries have the same target level of satisfaction? It was just something that occurred when I saw them all lined up.
Yeah, without knowing, and I don't know whether Jeanette would know, but I would suggest that over time they've always been slightly different, and maybe that's because of the historical actual results, and they've aligned them with the actual results. I don't know.
I think that is correct. So over time, so if DPAG's target was, for example, 80, and they were meeting that, and Ulverston's was at a different rate and they were meeting that, that's how they've moved over time, rather than making them all the same. They've responded to each facility's actual kind of levels and then set targets based on actualities. So what we would be doing if you wanted to change that was to bring everyone up to a arbitrary standard and then work towards that. But as it's been historically, everyone's sort of individually had targets that meet their actualities.
Not the move, lots of change and making research. My other one is just about the achievability of some of them, and I think sometimes we've missed some of our levels of service by 1%, and I remember having a conversation with the CEO and I'm like, well, actually we got 99%, but we can't achieve that. So the concern was the grants one. It says that that we would give out 100% of grants money, and sometimes the grants subcommittee, which is the councillors and outside representatives, aren't able to meet that. So say we had $1 million and we just give out 999. So I just wonder whether that could be changed to the more than 95% or something, because it's achievable. 100% is not achievable.
What page is it? Sorry, councillor.
Sorry, it's where do grants sit now? Is it creative and cultural vibrancy? Or is it community and recreation? Yeah, it was just that it's unachievable at 100%. It's the grants thing, I think, is in there twice maybe. And
perhaps just a note could be made.
Well, it just should, yeah, because I completely, if that could be just changed, that would be good. That's the only thing.
Righto. And any further questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. On page 273, the measure for library, for South Dunedin Library, we've got year 1, 25-26 is still with the pop-up for the South Dunedin Library. I thought the goal was to have the new library open by the 1st of July.
Yeah.
Yes, the new library will be open. I think this was originally going, perhaps still kind of working on the not being sure when the pop-up would be open and therefore leaving it at the existing levels of service. It was similar to what we did with the pool, with Te Puna Whakihu. We left the levels of service at a rate, but then, of course, we went over that.
What I'd suggest is that this one we just put under review, and in May we'll have a better time about the opening and we could adjust it at that point.
Thank you. And then on the next page, on page 274, and that the number of public program attendees, I think Lan Yuan has just been missed out. We've got the other GLAM facilities, but Lan Yuan has been missed out. I just think that's just been missed. And my other question, sorry, on page 277, the measure for dogs in terms of number of educational activities for schools and the general public, and the current we do 9 educational activities, and our target's 50 for the next every year for the next 3 years, and it comes back to Councillor Barker's point. It does seem to go from 9 to 50 pretty unachievable. I'm just wondering whether that number was supposed to be 5 or something, or whether it was just missed.
No, that we will achieve the 50 in this year. Yep, I think we're already above it already.
So how come we've only did 9 the year before?
COVID.
My understanding it was a resourcing question at that time.
Okay. I think Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, it's a tiny thing, but important, and it's page 263 around the water tastes. I think the "and" is in the wrong place, and it's a very small editorial thing, but the water, I think it should read "the water tastes, comma, looks pleasant and is supplied at adequate pressure." It's in the green column. Just a minor editorial thing. And forgive me, I'm working off the separate report numbers, so but it's page 27 on the separate report, but it's around the cycle weight counters that are mentioned in the average for each. Do we have any idea of how many counters there are around the city?
Looking at Mr. McLean in the...
I'll find out exactly how many, councillor, and circulate that.
Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot on that, I'd be interested to know. And finally, Mr. West, and forgive me if I missed this, but I didn't see anywhere in terms of inquiries, customer service inquiries from the public, and I best describe it as the response loop. And I'm not talking about the automatic, we got your email, and this is the number, but I'm talking about, and this has been a thing that I've been concerned about for a long time, is that people phone and what they want to do is know what happens, even if, say, the answer's no, or we can't do it, or whatever. They want to know it's landed somewhere. Do we have any measure of that at the moment?
So, when the group that had 3 councillors on and some staff met last year, we had conversations about whether we should have measures for customer services, and Mr. Henderson asked me a very similar question about 3 weeks ago, maybe. There is nothing in here, partly because the ability to collect it and report on it accurately is not as easy as it might appear. However, we've certainly got it in our mind to think about for the next 10-year plan, but also I think we report it in the activity reports, or have the potential to report something in the activity reports. Is that correct, Paul?
Yeah, that is correct. We're currently reporting primarily volume based, so it is the number of calls, number of emails, etc. And as Mr. West already pointed out, the aim ultimately longer term is to be able to identify through the new telephony system a breakdown of where those calls come from. But at the minute we don't have that full service receipt to end question.
Thank you for those answers, and the volume of things is not at what I'm after. I think for people it's really important we know how we're doing in terms of our responses. So I'm pleased to hear it's in our mind, and I think we need to make sure we follow through on that in 2 years' time. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Melly.
Thanks. It's page 267, and it's the 4 ones on stormwater. The first question is, we look for a number of flooding events. It's the third one in. Flooding events of habitable floors per 1,000 properties connected to the system. But when you go back to page 100 of our description of stormwater systems, there's no mention of the number of properties connected to the system. So how's that calculated? Is this, if it was in South Dunedin where there were houses flooded, is it the houses in South Dunedin, or is it all the houses in Dunedin?
I can't answer that. I don't know whether Mr. Ward can answer it right now, or whether he needs to look into it.
Yeah, no, good question. Thank you, Councillor O'Malley, because we get very different answers. I'd like to maybe just circle back around if that's possible, please.
One of my favourite things about the resident opinion survey, satisfied with the stormwater system over your lifetime, because we don't give each of these are per annum, and we ask for some, what do you think of the stormwater system? And I suspect that they remember an event that happened 7 or 8 years ago and go, I still don't like it. So what do we do when we get a situation where we've got the ROS question, which is out there, a legitimate question, but it's probably giving us an answer that's not temporally accurate?
That's the challenge, councillors, with putting the ROS back in, and that's why there were some suggestions for councillors to consider whether they wanted them in or not for that reason. So yes, an important question to ask as part of ROS, but whether it's a useful way of measuring that particular level of service in this format, that's the trade-off. That's the debate.
Or whether the question can be refined in such a way as to actually say this year as opposed to... Because...
all I would say is that, and I said it at the last meeting, I'm really keen to progress the maturity of recording this data and reporting on it, and have staff and councillors have more and community have more visibility to them, and actually have them presented to them in a regular format, so that we start asking those kind of questions, so that we're refining as we go, so that by the time we get to the next 10-year plan, we're in a much more mature state in how we consider what they should be and how we report on them.
I think that's great, and then I think these other ones feed into that, the 3 measured ones. How did we come up with the number of 3 houses per 1,000 properties? Because I thought that after the last event we didn't really do a door knock to see who got flooded. So how confident are we the accuracy of those numbers? Or how do we do it? I guess, are we waiting on insurance claims to report or red stickering to report? Or are we actually manually going through and saying, actually, this area got flooded, how many houses got impacted?
Yeah, again, rather than just give you an off-the-cuff response here, Councillor O'Malley, I'll dig into the background on that, yeah.
And then the water taste one. My experience, and it's not very large sample area, but it's about 10, is that 10 out of 10 people said who don't like the taste of the water don't like the taste of the chlorine. Now, when we say, do you like the taste of the water, I think it needs to be why. Because the chlorine can't come out. It's a requirement of public health. And so we couldn't improve on that standard of service if they don't like the taste of the chlorine.
I think that's a fair comment as well, but I might also ask you, you don't like the art gallery, why? You don't like the playgrounds, why? And that's the important bit really, is understanding the why, because, and again, I think that's where we've got to pick up our game and our maturity and thinking about how do we follow up some of these questions up to actually dig a bit deeper.
All right. Any further questions? I see none. Therefore, I'll move the council approves the draft levels of service for inclusion in the draft 9-year plan.
I've added in editorial resolution. Councillors, just to capture the various small amendments that were indicated around the table.
So, and the resolution includes the editorial you can see on the screen behind me. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. And I think there's been we had a whole workshop on this. The levels of service were updated as a result and modified accordingly. So I think we're ready to go. Has anyone got any other comments? Nope, in which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No, recorded please.
Okay. Very good. Item 12, Capital Expenditure Report.
With ELT, are the 4 big group managers here, or here they are? Marvellous. I've got the asset, the 4 or 5 major budget owning group managers are in attendance, councillor.
Right. So where are we at? We've got someone coming to the table. Yes, Carolyn's coming. Yep. On her way. Ms. Ellen. And Ms. Graham, thank you. Everyone's formulating their questions. Some opening comments? Yes? will be coming forth with.
So, thank you, Mayor and councillors. Councillors, you have in front of you the draft capital budget, which has been subject of considerable discussion with councillors and staff over the last few months. It's a challenging budget this year for the things that are not in it, and so you will see in the report we have detailed toward the back of the report the items that are not included. So from paras 98 and following are the projects that have been excluded from the draft capital budgets. As it is constructed at the minute, the $1.85 billion, give or take, is able to be delivered functionally and fits within the various financial ratios that council are required to conform to. We are and ultimately moves towards a balanced budget. This is premised on the rates, income and the interest rates as they currently are in the draft budget. So we are happy to take questions. We have I thought we had all the group managers, but they will be here or hereabouts. So we have them either watching or here if you have questions about specific topic areas. ELT are here to ask questions. If you wish to add or subtract items from the budget, the staff will be able to advise what impact that has on the ratios, the rate, the debt, OPEX. So we are in your hands for questions.
A few minutes. Questions? Councillor Barker.
I sent through my handwritten scrawly questions, which probably nobody could decipher. Just a few to start off with. I've got 50D. It was about, have we considered getting out of providing crematorium services due to the number of public providers, and is the crematorium service due to be replaced? Or is that a strategic decision that we need to make?
That would be a strategic decision. A number of years ago, council looked at whether they wished to sell the crematorium or not, and decided at that time not to. That was probably before many, I think Councillor Vandervis maybe, and Councillor Ackland might have been the only ones around the table then, I'm not sure. And since that time, there are other providers now in the market. The challenge with the existing crematorium is at Anderson's Bay is the state of the facility, and it's is it protected in any way? There's the building is of interest and of some significance. I don't think it's got any protections, but there are some challenges with the building and what would need to be done in order to achieve a decent sale.
So I was just wondering if turning the actual crematorium services, the fire, shall we call it, off had been a consideration, given its age and its need to be replaced, and there's a bunch of money in the budget for it. Have we considered whether we should be providing this service or not?
Council haven't provided us any direction to stop that. That is, if that is a direction that council wished to give, we would have to investigate what that meant and what the savings or otherwise were.
So is this work that's due to be done? I just don't want us to be putting money into a crematorium when we haven't made a decision about whether this is actually something we should be doing. So where do we make that line?
Today would be an opportunity if you wish to consider whether or not we delivered crematorium services as a council. But my suggestion would be you would need to consider the options of that, because it won't. You would have to understand the costs, and we don't. And at this stage, we're not in a position to provide officer advice. I'm pretty sure. No one is.
So we were. I hate going on about the crematorium, but it's money that we could decide not to spend in part of that budget. That's why I'm flagging that. So if we wanted to do that, will we go through the asking of reports and getting the information and stuff? So we'll just think about that, park that one. The second rummage store for $1.5 million, and I just had some notes about that it might be competing with local charities. A question about the ongoing operational expenses, the rental cost of the central city location, and I just wondered if there'd been a business case about doing this.
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't quite catch the end of that for the question. What the question was, sorry.
I just wondered if there had been a business case on doing that second rummage store for 1.5 million in the middle of the city. My concerns are around competing with local charities, the ongoing OPEX, the rental cost of the central city location, and the actual need for that second rummage store.
Okay, so if you cast your mind back to, I know there's been a lot on the plate, but 10th of December we had the update reports about the community waste minimisation and the construction demolition waste minimisation, and those business cases are supposed to be with you by the end of June. And that second rummage store forms part of that network development for community.
So the money in there is a placeholder until we get the business case? We just need to clarify that. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes it is, yes.
Next question is just around skate parks. There was some surface renewal, and I think there was, I can't remember if it's 2 or 3 skate parks, and I noticed that there wasn't money for the Thomas Burns, and because I drive over the bridge, or walk over the bridge, I see that being used a bit, and maybe there was some money for renewing another one, and I just wondered if there was any data on which ones were the highly used and the high priority for renewal.
Thank you, Councillor. We don't have any data on usage of them currently. There was, in the draft, there was 1.5 million across for 2 years for the Mornington skate park. It's been removed, and there was about 300k for renewal services at Thomas Burns that's been removed.
But there was another one that was left in, was there or not?
There's skate being catered for when we do basketball courts now. When we do a new basketball court somewhere, we'll add elements of skate to that. So that's still in the report there.
Yeah, I just wondered because of the Thomas Burns skate park, and I guess it's an importance to a certain age group, about whether we were thinking about resurfacing that, and this is where it would have been great to have an infrastructure strategy with the recreation facilities in it, so we could make a judgment about that one. So I'll just park that one at the moment. The other one that I was concerned about was the Edgar Centre. Are we expecting a report on the state of that? Last year a number of councillors went and visited the Edgar Centre, and I think the trustees there were saying needed a bit of work, and I see there's money in the budget to do some work, but does it address all of the issues that the Edgar Centre has?
Yes, there's money in the OPEX budget and in the capital budget for roof repairs and improvements on ventilation. They will not fix the issue wholesale, but they will make the situation better for users of the Edgar Centre.
So I guess with the budget we're looking at trade-offs. Are we trading off a sticking plaster solution for the Edgar Centre instead of addressing the key issue?
The key issue is the roof and the roof's design, and that was covered off on an update report to Council last year, I believe, and we noted at the time that there was no money allowed for a complete roof replacement and redesign.
Maybe they'll come to us during the consultation period. Just another question, I noted that the Botanic Garden improvement budget had been slashed from $125,000 per annum to $30,000, and I just wondered what the justification for cutting the Botanic Garden improvement budget was.
Thank you, Councillor. It's just until we get that strategic plan across the line, that will come with an implementation plan, and they will have budget considerations then, but until we know exactly what we want to do, there's no money put in there outside of just seats and repairs kind of things.
Okay. So next one, and then I'll let someone else jump in, was just around Ulverston. I noticed that there is no money. There's only $40,000 this financial year, and there's no money in the long-term plan for the CapEx renewals, and it's a 120-year-old building, and I know them very well, and I know they eat a lot of money. Does it have an asset management plan and conservation plan, and does it need that capital work done on it?
Sorry, the parks folk might be able to correct me if I get this wrong, but The Ulverston is typically managed by the Ulverston Trust and the people there, and has been historically majority funded by that group and by the funds they raise themselves. In property services, we support the staff there, and where we can accommodate it, we do support them to do the work and pay for some of the work. We've got money in our budget for example, the electrical upgrade, because it's absolutely required and we're well placed to manage that work. But the conservation management plan and the asset management as a whole is managed by the Ulverston staff.
And do you know if they'll be coming to council? Because in the last LTP there was $258,000, so it just seemed like it looked like a bit of a gap not to actually plan for it.
Sorry, how much was in the last long
$258,000 in the last LTP, so there's $40,000 this year. I'm just wondering, it looks like it's been, I won't say stripped out, but have they not approached council with a plan to put funding in, the trust board?
They haven't approached me. They might have gone through Jeanette, so she's crossing ahead. We have $250,000 allocated for the electrical upgrade, and that's still allocated. So,
okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you'll remember from the opening remarks I made earlier, there was a litany of things I was not too happy with, but I've got a couple I'll start with, and like Councillor Barker, I'll let others ask their questions, and I'm going to ask these questions of the Chief, and I do this primarily because of previous years. I want to save my time potentially doing a motion in case there's other things potentially in the offing, and my first two are to do with cycling infrastructure and cycling thingies, because cycling certainly seems to be getting an unfair deal in this 9-year plan. The first one is around the, I think I described it as nickel and diming of the central city bike hubs. Two things. I think it's on page 315, we describe, I think it's a 200k for the provision of high quality end of trip. Firstly, I don't think we need high end stuff there. Secondly, and most importantly, to preempt me doing a motion, are there any other plans? What was the reason for taking this out? Is there any other plans of perhaps using current assets that we have, etc., to do something to provide facilities for a massively growing sector of the population, in the context of the fact that the commons that we all own and exist in, I guess we vest hundreds of millions providing space for cars to park, both paid and free, by the way. But at the moment, we, as cyclists, and I say me, I include me, have to depend on lampposts and signposts and railings to securely lock up my bike. So that's a long-winded question.
And so a number of parts to it, but I'll answer a couple of. This was removed from the draft because we, have to. There are trade-offs and balances that we're trying to find. And to your point about the high quality trip facilities, that point had been made by councillors that they thought the high quality bike hubs that had been proposed were overspec'd. So on that basis, they were removed, but staff are quietly working in the background to see if there are alternatives with facilities that we already own that are well located that might be able to be used. But we don't have anything definite yet, but that is certainly something that we are investigating quietly in the background.
So that is encouraging. So I'm trying to tease out here whether I, with the support of other councillors, should try and get this money back. Can I take confidence from what's going on in the background to look at a viable alternative? There's not just, this is actually happening. It's not just words. And
it's happening. If I could suggest a way forward with the leave of the meeting, it might be that we can provide a short update in May, at which point you can decide if you think the money needs to be reinstated or not, or a chunk of money, and you can put that to the back once we've been able to provide slightly more detail.
Okay, that seems fair. Thank you. I'll not forget that one. Secondly, just onto the I think the thing a lot of us are probably realise is realistic but disappointed with it, which is the Tunnels Trails project. It's a lot of money, and I think it's a serious question whether or not we can or cannot afford this. My question again to preempt me moving something around this, how rigorously have we been working? So I'm looking over at Mr. McLean. How rigorously have we been working with the trust to look at alternatives? And I'll put my cards on the table because I know there has been discussions with the trust and staff here around us giving them more capacity and leverage to go and do stuff on their own outside of council. And I know it's fraught in some aspects, but how possible is that, and how far advanced is that, and is it something again that we can talk about off? I'm looking for some help here.
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, the staff have been working really closely with the Trust. It's probably fair to say that the views of our team and the Trust are not completely aligned on the quality of tracks that's for the current year's budget. So we are in the throes of beginning to procure the first stage of that track. It's been budgeted and planned for. Our view is that, so this is just for this current year, but it will lead on to future years, that co-funding may become available at some point in the future, and we want it to be a fully accessible commuter track. The difference is they feel they can do a cheaper option to turn somewhat like an easy grade mountain bike track, but that may exclude people with some mobility issues and that sort of thing. So we're continuing those discussions. What we do going forward, if council were of a mind at any point in the future to put money in the budget, is we would look at ways of delivering it. I know the Trust are keen on a grant and then leading it. So those are things that we'd have to thrash out if funding was to be put in at any point in the future.
I'm just going to follow up on that because Mr. McLean and Janine and her Ms. Benson and her team have been leading these discussions, but I think Mr. McLean probably understates the challenges, and he was being very diplomatic. But what has been removed from the draft budgets is CapEx, and what the Trust potentially were looking to do was OPEX, and so there's a big difference in how that would then be funded. At the same time, we would have to look at an arrangement with them whereby they would be a contractor for us to deliver a service, and there's a whole range of health and safety obligations that then go with that they may not be best placed to be able to deliver. So I don't want to give you false hope that there's a way of working with them at the minute in the current arrangement that will deliver some of these things. So I think I'm just being pretty straight up.
Both agonisingly close to a great answer, but I'm looking on behalf of the Trust for a way out that gives us a win-win, whereby we can in some way cede, I guess it would be our land, I'm assuming, yeah, and you're nodding here. So the problem is we don't have anything at the moment, and we're not going to have anything, and no disrespect, Mr. McLean, but to say there may be co-funding is, there may not be. So at some point hence, I'm a bit stuck here.
Can I ask a question to staff that might help?
Please.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, can I just, a quick question. Staff, if we were to, is there anything you can see that might be of benefit between now and May that we could come back that would maybe unlock this with the Trust being able to progress some work with a small amount of funding that is CapEx based? Is there a solution? Well, maybe. Is there an acceptable solution?
I would have to work with the CFO in terms of what it was. So the Trust being given some funding equates to a grant, which is OPEX. Us doing the work is capital, we procure it. There may be something. So the Trust, they are able to do some things in this first stage. That's planting and fencing, so they can raise donations and that sort of thing. So we're working with them to do that. But I'll have to really look at how we could unlock that.
Sorry, just finally, and the reason I ask is, and I can't speak on behalf of the Trust because I'm not part of the Trust, but I've got it on fairly good authority that they want to be in a position where they can go and fundraise significant amounts of money, like the Mosgiel pool did, on behalf of themselves to do stuff. The problem for them on the way forward is the legal constrictions under which they can do that. So that's where I'd like us to think, and I can see thankfully a lot of councillors nodding their heads, cleverly at some sort of solution so we can get a win-win. So it's no cost to ratepayers. We end up getting some sort of facility. But I'm just putting that out there. There's always a solution somewhere.
If I could, I think the one thing that I would disagree, there will be a cost to ratepayers. It'll just be, so there will be a cost. Yeah, how about we ask Mr McLean and Ms Benson to go away and see if they can work creatively to come up with something to inform deliberations, and certainly not necessarily. And I know the CFO, you might want to look at a quantum potentially that you would consider, or an amount that you want delivered, but we wouldn't be looking. I wouldn't have thought anywhere near the money that's in the budget currently. So maybe some direction about what you might like to see for deliberations. But it's, yeah, it is tricky. Maybe if we could just pause on that, and when we have a break, I will check with the team, and we could maybe come back to this if people are okay when we get to the transport budget, at which time we would have had a little bit of time just to consider what might work. Does that work for councillors?
Okay, we've got further questions. We've got Councillor Houlihan, then Deputy Mayor Lucas, then Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Following on from the questions from Councillor Walker around the cycle trail, I'm not normally a huge supporter of cycling stuff. However, you don't laugh hysterically. However, with this, it is quite different, and I'm just wondering if we know, if we cut the funding to this, what economic benefits do we know, are we aware of that we could miss out on? For example, this track, if it went ahead, is hoping to link up to the Central Otago Rail Trail that would bring a lot of people to Dunedin. So from an economic benefit for our city, there's a lot of benefits to that. Do we know on the negative side of it, like what we could miss out on? Have we got any idea of economic dollars that if we don't go ahead, the impact of that?
Well, I know that advocates of the trail have figures that they are circulating, but at this stage it's not built, and so you're not losing anything because there is no built track. But also there's another paper on your agenda, councillors, which would see the train going all the way from the Dunedin railway station to Middlemarch, which would provide the link to the rail trail without it needing to go through the tunnel.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I've got another question around, I know one of the councillors asked earlier around a business case, if we'd done one for, I'm just wondering, when we ask that, because things like that get asked quite often, what cost, I suppose it would depend on what the issue was, but what sort of cost are we looking at to do business cases? Because sometimes, like say for example, if a project or a thing is 1.5 million, is it possible that the business case could cost about that as well? No, not.
The cost of a business case varies wildly depending on the nature and scope of the project that you're delivering, and so some of them, the major business cases for Smooth Hill would have been, what was the Smooth Hill business case? It was expensive. What, in the millions, wasn't it? Yeah. Whereas because it's a multi-billion $1 million project, so they are proportionate usually.
Oh, sorry, I've gone offline. I've got a couple of questions around the theatre. I'm just wondering, at the moment it's in OPEX. Can we get an idea, and I'm just looking through the papers, I don't think I see, but obviously that will have a higher impact on rates if that went in on OPEX. Have we got any comparisons between CAPEX and OPEX? Say, for example, if we had a motion for it to be in CAPEX, what the difference would be on that, please?
Yeah, and so what's the 1% rate number? So $2.4 million is 1% on rates. And so if you divide 17 by that, it's 6.5% give or take on rates. So if that money were to be included as OPEX, if it was CAPEX, we'd just have to do the numbers, but it's significantly less than that as a rates cost. Yeah, Hayden might have a look. Yeah, it's around about, I was going to say slightly less, so Hayden will have a look.
But on top of that, we would obviously own something that we need to operate and maintain, and would have depreciation too. So it wouldn't just be interest.
And so if I could, there's a reasonably detailed report on the theatre separately on the agenda, and it's probably a better place to have that debate when the report is in front of councillors, and you could re-ask those questions then.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, I agree. I just thought since we're talking on these things, because it is something that obviously is out and I'm trying to look at ways to get it back in. Thank you. Following on from that though, could I just ask, because this applies to other places instead of just the theatre, but is it fair to say that obviously it is a commitment to buy something, but if we have something that we bought or paid to be built, that then of course if everything in the worst scenario went to custard, we could then sell, couldn't we? So there is that budget wise seen as an advantage?
It depends on how saleable the asset is.
Okay. Next we have Deputy Mayor Lucas, followed by Councillors Gary, O'Malley, Benson Pope and Mayhem.
Thank you. Now, following on from Councillor Walker and the Tunnels Trail, and Mr McLean, you signalled that there's the possibility, very vague, we'll use that word, of NZTA funding in the future. So would it be helpful if we were of the mind to put money in the budget, to put it in the outer years, like say the earliest year 3 onwards, with the, well, I was thinking a wee bit closer than year 9. Yes.
That was our thinking. Yeah. That was our thinking, was to leave it as a funded line item in the budget, so we could say it was a funded item when it ever came to an NZTA discussion.
Which was my next question, was that for it to be an NZTA item for discussion, it needs to be somewhere within our, and I wondered with it out at year 9 whether that was that helpful, was really the question.
I think it's more helpful than not having it in at all.
Okay, which then leads to, which is a different, slightly different topic. So the fact that there's not even a line, let alone a placeholder amount for any work to be done on Mosgiel and after the transport studies finish, which is my question from earlier when we were looking at infrastructure, is that an issue that there's not even a line, even if it doesn't even have a number or $1 million in year 9? Is that not helpful?
Sorry, Councillor, you're talking for the outcomes of the Mosgiel Transport Study or for the Tunnels Trail?
No, the Mosgiel Transport Study.
Yeah, well, at this point, because we haven't done the study, we'd be guessing. And we need to do that work. And I think I mentioned earlier that given the luxury of coming back into the infrastructure strategy in 8 months' time, we'll line it up with the National Land Transport Funding Cycle so that we could put the outcomes of that transport study in there and then line it up with the co-funding. From an outward-looking perspective, I normally when I'm putting capital items in the 9-year plan, and Carolyn will correct me if I'm saying something wrong here, but I normally have a certainty over that spend. I'm not putting things in the 9-year plan that I haven't kind of scoped up in terms of what the cost is yet. Carolyn, is that, yeah?
Okay. Until you get a number, which you won't be able to get until you've done the planning, it can sit on the Regional Land Transport Plan as an activity that you're pursuing, but it doesn't have a number next to it. But it wouldn't sit in a budget item because there's no number to go with it. But in terms of keeping it alive, we can keep it alive in the narrative section of the RLTP, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's really what I wanted, to some reassurance about keeping it alive. But in line with your comment there, I just wonder why we have, even though it's obviously a placeholder amount, the city to waterfront connection in year 9 of 1.2 million. It does seems to me a relatively pointless to have that amount just sitting there.
This had been a topic previously of consultation and with the community, but it is something that is open to councillors to remove if they wish.
I guess it still remains as a line and it's got no money in it because it shows that it's come out as other items have. And if I can just talk about playgrounds, if I may. So if you add up the renewals, the destination playground and new playgrounds, it's something like 15.6 million. And I'm just wondering about, and it probably leads on to a couple of comments that Councillor Barker made about bang for your buck and prioritisation, especially in terms of skateboard. And I know we had circulated last night some detail on the proposed items, and so things like, if I use this as an example for bang for your buck, the replacing the heating in the Mosgiel gymnasium, which is not used that much, as opposed to something like the Mornington playground. I know the numbers are different, but I'm just wondering how it was prioritised, which projects stayed in and which went out, in terms of did we look at that about what's highly utilised? I mean, I've spent many hours on many playgrounds and in the Mosgiel gym, so I'm just wondering about some of the items, because we've taken out all funding for skateboards effectively. I mean, when we're putting in new items like half basketball courts, which are really well used, but I mean, if we're not looking after some of the things we've already got, you know, what's the priority here?
And I guess that's the entire point of the discussion. We've had a starter for 10 based on the various conversations we've had with councillors over many months, and these are the challenges that you now have to wrestle with in terms of what you want to include and what you don't.
Righto. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to return to two things. One is the skateboard parks, and I've heard some comments that I'm not sure are factually based. I might have heard them wrong, but I want to ask the staff, do we have any stats on the people who use the skateboard parks? Because I think it's a little different to what we might perceive it to be, from my observations.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not aware of any stats that we have for who is using and who isn't, other than just observations staff have made if they've been out doing their audits and things like that.
So would it fit with the staff observations that in fact it's a wide range of people, parents and kids, and it becomes a destination, and then it becomes linked in with other things, if there's a shared path or whatever? Would that come as a surprise, that it's families as well as young teenagers and so forth, which might be the perception?
Definitely not. Like, for example, when I've driven past Ralph Ham Playground, there's always families using the half pipe there, as well as other times I've driven past and there's been used young adults and whatnot as well.
So it fits with my observation at Ralph Ham, and I'm astonished in the conversations I've had there. I'm getting back to Councillor Walker's the dialogue about the Tunnels Trail. I think there's a real sense of support for the project, and how do we get through this and support it, and what's the most pragmatic way to do that. And I just want to get some clarification from staff. I know the answer on this in terms of roading. So when Wakakatahi co-fund, they have certain standards that we have to meet in terms of roading. Is it, and it costs more, is it the same for if we got co-funding, if we waited for co-funding for the Tunnels Trail, would that add expense to this because of the standards? Or how does that standard link up with the standards we've just talked about in terms of us wanting a better quality than perhaps was thought out? I'm sorry, it's a very long-winded question, but you get the drift, Ms. Benson.
So I hope that I can answer it, Councillor. So I guess when going into the design of the Tunnels Trail, we always had in mind the fact that we would do nothing that would preclude it becoming that NZTA standard in the future, so that there would be no design or no build that would stop it from becoming that standard in the future, because the incremental cost between the standard now, and the Waka Kotahi standard is probably it's probably in the 4.5 million kind of range. So yeah, does that answer the question, Councillor, a little bit?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. But I then wanted to find out how the quality that the trust is suggesting differs from that. And if we didn't go for the Wakatahi funding, just put that aside for a minute. If we weren't doing that, what could we save? I guess that's what I'm asking, in fact.
So the revised PEC that we have at the moment is without the Waka Kotahi funding, and we are saving in the region of about 4.5 to 5 million.
I see.
By not doing it to that specification. The only thing I would caution about is taking it kind of further down to a lesser spec cycle path or shared path that cannot then be up-spec to a heavily trodden commuter opportunity in the future.
So am I right in saying there's sort of 3 levels, the one the Trust is thinking of, the one that we're currently pitching at, and then the one if it was co-funded by Waka Kotahi? Okay, thank you.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
I've got a few. I'm going to start though with the exceptions, the stuff that was taken out. So 102. 102C is Sammy's, and I assume that the process there will be, sort of had some basic discussion on that, trying to find whether or not someone would be willing to come in and take over the project and hand the project over to them.
The plan would be that staff will bring a report to council it's independent of the 9-year plan process.
And then 102C, Toitū Thermal Energy Project. There's 5.1 million coming out of there, but there's also 2.8 going into energy. I can't remember what else in the report, but it's, so let's just say for simplicity's math's sake, 5 million and 3 million. Does this thermal energy project, I did have another briefing on it last week, does it give energy, has the impact of the, does it give energy savings compared to what will be replaced, and has the operational effect of those energy savings been taken into account when looking at the capital investment?
So there's the energy replacements for Toitū is cut into 2 opportunities. One, which is the energy renewals of the systems within the building, which absolutely has to be done. They're coming to the end of their life. That will save us in both the amount of energy we use and obviously the overall expenditure for energy. The other opportunity is the sewer thermal energy, which is changing the fuel source, if you like, rather than just standard air source heat pumps. We could change to sewer thermal energy. That part of the funding is what's been removed for now, but it's certainly an opportunity for council to reconsider that. We have a broad understanding of the type of savings from sewer thermal energy. From year 1 of installation, we should be reducing energy expenditure by around 170,000. By year 7 of installation, we'll be looking at around 300,000 per annum of energy savings, obviously because electricity costs are going up.
And that's to my point, because if there's $2 million between the standard renewal and the increased efficiency renewal, potentially increased efficiency, then the interest on that $2 million would be what you'd compare against the savings of energy costs if you get more efficient. And if you're talking, what was it again, about 300,000 in the end? Or even if you was paying as high as 10%, that'd be 3 million. So, in other words, I'm wondering whether or not whether it actually is economically sensible to take it out against the long-term operational costs. I'm not planning on putting it back in because it can wait another year or 2 to go back in if it comes out, but I think it'd be worthwhile having a look at the long-term operational impact. 105A, low cost, low risk NZTA funding changes. I assume that is simply a product of the current, well, ex-minister now, because he's now onto our hospital, Minister of Transport's position on low cost, low risk. So there would be a reasonable expectation that, given that it was considered a well-used and well-liked activity class by territorial authorities, that it will eventually come back at some point.
Yeah, I think it would be safe to assume that low cost, low risk funding would come back, because that is the funding, if I might give it a plug, forgive me, that funds all those really minor, safe but meaningful safety interventions across the city.
which, if you were going to go political, which I might be the reason they were taken out. So, and in many respects, I'm looking at this. I'm relatively happy with what we've done because of the co-funding. Because is it also true that we've gone to other activity classes like the pothole class, and we have increased our spending in that environment based on this government's position on what it wants to spend on transport. Okay, cool. Urban cycle tunnels trust has been touched quite a bit. The question I actually want to have is, no one is still addressing the Caversham Tunnel itself. And there's a sewer pipe in there which we'll see in the South Dunedin future is carrying everything out of Kaikoura Valley through there. The Aurora high voltage line and the Nova LPG line in there. What precludes us starting to get around that issue? Because we could have the best built cycleway to Caversham, to Kaikoura Valley Road, and then we still can't get the last 100 metres. So where are we with that, and what is stopping us going forward with that?
I might dive in here. I see Mr McAndrew wanting to probably speak to this as well, potentially, but maybe not. I just wanted to say that it is now a standing item in Transport's activity reporting for ISCOM at the Chair's request. So we will be updating regularly on progress and with discussions with those utility owners. So we'll be regularly reporting through ISCOM. So
no, thank you, and that was my request, and I just want that so that we don't get to that point and then we still don't have a tunnel we can go through. 106A, wastewater bioresources. There are about 4 other councils trying this activity out right now, is that correct? And I think there's a plant just being commissioned in Auckland, is it? David.
Yes, Councillor O'Malley, that will be the Rosedale wastewater treatment plant. So the technology is now, that particular technology is now becoming more widely used and therefore understood, and in doing so will bring the price point down progressively.
So postponing that is not abandoning it, but effectively looking at the rollout of the new plants and seeing how they operate.
Yes, and it may come up in other conversation, but just to highlight now, if have the opportunity, please. So, bioresources facility is something that we need citywide. We often talk about the incinerators, though, that addresses all of our biosolids needs. It doesn't. It's only a proportion of that.
Did notice that there was a company in Kawerau which actually was making the news because its facility stank, but it was taking sludge from a huge number of councils in the North Island and processing it just as an open compost system. So I assume there's a number of things we can look at as we go forward.
Correct.
PFASs and heavy metals, are we addressing the likelihood of them being contaminants as we go forward as well?
Naturally, we'll have to look at that, yes.
I don't want a situation where we go and sell the biomaterial to a whole heap of farms and then find out we've got to buy all the farms 20 years later. Okay, cool. Water supply extensions 106B, Sprins Point and Harrington Point. Now, they were both mana whenua requests in the FDS, and now they're being pulled back. What's the implication?
If maybe so bold to say, obviously there's the relationship and the, if you like, the promises not being fulfilled in terms of the engineering aspects of it. They are in by their very nature because of where they are and the length of the extension considerable.
Good. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. I've got a number of concerns on this list of removals about, for example, some of them have been mentioned. The central, the highway issue was just raised, but most of them have the opportunity to be traversed with a subsequent report. One that doesn't, though, is, as far as I can see, is the one about art in public places. I don't think it should have an S on it. Is this the fund that historically has provided sculpture in the city, for example, like the Waka at St Clair?
Historically, but increasingly it is unable to deliver projects because of the size of the fund, and so it's taken every 3 or 4 years to be able to produce anything because the money hasn't been adequate to produce anything of
which has always been the case with that fund anyway, because it was so paltry from the beginning. All right, that's fine. I just wanted the information. Thank you.
There you go. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. Page 314 under City Properties, 102, excluded from the budget in the public toilets agenda. And I know this is in a report later on, but I just wanted to ask about the changing places bathroom, because it was voted in the 21 to 31 10-year plan. I know that the location and the costing of the original site was an issue, but why is it not in this plan?
So there's a report for councillors to consider putting it in. We thought it was prudent, given the change in location and the escalation in costs, that council reconsider whether or not it wishes to continue to deliver a changing places toilet.
Thank you. I will speak to it when the item comes up, but it's not a toilet, it's a bathroom. It's a bathroom with a shelf and with a weight-loaded changing table, so parents of adult children can use that heavier table. And if we don't do this, I'll be requesting a grab handle, a changing table and a shelf in every public toilet. So in the long run, it might work out better if we just do the changing spaces bathroom.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. On that topic, I'm just wondering, are we in breach of anything, you know, when we've consulted on, for example, the theatre, Tunnels Trust particularly, and the changing room, and then just to pull them, is that, you know, that's allowable, that's fine, is it?
We will need to make sure that we correctly describe the decisions council's taken in the consultation document, so the community is clear if council has changed its position on any of these things. But so that will be the test, will be how we describe them for clarity.
Good. Councillor O'Malley.
106E, it was stormwater and networks resilience and efficiency improvements. It says at the very end that it's basically central government's intervention in the ORC's released the proposed land and water regulation has removed a potential driver for this project. That's a temporary removal of a potential driver, because it will come back again at some point. So my question is, when you look at the cross connections cost of 3 million, and then there's 14 million of capturing stormwater pollutants in the CBD, can we restore any of that project in terms of especially looking at the cross connections work? Because we're going to have to do it again at some point in the future.
Just looking at either Mr McAndrew or Mr Ward to see if the stormwater, it's 106E and about page 316, and whether we can restore any of that or not. Yeah.
As ever with these questions, the simple answer is yes, we can. It's what are the trade-offs, as you know, we've heard mentioned a number of times. But I think the devil will be in the detail in this, and to what extent can we reintroduce those elements? But you know, with your leave, we'll certainly reconsider that.
The OSC is not going to go away from the Lindsay and the Leith, especially, you know, it's the other ones mentioned here, but Kaikoura Stream would be another one later. So it's coming. So I guess my question is, we're pulling out the bulk of it in order to make some savings here, but are we going to lose time if we don't do any of it? And so I guess what I'm suggesting is the first set of meterings might tell you where you want to do the second set of meters, kind of thing.
Yep, and also just referring back to an earlier question in terms of sort of postponing or delaying some of the components of the programme, that obviously puts off the issue to another day. The issue hasn't gone away, but as we often do, I won't say always, but very often do, we'll look at those opportunities, coincident opportunities. If we're renewing something at that time, can we resolve cross connections? Well, yes, we will, if it's practicable to do so.
Good. Councillor Barker?
I don't think it's highlighted in what was taken out, but I noticed we used to have $100,000 a year for street trees, and that's all gone. And I just wonder what the thought processes around taking that money out were.
To check, I didn't know that was out, so let me... Oh yeah, I thought it was somewhere else, so it might have shifted. So does anyone know where the street trees ended up? Is it in that minor amenity, or is it?
Yes, city
it was
development.
previously in city development.
Can we follow that up? I wasn't aware that we had taken that out, but I'll follow up.
My next question is just around the, sort of goes back to the tunnels trail, but it goes to the Ōripori Dunedin pathway strategy and the infrastructure strategy. So in both of those, in the infrastructure strategy, it talks about the gaps in the central city cycling, and in two places in the gaps in the city again. Has the Ōripori Dunedin pathways strategy basically addressed those issues, and I kind of guess in deprioritising the tunnels trail? Is that deprioritised to make sure that we have enough money to spend on connecting all the bits in the city, so that once people get here on the various trails that they can actually get around? Was that part of the strategic thinking behind it?
No, Councillor, no, not really. Because at the end of the day, it's all about finding yourself in a situation where these cycling activities have no co-funding. So whether it's the tunnels trail or whether it's closing the gaps across the city, we are now looking at potentially 100% funding from the ratepayer. But we have developed the Ōripori pathways, and as a plan it exists. Where we move it into in terms of its funding, it has to be agreed in the future. But there was never because we didn't come to council and say, do you want to do the tunnels or do you want to do the closing the gaps in the CBD? It's just a case that there is no co-funding, and so I guess we're probably a little bit waiting for might there be co-funding in the future and where it fits, those projects fit in the future.
Because some of the projects have come up in the Carbon Zero report. I think there's some millions for filling in bits of gaps of cycling. Did they come out of the Ōripori pathways report? So is that informing the Carbon Zero one, but not necessarily the capital one because of lack of co-funding?
Yeah, so what's happened is the transport team have taken the Ōripori pathways and sat with Jinty's team, and they've fed the outcomes of the Ōripori pathways into that zero carbon package.
Okay, so the prioritisation's kind of sitting there. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Eklund.
Thank you. This capital expenditure budget for the next 9 years, of the things that are going in or stay in, and the things that have been flagged to come out, if they stay out, can that all be changed by the next council in 2 years from now?
Can be changed by the council next year. So
next year?
You could do an amendment to the long-term plan next year if the council chose to do so.
Wow, okay, thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Following on from Councillor O'Malley's questions around the tunnel earlier, my understanding and what Councillor O'Malley was saying as well, and it's confirmed in the papers, there's a lot of infrastructure work that needs to be done in that tunnel. If we're to do that work, because that's going to help a lot of other areas for that, if that stormwater, Three Waters, all that sort of pipes and stuff is done, it's got to be done at some stage, one would imagine, and when we do it, we've got to dig it up. So maybe just posing that question, if it's dug up and then the cycle trail has to come, wants to come through there. Maybe there's a share financial thing there, that because they want to seal it anyway and have a pathway. I don't know, but has that been considered?
I think Mr McLean's answer that staff are investigating it and will report regularly back through ISCOM is probably the best we can do, and that they will provide updates that will have all those considerations. My thinking was I thought the pipes were above ground and didn't require being dug up, most of them. So, yeah, or on the ceiling, yes. So.
All right. I think that's the end of the question. Next question, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Just an explanation in relation to for roading and for Three Waters on the top of page 328 and 329 in terms of growth in relation to the FDS. So in roading over the 9 years there's 19.8 million, and in Three Waters there's 51.5 million. So those budgets are effectively placeholder budgets. I'm just wanted to get clarification on this, to for us to be able to meet the demand for new subdivisions, new growth within the cities. I'm just wanted some clarification, because we talked before in answer to Councillor O'Malley's questions about some of the other projects that have been removed. So I just would like a wee bit of an explanation about those items, please.
Deputy Mayor Lucas, I describe it as an extrapolation based on what we know the infrastructure needs are, and a look out to the future again, relating to the assumptions that have been confirmed by Council. Yep, an extrapolation rather than a placeholder.
And we are required to provide an allowance for growth. So.
Oh yes, I know that. And having said on the FDS, I mean, I'm aware of the issues on it. I was really asking that question for wider education purposes. I mean, I understand that we must provide for growth and how it links into the FDS. Yeah.
Mr Mayor, might I suggest a pathway through now if questions are complete?
No, questions are not complete.
Oh,
I have a question from Councillor Walker.
Calm down. Yeah, I had two things. Firstly, is a question related to Councillor Barker's previous question, and just some assurance from staff around, and just remembering that cyclists, by the way, aren't a uni-thinking, homogeneous group of people. We all do different things depending on the route. So the linkages are all fine, but it's not a perfect solution. So my question to staff was, we still have on the table the concept that is growing throughout the world of still looking to design slow streets, or to work with the slow streets. So now, who am I looking at here? So slow streets are a really important part of the scenario here. They exist, they're not expensive, and it's the way to create linkage for pretty much all of us.
I'm sorry, Councillor, could you repeat the question?
Are we still looking at the concept of slow streets for biking? Because that's what is happening in most centres throughout the world.
Yep, I agree. No, actually.
Gosh, extraordinary.
No, so there was some concepts put out by the previous government around doing that. I have a feeling the current speed management rule would just about preclude that. I'll double check that for you, but I'm pretty sure I'm right, sorry.
But it's not only based on speed slow streets, it's based on impediments within the street to make them slow. They're separate things.
And I think there's a nuance in your question. If we could take that under advisement, and we will just check that and provide an answer to the council once we've checked that.
Good. And secondly, and nobody's mentioned it yet, but we are very keen as a city to call ourselves a great creative, artistic, bohemian place. And we're about to slash our art in public places, something that ties into something I banged on about at the very start of the day about us being one of the world's great small cities. Cyclists are being smashed in this plan, and so is the artistic community. And this is another example of. So first question is, the 1.2 million for those 4 years, can I assume that was 300k each, in essence, for those years?
100k.
So you got 1.2 million for the DCC Public Art Programme, and then there's 4 years decided there was.
No, it varied. Yeah, so 150,000 in year one. Yeah, and then it grew to 300,000. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so just to make it clear, and when we get to wherever we're going with this, I probably will bring a motion around this. It's just mentioned somewhere else, and it will be somewhere in creators. Yep. So, cool. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions? I see none. Chief, you were talking about a pathway.
So, councillors, a pathway through, you've got the broad capital budgets in their entirety, and you'll see that there are a range of other reports that speak directly to some items on the, or that are not in the capital budgets. My suggestion would be that you save the discussions about specific capital items until you get to the report or the activity area, and that you consider debating the capital budgets in the round, subject to the fact that you will have changes, additions or subtractions that you might want to make when you get to the substantive budgets. Does that work for you? And that will allow us to keep provide you with good advice on where you're at as well, rather than try and do it now. And that will also enable us to make sure that we have the subject matter experts here if they are quite specific topics, because they aren't necessarily all here at the minute.
Okay.
You're free to debate whatever you would like. What I'm suggesting is that the motion is as it is on the order paper, and then you then do the things, for example, the performing arts, when you get to the vibrant and creative communities group discussion.
Yeah, we could have a whole lot of repetition otherwise. And that being the case, I'd just like to move that Council approves the draft capital budget program with any amendments for the purposes of developing the plan for consultation with the public, and we also approve the updated significant forecasting assumptions reflecting the NZTA subsidy rate for capital expenditure. Seconded, Councillor Gilbert. And so, in speaking to this, I want to be extremely concise. We've looked at the various things, we've asked a whole lot of questions. We haven't come up with any motions or resolutions from that. And so, rather than going on at length about the various elements included in this, we'll save them. I'll save them to till the time comes for speaking to the specific elements in the various papers and reports that we have. Would anyone else have anything else to say? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I respect the desire not to go into detail. I'm not going to. I just wanted to summarise my feelings about the capital budgets. And I'm as aware as any of you of our fiscal responsibilities, but it does sadden me hugely that the theme running through the exclusions is social elements, housing, the disability community, and for goodness sake, toilets I thought would be core infrastructure, recreational facilities, the arts, which we're so proud of as being an element of the city, and cycleways in terms of livability, which we've already referred to today. So, of course, we have to balance the projects we do, but I am saddened, and particularly with some of the comments around the lack of vision we might have, and I don't want to be the person, the elected member in years to come that looks back and said if only we had done, as some are doing at the moment. And I do find it interesting when people look back historically how they view that, but I think we need to consider our vision for the city and think of some of the projects as being investment as opposed to just simply as a cost.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate your comments about keeping it brief and not repeating it all the time. However, out of respect to the groups that are missing out or at the moment excluded, I think it's only fair that something's said about it, and I will be saying something. And what I will say initially, though, is that nobody wants high rates. However, I don't think on that the public want things stripped either. Like, I think it's people want reasonable balance. That's my feeling, is they want a city that's livable and has some aspirational goals for our city, which I think as a city we've often punched above our weight, and maybe we've extended ourselves too far by doing that, perhaps some would say, because we're the first in the South Island to have a covered stadium, and we did it. We have debt because of it, but we did excel with that. We have punched above our weight on quite a lot of things as a city. And I personally think it's good to be aspirational and have goals for the city that are perhaps a bit, push us a wee bit. And because you never know, you might achieve them. And so the things that I'm really concerned about is firstly the theatre, the 17 million, and one of the biggest concerns I've got about that is that when I've spoken to people in the theatre community and they've said to me, Carmen, we have been consulted and consulted and consulted over this. And I've said, oh, yeah, okay, I hear you. And, to the point that they're almost fed up to their back teeth with it. They said, we don't want to hear any more. We've said what we want and we've consulted and consulted. We can't do any more than what we've done. And now when they saw that the theatre, at the moment anyway, was out of the budget, and they just said, that's just a kick in the guts. That's their comments, not mine, but I feel a bit the same. To all the work they've done and all the consulting that's been done and all the promises that have been made, and what some feedback has come as well from some of those groups and some of the other groups, particularly the Tunnels Trust on this one, is that, and this applies to any group, when a decision is made, some people are saying, well, why can't we get in and use that money at the time? Get in, if you make a decision and say, yes, we're going to go ahead with this, then do it. Because what happens is when they sit there in the budgets year after year and nothing happens, then that money, what's happening now, that money goes. So I think for the people who have put forward submissions, they've come to annual plans, they've come to LTP plans, they've consulted on all of those, and they've been to hearings, to now get to this point where they've sat there, they've got approval, and then that's being pulled at this time. I think that's pretty tough. And I understand we're under stiff budgets, and I understand, once again, that nobody wants huge rate increases, but I think nobody also wants a stripped city of all its livability and vibrancy, and a hit to the arts like this is crushing, and a hit to some of these other community groups that have worked so hard, a lot of them with hours of volunteer time, and I'm thinking the Tunnels Trust and one of our former colleagues, former councillor Rachel Elder, who's put a hell of a lot of work into that cycle trail, as well as others have. And, it's once again, like many of them have said, that it is a real kick in the gut. So I hope we can get some sort of balance where some of these key projects that were promised years ago, it's not like they just came. This has been years and years and years, and they've been consulted and consulted, that we can get some balance where we can do a bit of both. Save some money to the ratepayer and get some of these projects across the line. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know you're keen to move on, but I'm happy to stay here late if it's to the benefit of our community. It's not often I agree fully with the person to my left, but well said, Councillor Houlihan. And I also want to just speak up for those people in this plan that are for me, being sort of thrown in a boxing ring and punched a wee bit, whether they be pedestrians who simply don't want to be killed, if there's kids at schools who don't want to be hurt, if there's cyclists who are doing the right thing for the environment and for their health, and actually for freeing up parking spaces for other people, and for the artistic community who probably only along with probably hospitality got absolutely smashed by COVID, who as the councillor has said has been under a promise for a long time, and of course the Tunnels Trails group. And in fact, it's an interesting stat that myself and Jared Hyland, who is the chair of that trust, him and myself jokingly started our various campaigns over 20 years ago to get our various pieces of infrastructure into our communities. And of course now I have the pleasure of being able to cycle from here tonight back to Port Chalmers on a beautiful cycleway, and Jared and his trust, of course, have to sit and wait and wait and wait. I mentioned in questions, and it shouldn't be underestimated that we literally, in essence, subsidise to the value of hundreds of millions of dollars in our city, and every other city in the world actually does the same, for people to park and drive and access cities by cars. But I find it extraordinary that in the times when we've seen a massive growth, we should be proud of the massive growth in cycling and people walking in this city. It's something to celebrate. That still, and I'm lucky as a councillor, I get to shove my bike in the office, much to the annoyance of some of you guys. Yeah, you're shaking your head. I'm lucky. I can bring in my electric bike, as I did today, and put it in office. Some people can't. They're dependent on their business providing that, or they're dependent on the diminishing amount of bloody lampposts and signposts, etc., etc. It is a simplistic thing to do here, is to provide facilities for people to bring their bikes to store them. They don't have to be flash or posh. We have them down by the university, the Cold Lockey Dock. They're very secure. Why can't we have them? I know there's a reason, because they come with advertising. Is that discussion be had? There's simple alternatives here to provide that facility. Whether you hate cyclists or not, that's a simple thing to do. And in terms of the art in public spaces, I mean, it's probably on this list. It probably doesn't mean much to many of you, or even many out in the city, but it really is indicative of where we're going and what happens under the auspices of austerity. We were so proud when Aisha Green's sculpture went in the Octagon. It's now in every bloody picture we use to show how proud we are with our relationship, the relationship between art and Manor Fenner in this city. So we're happy, as I said, to use the value of the arts in all of our promotion, the same way we're proud to use the bloody cycleway to Port Chalmers, which actually, in terms of upkeep, is decrepit at the moment. And I haven't made that public because I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but it's a bloody state. Paul Pope and the Peninsula brought up some good points related to the other side as well. And I'm looking at Councillor Wiley, it's right, it's those little things we've now got this asset that is an envy of the world, that we're not paying basic money to upkeep. And honestly, you can tell I'm angry because I'm angry. This is real low fruit stuff. But if we're cutting things like art in public places, it's a sad indictment for this city, and it's a dark place, and we'll be poorer as a city for it when we get rid of the things that make this place the place that drew me and my wife here to live. Sorry for being a little...
That's all right. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. There's no need to apologise for being passionate, Councillor. What I wanted to say was, so it's briefer than the previous two speakers, the reason I asked the question about this following reports, I thought, was to help make it clear that we don't need to revisit each of these issues twice. I mean, I'll be agreeing with Councillor Houlihan when we look at the other report about the theatres, as it happens. I know Councillor Walker will find a way of raising his concerns about the cycle storage provisions later on when we do the wash-up motions. I've got a lot of concerns that I alluded to in those excluded things. I'm concerned about the whole housing debate. I want to see the sort of funding for community housing that we committed spent. But in many ways what Councillor Houlihan said about you better use the money fast before it gets reallocated or gets lost, I'm thinking fondly of 20 million for urban design and street improvements in the campus. Long gone, disappeared elsewhere. So I think we need to come to the agreement as we sing together as an orchestra that this isn't a no-sum game, we don't. It's not one not a zero-sum game. It's not one or the other. It's how we do as much as we can to accommodate the varying and often conflicting or contradictory demands from our community. We've always done that in the past, and I'm every bit as concerned as Councillor Walker is about the austerity fears. Every project we scale back, anything we drop, removes workers from our workforce, cuts down their ability to pay for housing for their families, and so it goes on. And it's not the first time I've argued at this table that there is an important role for this council in all it does to make sure the momentum, that we fuel the momentum of the local economy. We've been lucky lately. There's half a hospital built, or a quarter of a hospital built. There's a brand new ACC building in Dowling Street that no one would have expected a few years ago. And there's lots of other cranes around the place. There's a new private medical building that's popped up in Moray Place. There are all sorts of examples of the momentum that the city hasn't had for a very long time, and we need to make sure that one of the key drivers of this long-term plan is to make sure that momentum continues.
Councillor Weatherall. Thank you, Mr Mayor. The draft budget currently sits at 1.85 billion over 9 years, which in my view is barely sustainable for a lot of ratepayers. This is definitely a time for discipline. We should be putting more effort into saving money than spending money. Any added inclusions for aspirational pet projects should come with suggestions of what to exclude from the current draft budget, which has a single figure rates increase. I'll be surprised if that will be the case today. Rate increases of around 17% are obscene. Therefore, we should stop whinging and vote with the affordability for the ratepayers of this city front of mind. Tough times mean tough measures. Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Barker.
Just briefly, the devil is in the detail about some of these budgets, and while I know that we faced a tough capital budget with a lot of focus on the infrastructure, I also am concerned about the things that make us a city that people aspire to live in. And the devil in the detail is the street trees disappearing from the budget. When I think of Joni Mitchell's lyrics about they pave paradise and put up a parking lot, and then also put all the trees in a tree museum, and I am concerned about that. Yes, indeed. Well, yes. Concerned about the art in public places, the street trees, the skate park, the skate park renewals, all of those things that if we let them slip backwards, then what do we become? And I was thinking about things that rhyme with the city, and I only came up with one that was, I can't say here, I prefer to look at the opposite, which is that pretty city, that city that people aspire to live in. And I know that we're going to have to work very hard on finding the balance, but I also think that we just probably need to put some of those things back in that do make the difference in our city. I do note that we do still have a large playground budget. We also do have a large cultural budget on those things, but there's just some little things that have fallen out of the budget that I think are concerning, and big things as well, like the performing arts and theatre. But I also think that it's going to have some benefits in the amount of people that consult with us because of the outrage, I guess, about some of these things. So I really welcome that when the public come back in, they'll be certain to tell us what they want. But I do take on board what Councillor Weatherall says is how are we going to afford it, because that is important. There's the balance between what we aspire for our city and then what we actually have available to pay for it. But we do need to think about the balance of both of those things. So I'll support this, but I also look forward to putting some amendments forward as we get through those other reports.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Just briefly, as Councillor Weatherall said, it is about affordability, and as I said this morning, as the consequences of the decisions we made earlier, I mean, using Aurora as an example, we knew at that time that we came to today, it's going to be tough. And also, as I alluded to in my questioning earlier, we need to look after what we've got already. It's all very fine to build new facilities, but if we don't upgrade them, look after them, if we keep building new, and Councillor Walker used the new cycle trail as an example, we need to look after what we've got. And also, when we add capital, it also adds operating budget. And we have had the conversation about the South Dunedin Library, is that if we'd known about the OPEX, would we have made a different decision? I don't know. And it's great to see in the reports this year that it does actually highlight the extra OPEX. So you just need to remember that just by adding an amount into capital, it adds to OPEX, which adds to rates.
All right. Councillor Melly.
Oh, just one point. Depending on your capital. I mean, if it is a piece of capital that actually brings efficiencies, it actually drops OPEX down. When you're talking about what I think we are talking about, and I just want to clarify, because Councillor Macklin said the same thing, facilities that are part of a capital investment, the facilities will come with massive OPEX. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just make a couple of comments before putting the motion, and that is, of recent years, some chickens have come home to roost in terms of infrastructure. Throughout this country, like we're certainly not alone, but throughout New Zealand, infrastructure chickens have come home to roost, particularly with Three Waters, but also with roading. You know, there's been a lot of fuss made of recent years, and with good reason. And so, we've been included in that. So we have really focused. This council has focused very strongly on the basics and on infrastructure. We have an infrastructure plan. We have increased spend on basic services, such as water and transport, and we have a decreased spend on some of the niceties that we would all like to have. So what can be put in and what can be traded off against other things will be decided over the next day and a half. But I think at this point, we have spent an hour and 20 minutes on this. So given that we've got 40 more papers to go, we need to keep a focus on the time. And so, having said that, I'll put the motion that you see on the wall behind me. All those in favour say aye. Against?
No, recorded, please.
Here we go. And at this stage, I don't think we can get through. I aspired to get through the next item before stopping for afternoon tea, but I think we better stop for a comfort stop until 3 o'clock. I suggest we do that. Seconded by Councillor Walker. Don't go away yet. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Next item, I move that we extend the meeting beyond 6 hours. Seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried.
what's needed in the budget. I think you've got a connection there, and you could see, I recall some of the conversations, you could see parallels in your personal and professional lives in terms of what we have to do to deliver safe water for you to drink every minute of every day, and the scale of the operation, scale and the complexity of the operation. So when I talk in broad and often engineering terms, hopefully, through your visits to the plants and out into the operational side of what we do, it now resonates with you. That's not to say, we're not going to have a rich debate as to what's needed. I fully respect that, but just want to start with a thank you, because I think that really helps this discussion.
Very good. Okay, so we have the report in front of us. Questions, please. Any questions? Councillor Gilbert?
Thank you for that. And it's been a pleasure for myself anyway, to come and learn from you. My question is really only around point 18 on page 340. The consumables general costs 3.656, which is an increase of 1.8, which by my maths is a little over double. So I'm curious what the consultancy fee total is for that in and of itself to increase by nearly $1,937,000, and what they are for other than for the BOF projects, please.
So typically consultancy costs in the world of OPEX is around planning for future capital works. So the integrated system planning work that we've described to you through the ISCOM forum would be OPEX funded as an example. But anything that hasn't crossed the threshold of it being a defined capital project is therefore operational. So broadly, that's what's covered here. Any laboratory analysis? Can you think of any other examples, please?
Another other example would be condition assessment. So quite an extensive scheme of condition assessment for things like deep stream and deep creek. Someone raised that earlier in the day, and so they're all operational costs which are funded through that line. And would I be correct in understanding, Dave, that's all reimbursed with BOF? The BOF costs are paid by... Yeah. But would all the BOF projects specifically be? Yeah. So some of the money that was diverted to 3 Waters BOF projects appears in that line.
So, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
First of all, just a very minor question. Just above there on 17D, rates cost decreased by 37,000. I just am surprised that there would be a rates decrease when we're budgeting for our rates to go up. Are we less property? It's just a very minor question, but I just saw it then when we were looking at that page.
I don't have an answer to hand personally. Maybe bring in other colleagues, please.
I'm happy if you come back to me, it's fine.
Sorry, thank you. We'll check that and come back to you.
My actual question was on page 339 in regard to personnel costs, because as you said, Mr. Ward, having been to a number of the plants and talked to a number of the staff, I was quite surprised to see that the personnel cost was down by 5%, which is obviously a significant number of positions. And I know there's been vacancies carried in whatever across the organisation, so I'm just concerned that there is sufficient staffing to, do all that needs to be done.
Thank you for the concern. I think that was covered already in the Chief Executive's overview report, and largely refers to how we're managing vacancies. And in that, there'll always be reconciliation of tasks and activities. So we're constantly looking at the workload, using all the modern techniques available to us, like Microsoft Planner, and getting down to a task level. So we're looking at what needs to be done and by whom on a daily basis.
And if I could just, because it's a good question, I'll ask it slightly differently just to give you comfort. Dave, are you comfortable you've got the staff you need to deliver the water services that we need to deliver as a city?
Yeah, within the context of where we are today, I would say yes. Give me free rein, and I'll always ask for more, and staff would always lobby for more.
Yes is the right answer.
Yes.
And if I can just have a follow-up question in relation to Better Off funding, because primarily Better Off funding sits in Three Waters. So when Better Off funding finishes in 2027, are some of, I mean, I see that quite a lot is for consultants, which was covered under the question from Councillor Gilbert. So are some of those positions, are there positions that are funded that are on fixed terms, so that at the end of 2027 that work will be completed?
Yes, we're very mindful it's a finite pool of money. And the way it was originally anticipated, and we've worked that through with you all as to the reconfiguration of the funding. It was initially framed that it would take us up to what was the previous government's reform boundary. Now we're in a different regime where now it's finite, and therefore those work packages will conclude.
Okay. Councillor Gary?
Oh, thank you. Mr. Wood, I've got a follow-up question to that, and mine was a little different, and it was around retention of staff in these uncertain times in terms of Three Waters. There's some certainty, but there's also a great deal of uncertainty because we still don't know what model we will use. Are we having any challenges with retention of staff? And it was the decrease that alerted me to that as well.
So we have certainly experienced a desire for staff to look for opportunities elsewhere in recent times. However, the pendulum is swinging back in so much as the uncertainty, whilst it's something we're grappling with and troubling in itself, private sector is equally troubled by the uncertainty, the direction that the whole country is taking, and in turn, local government is seen as a more secure environment. So, whilst uncertain around the entity composition, the work at local government level still needs to be done. So we're actually now marginally more attractive than the private sector, and therefore people are more attracted to us.
Thank you for that, and I take your earlier point about engaging with the staff. I had occasion to meet someone who used to work in the water space and whom I had met when I visited one of the plants as Deputy Mayor, and he recalled that, and I became aware of how important that was to the staff. So thank you for making that point. And presumably you'll let us know if there's anything we can do to ensure our teams at this really pivotal time feel valued and appreciated. I have a really specific question, and it's page 339, and it's around a comment about stock effluent, which says there's a decrease, declining revenue from stock effluent discharge revenue. If it's not going to us, where's it going? Item 12, paragraph 12.
My understanding is I don't think the volume of stock effluent is changing, but the financial arrangements for it change over time, and it's a cost that's shared between multiple departments and multiple agencies, and in that arrangement that the cost sharing changes slightly over time, and Three Waters revenue decreases.
I thank you for that clarification. And finally, another very specific question, which was around the narcotics and COVID testing, which I didn't even know we were still doing, but clearly we are. How often is that reported on? I'm sorry, I can't remember the paragraph. It's somewhere here.
We collect samples for COVID, I believe, weekly still. Narcotics is less frequent, but the reporting is all done externally by ESR. Broadly, I've seen something on an annual basis, I would say.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Vandevers.
Page 342, item 30, it talks about exploring options for long-term biosolids solutions. I had understood that the incinerator was working quite well now and that we basically had that sorted. Is there a better option that we're looking at, and have we looked at it working well in other places?
Thank you, Councillor Vandevers, for your question. It's the performance of the incinerator outwardly is good. However, there is currently an abatement notice from the Regional Council in terms of a particular discharge component, which needs to be addressed. Also, as I was intimating earlier in response to an earlier question, the incinerator only removes or is effective for a proportion of our overall biosolids. 30, can't remember the percentage. Mr. McAndrew will know the percentage. So, it's also an incinerator that's within the community, and we think that overall there will be a better complete solution for us, and that's what we wish to explore.
So what other alternative solution are you looking at, and where has it worked well elsewhere?
The exploration in itself is quite broad. There are a number of emerging solutions within New Zealand, pressure and thermal incineration, as well as land applications. Mr. McAndrew is quite an expert in this field.
Yeah, I wouldn't quite go that far, but we're in the midst of a tender process, and we'll have a paper to Tenders Board or ALT relatively soon to engage with a preferred partner, subject to the budget being approved. But we're looking at alternatives that manage some of the risks around PFAS and metals, as well as various other things. But it'd be a relatively novel solution for New Zealand, which is one of the reasons we're looking to potentially kind of smaller scale pilot and demonstrate the concept and demonstrate the market for the product that we would produce as well. And then in terms of the volumes, just to confirm the numbers Dave mentioned, the incinerator manages about 50 to 70% of the sludge from the city. There's a proportion from Tahuna that it doesn't have sufficient capacity to burn, and also all the sludge from Green Island and Mosgiel as well. So we will, unless we were to increase the capacity of the incinerator, we'll always have a proportion of sludge that needs to go somewhere else, and with challenges potentially around that going to Green Island landfill, we're liming that to allow us to do that, but we may or may not be able to dispose of that sludge to Smooth Hill in future or to another landfill.
Okay, so land application is something you're looking at, and you'll come back to us with details later. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
Just looking at the line items on page 346, and I noticed that development contribution revenue just doesn't change throughout the whole 10-year period. Is there any reason?
Thank you, Councillor. If I could answer that one. We have the development contributions policy. We have had it updated, and we're bringing it to Council on the 11th of February. And so once we've made decisions on what we're going to do with the charges, we would be potentially reflecting them, yes.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Are there any other questions? I see none. Oh.
The total rates revenue is also going up. It starts out going up by 12 and then 15 million and then 17 million, but it still seems to go up quite steeply from that point on, because I thought that we were rectifying. I mean, it goes up around about 9 million. It goes up 9 million a year from that point on. That's the expected rise in costs of delivery?
That's exactly what it is. So the rate increases from once the activity is fully funded, which is in the 28 year, the rate increases are whatever is needed to pay for the increased costs, and that includes.
It's substantial, I guess, is what I'm pointing. Not a commentary. I'm just.
Yes, they are. They range from 5 to 9. Is it?
Okay. So we're done with questions. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Would the Chair of Infrastructure like to move the budget?
I'll move it.
So, and seconded by Councillor Witherall, the Deputy Chair. Would you like to say something about it, Councillor?
I think we've traversed Three Waters quite a lot. The bottom line is the general theme is it's not cheap, and it has to be funded properly. And if you look just there at the income statements, you know, at 97 million in 2025 out to 201 million, so it's a doubling by 2034. So we've just got to make everybody aware that this is coming, because I don't think there's no option of not facing it. and I don't think we're talking about profligate spending. I think we've had plenty of information handed to us by the Three Waters team to show that this is unavoidable spending. And so I just commend them on putting this budget together, and really do want to point out to the ratepayer, we've got two options here. We either fund this and go forward, or we deliberately underperform. That's it.
Thank you. Would anyone else have anything to say? In which case there's no need for reply, therefore I'll put the motion. All those in favour of adopting the draft operating budgets, funding impact statement and fees and charges for Three Waters for the 9-year plan, say aye. Aye. Against?
No, recorded please.
Did you say you carried 14-1 or not? No. Okay, thank you. Moving on. 14. South Dunedin flood alleviation short-term options. We have Mr. Ward, Mr. Rowe, and Mr. McAndrew. So, any opening comments, Mr. Ward?
If I may please, Mr. Mayor, just a few things to highlight and note. Firstly, as described in the report, what is put forward are conceptual solutions, so they're not developed concepts, and therefore the level of the margin of error around the cost estimates is quite significant. Could be half as less or twice as much, and so, but that's appropriate for the conceptual nature of what's been put forward. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Also, what we're asserting is that these proposed solutions are of the, as described, so they're short-term measures, and that we have attempted to wholly respect the timeline of the South Dunedin Future programme, in so much as engage with the community, undertake the scientific analysis, converge and determine what the reconfiguration solutions may be in the future, and what you see as an amount within the proposed draft 9-year long-term plan budget is a funding for a solution that would proportionally disconnect the catchment as it is today. So that's something that has been proposed some time ago, and the analysis suggests that that's likely to prevail, so therefore that's why we've continued with that. And then lastly, what is proposed in here, I just want to make clear, won't wholly remedy all of the issues that the community currently experience during those particular circumstances of those events. There will be, intuitively, you can imagine that there would be a level of relief, a level of benefit, but it's not going to wholly mitigate what has been experienced in those major storm events. Anecdotally, and I think it's useful to describe it this way to paint a picture. If the flooding were to come up to your knee, for example, it might bring it down to your shin. And so, there's a level of relief, but it's not going to wholly remedy what has been experienced.
Very good. So, given that I've had a walk around many of those streets when they were flooded just in October, by my observation, that is that if the flooding only came up to my shin, the houses would not be flooded, whereas if it came up as it came up to my knees, and houses were flooded. And really, that was the difference for quite a number of houses that did get flooded. So looking at the three different options, well, the three different initiatives that are described here, starting firstly with the Forbury Road Aqueduct, one of the things I noticed when I drove down that road twice at maximum rain, that all of the manholes along that aqueduct, which is on the upper side of Forbury Road, were surcharging, and the water was flowing across Forbury Road. So some properties on the upper side of Forbury Road did feel that they were in danger of flooding, but they didn't flood because the water went across the road and down into Surrey Street, where properties did flood. So, and that I have noticed that's been a problem on other rain events, not as large as October's one, but other rain events since 2015. And of course, in 2015, there was an enormous volume of water that went across that road. Have you had any reports from the public about the amount of water that accumulated in Surrey Street, either October or any other previous events?
Yes, and we visited a resident and heard firsthand their experiences, and it was also useful to understand the relationship with the excess flow that is transferred down from the Kaikorai Valley system through the wastewater network, and how those two parts combine.
Yes. And so what does it mean when those the water is pouring out of the manholes on the upper hill side of Forbury Road? Where's that water come from?
Forgive me, I think the obvious answer would be from the upstream catchments.
Yes, so you mean the hills above, St Clair Hill, I suppose, between the golf course and Forbury Road. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean that's what I would imagine, but I was just looking for that expert opinion on that matter. I've also noticed that the manholes at the start of Surrey Street, so at the Hillside Road end of Surrey Street, they were also surcharging and along Surrey Street. So would that water have come to there from the same place, or would that have come, perhaps from the tunnel? Do we know?
It would depend whether it was from the stormwater or the wastewater system, but we do know that the wastewater system during the October event was surcharging, and if it was the wastewater system you observe, that's coming largely from Kaikorai Valley.
Yes. Yep. So there was, there's quite a lot of water accumulating in Surrey Street, but it was it appeared to me the much larger amount coming off Forbury Road down to there. So very good. Similarly, I noticed down Hillside Road there were at the southern end of Hillside Road, there were manhole covers or inspection covers surcharging there, and I don't know how far down that was, but it did look like the Hillside Road line was also full.
The reason why we're somewhat hesitant to give you immediate answers, Mr. Mayor, is because the systems will respond in different ways depending on the level of rainfall and where it falls, and that could change street by street. And if a branch coming into a trunk is overwhelmed, then that will back up everything upstream of it, whilst the trunk might still have a free discharge. And so there are a number of combinations in terms of how the rainfall, the runoff and the flow into the system, how all that responds. And that's why we now put a lot of emphasis on the hydraulic modelling through the computer models that we have, because you can then test all of those various scenarios, and then you can then draw out an envelope of scenarios, because you never quite know how it's going to play out on any particular day. So you then have a broad envelope of how the system responds. So on those particular events and those particular days, you'll see quite different manifestations of where it surcharges and where it doesn't.
And so I noticed in the Opus report of 2011, it did talk about pumping, applying suction pumping, if you like, at the end of Hillside Road, where it hits Anderson Bay Road, and then pumping that into Wilkie Road the Wilkie Road aqueduct, which is quite a large aqueduct, and by my observation only got to be about half full at its exit at the end of Arari Street, so there's scope for it to take more water. So that was looked at by that investigation by Opus back in the day. Has there been any further work on that suggestion from them since then?
Yes, I believe there has. However, again, we were collectively working with Mr. Rowe and the South Dunedin Future team to complete all of the community engagement, all the scientific analysis, which is hydrogeology as well as hydraulics, as well as understanding the overall patterns, identifying where the risks are, and so on. So that is due to be presented in the coming months, Mr. Rowe. And we are now at that point of being able to be more confident in terms of what the associated infrastructure assertions are. What we lay out in the paper are things that have been contemplated before, and again, as you rightly point out, intuitively will have a benefit. And what we're putting to council is, if you wish to pursue these, then we can. We can't say wholly that they will, in and of themselves, or collectively, remedy all of the situations that have been experienced.
Yes, and similarly was the lowest cost, the easiest option 6, to put a diversion from the Bayview Road and New Road stormwater system directly to the Portobello pumping station. I think that was also canvassed in that Opus report, or mentioned in that. And one of the things I recall from that Opus report, they had quite a, for the Hillside Road initiative and the Bayview Road initiative, those two pipes, had quite a high effect on the catchment. I see. I can't recall. Can you recall how much what they were suggesting for those three things?
I don't have that to hand. I'm sorry.
No. But it certainly was quite a bit, because I see the one thing in this report that we do see is that there is a an estimate of the difference it will make in the catchment, which is an actual measurable percentage. Because one of the things I noticed in the Opus report, they also listed a range of other options that had no. They had several options that had no percentage effect on the catchment, but they were various suggestions that had been made. So it seems to me that at least those two things in particular would make a significant difference. And of course, the Forbury Road line is quite a big line. I don't know what do you know what the diameter of that is? I think it's greater than a metre.
Of that order, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Yeah, it's pretty large.
Yes.
But my observation on the day was that the outlet, the big snout that's on Seconds Beach, and also it may be there's a pipe, a rectangular pipe that emerges from the seawall beside where cars park. That may also be an overflow from that line. I don't. Would either of you two gentlemen know if that's the case, or if it comes from from Bedford Street? No. Yeah. Well, both of those outlets were flowing to maximum capacity. There was no more water that could come out of them, which is quite a contrast to the pipeline at Portobello pumping station, which is about half full. So there is a bit of capacity there if it can be pumped into it, but also Wilkie Road, which is probably less than half full, but it's a very large aqueduct.
With your permission, Mr. Mayor, I failed to mention in my opening comments around the reliability of some of the solutions, in so much as you can intuitively imagine, a pipe that has good inlet facility and good outlet facility can just do its job no matter what. As soon as you introduce a pump station, it's mechanical, it's electrical. Pump stations and water and wastewater systems are basically running all the time. So there's a level of rigour around their use. It's just natural when something's running all the time. Stormwater pump stations, by their very nature, sit dormant until they're needed. And you need to then make sure they're always ready for that point in time when they're needed. And so therefore, the level of care and attention and maintenance and exercising the pumps and rotating everything and making sure that everything's available, cleaning the screens, is something that requires a higher level of diligence, just because you want them to operate at that particular point in time. So there is a strong desire to have passive systems for stormwater rather than active systems such as pump stations. That's not to say, and we've seen the benefits of the Portobello pump station for sure, but just to give you a sense of why you would, as best as you could, err towards a passive solution rather than an active or a mechanical electrical solution.
Yes, I can imagine that, but of course many of the passive systems are not, well, the systems that we have aren't getting rid of enough water, simple as that. You know, like they're working well, and they look to me to be working to capacity. Would you agree with that? You know, to the capacity they have, but that was insufficient for the needs of the area, which is, you know, the issue at hand. And the Portobello Road pumping station is required to, you know, be maintained and to be able to, you know, produce a thing, well, to run, well, perfectly if possible when things happen. And so it certainly did in that case. Other questions we have? Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. I'm looking at your contour map on page 368, and in addition to the very steep hills alongside the west of southwest of Forbury Road, there's similar sort of contours down Caversham Valley Road, beside the motorway, and along the whole Wilkie Road area. At the same time, I was driving along the motorway at the height of the overflowing, and there was a very large volume of water, 6 inches deep or so, running over many sections of the motorway from the Glen area straight into the top end of Surrey Street, actually, but definitely going onto the flat. So would it be safe to assume from that then that the whole Wilkie Road conduit, as you call it, which is gravity fed, nonetheless still was surcharging and unable to cope with the volume? Or was that water not actually, especially the stuff from the motorway, not actually making it into that conduit? And I'm asking because it seems intuitive to try and pick up more water from Forbury Road, because that is then flowing down into the flat area and make things worse. The same thing is happening from the other northern end of the flat as well, as you point out. The Wilkie Road conduit is gravity to Portsmouth Drive. That's the big white thing that's never quite flush, right? Is there any proposal to pump that, or to increase the size of it?
One of the options
is pumping.
One of the three options considered in this report is seeking to pump into a different drainage system to drain out to that.
Okay. Get out to Portobello.
No, drain to the harbour via Arari Street. Right. Using the existing gravity main, which, as Mr. Mayor noted, wasn't necessarily running at capacity during the event.
All right. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Would that be fair to say that those areas that have just been discussed and others are being caused by the block up at Kaikorai Valley coming down, and then it needs to be picked up at Green Island. Is that what's happening? I'm obviously not an engineer, but I mean, I'm just wondering, with your expertise, do you see that being the main problem area?
Perhaps, thank you for your question, Councillor Houlihan. Not so much the main, it's a contributor.
Because that area that Mr Mayor was talking about earlier is regularly a problem when the rain comes down around that Easter Crescent, Forbury Road corner that then seems to flow down to Surrey Street. What is out of this report, looking at it, I mean, there are lots of different things that are proposed, but is it a combination of a whole lot, or is there one thing that would be really good to do, you know, like what will solve that Surrey Street problem?
So, Councillor... So, if I could just jump in, Councillor, and maybe just focus back on the report, because I don't know that there's an answer to your question, because the work that Mr Rowe and his team are doing, which this paper shows us, isn't complete yet, and we'll have a better idea of the range of options for Southie once that work is completed. What this paper is attempting to do is provide some short-term, relatively low cost, low risk options that we could implement now that are likely to have a positive effect on the level of water without compromising longer term solutions for South Deep. So that's what we're doing. And so none of these will compromise the work. So for example, you've seen that the option of potentially having Forbury Park as some kind of big detention pumped solution hasn't been put as a short-term option, because that's a really large piece of investment and would change the entire catchment, something like that. So, and the management of the catchment. So I think it's important to focus on what's being asked here, and we can't, and that part of the thing is, what the report has said is, we don't necessarily know what the impact is. We've got ideas of how much, whether it's shin height, knee height, what changes it will make, but it's relatively low cost, relatively low risk, and there's short-term options. I just think it's important to make sure that we're focusing on the...
Okay. Sorry, can I ask, out of those 9 options then, none of them seem to include the Kaikorai Valley Three Waters issue and that pipeline and the wastewater, the Three Waters issue there. That issue has been very long-standing, and I'm just wondering if there's anything we can do to quicken that up, to get something that will... And I'm reading here, is it 27, 28 that will start the work on that, or is that the short-term options?
So in terms of the associated work on the wastewater system, that's part of a different body of work. As Chief Executive describes, what we've got here relate only to the stormwater system and the relief to any potential stormwater flooding. There are many pieces to this jigsaw, as I often say. We're not addressing them here. We're working alongside Mr Rowe and the South Dunedin Future Team in terms of the broader question. These are items that have been contemplated for a little time now, and now we're just surfacing them up for your consideration.
Okay. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Coming back to the report, on the bottom of 358, top of 359.13, it talks about the RIF, the Regional Infrastructure Fund. And my apologies if my brain hasn't retained this, but it says that the RIF, which requires co-investment from councils, it's restricted directly funding Three Waters. However, then at the top of page 359 it says, as such, the RIF could be a potential part funding source for some of the options presented in this report. And again, I apologise if I don't retain this in my head. What ratio are we talking about in terms of co-funding? Do we have any idea?
Thanks, Councillor. The short answer is no, to be determined. So essentially we would, if we got the green light to go ahead with some of this, we would need to look at what elements of these projects might fit the RIF criteria, and then we'd have to pull that together into a project proposal, some conversations with MB and interactions with Wellington to determine that. But as noted in the paper, The RIF is specifically not intended to fund Three Waters. It's an exclusion, but there are elements of this. So, for example, one of the projects proposes water detention at Bathgate Park, a green infrastructure initiative that would be part of that overall picture. So it might be that the council could fund the quote-unquote core Three Waters elements of that, and the RIF could make a contribution to the green infrastructure elements. But it's all to be determined, and the latest advice I had from MB as well is that they need to have the RIF all locked down by July this year. So whether or not we could have this project developed to that level in time. So it's a long shot, but we have had those conversations, so we felt we needed to put it in.
Okay. And so, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm struggling a little bit with this, and I know this report was developed at the request of councillors, but the work that you're doing, Mr. Rowe, in terms of which we've agreed the timeline on, and to come with the overall plan or solutions or whatever. Mike, and I know this is supposedly low cost, low risk, but I mean if it's all the three options is 29 million, so it's still, to me, that's quite a significant cost. So I'm struggling in my own head because, you know, we want to do something in South Dunedin, and yes, if this, you know, some of the solutions is, you know, 4% reduction in flooding, so that's, you know, from my knee to my shin maybe. Is this a good bang for our buck? Are we better to wait and just put a placeholder amount, or is there a placeholder amount already in the budget for some South Dunedin work, or some funding? I know there is in the Three Waters budget for other things in South Dunedin. I'm just concerned, is this the right solution now? Whereas if we said hang fire and that 29 million in 12 months' time or whatever would actually go towards maybe another project that's going to really deliver, say, more than 4% or 11% or 17%. I'm just concerned, is this going to deliver some good solutions for South Dunedin? I don't know whether you can answer about that, but that's what I'm struggling with in my head, and I see some councillors nodding their head. I think we're all probably struggling with that.
We might tag team in terms of response, if that's okay, Deputy Mayor. In large part, this has come about because of the desire from the community to see some action, and from the desire of council to progress what they see as some tangible solutions that, you know, may have benefit. I think we've had the conversation around, you know, staff aren't in a position to propose something that wouldn't give the return on investment that you would typically expect. And then that's, you know, our professional advice to you. You are seeking from us something different, and that's why we've written this paper. It's really for your consideration. In terms of bang for buck, that is really hard to quantify. The demonstration here is Three Waters are working alongside and in concert with, and we have been doing from the very start, with Mr. Rowe's South Dunedin Future Programme team. But these have been developed and tested through hydraulic analysis techniques. There is a benefit. It's whether there's a return on the proposed investment, and the reason why there has been hesitancy in the past, because anything that, you know, is in the realm of $10 million plus is not something we felt as staff we could put forward to you.
I was going to say, just to add to that, so in March, what we'll be presenting under the South Dunedin Future Work is, among other things, 7 potential futures. So on a spectrum of sort of fight and flight. So future 1, lots of infrastructure investment, not much land use change. Future 7, lots of land use change. That's all long term, so sort of 75 years, big dollars, big investment, big changes. In all of those scenarios, there is an infrastructure component, and there are things that we could and should be doing in the short and medium term that'll help. So the proposals in here all fit into that bucket. They will help. And I think someone's made a comment before around, might have been Mr. Mayor, around sort of the height. If you can lower the height of a flood by 5 centimetres, that could be material, because a flood 2.5 centimetres below floor level versus 2.5 above is material, right? Talking to the insurance companies, that could be a couple $100,000 difference in an insurance claim. So anything we can do is I would encourage us to think about. Obviously, there's a trade-off around cost and benefit, but these all would align with and support what you're going to receive in March.
Okay, so at this point I'd just like to signal that it's my intention to put up the resolution and decide to put the additional budget to the short-term capital works, and I have a trade-off, which I'll talk about in a minute, because there's already money in the area of South Dunedin that can deal with it, and further money can be provided once the South Dunedin Future Program is decided, because the trouble is with the situation, there has been a lot of talk now for 14 years and no additional pipes and pumping has gone in. So this is a project that will at least provide some mitigation forthwith in the most dramatic areas. I can talk further about that when the time comes, and I have found the relevant sections of the Opus report. There's a few other questions. Deputy Mayor Lucas, you're done. Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor. What SCADA information do you have at the moment? Because I guess my question is, we're getting overflows, but do we know the volume of the overflow? Because the whole point would be that if it was bigger than any capacity to pump it or pipe it anywhere, then there's no answer to that. But if it was half the volume of an existing system and we could get it into that system, then we'd be able to deal with it. So do you have the volumes of the overflows, or do you just have that they've overflowed? It won't.
No, and it's not typical with the SCADA system that we have, and it's comparable to other councils, to record their volumes. However, you determine that through the hydraulic analysis. Once you've got a hydraulic model you're confident in, that's where you get the measure of the volume.
You won't have a meter at the failing pipe, but you will have known what entered from the system and then what the pipes can carry out at the other end and how full they were, so there'll be a subtractive difference, which presumably is your overflow. The relevance of that is that you need to really know that to know whether or not any of your engineering solutions will matter or not. So you're basically saying that you've got enough confidence to be able to give the percentage input effects of these interventions, but you don't really know how big it failed. So how confident can we be about those percentage impacts, would be my first thing.
I'm not sure I've wholly understood the question, because if the question relates to wastewater overflows, what's being proposed here are stormwater solutions?
Well, two sets of overflows going on down there, and there's maybe a third which is stormwater in the wastewater which is causing the overflow. Well, I'm looking, okay, let's take one section, which is Surrey Street, which is one part of Surrey Street, is sewer overflows coming from Kaikoura Valley. And looking at the map on 370, I wasn't actually aware that all of Kaikoura Valley went through, and because we keep hearing about diversion from Kaikoura Valley, it's all of Kaikoura Valley goes in through there, according to this map.
No, there is a small diversion which runs down from Kaikoura Valley to the Green Island wastewater treatment plant, and that carries dry weather flows. But in a wet weather event, there is no spare capacity within that pipeline, so all wet weather flows are then diverted through to Surrey Street.
It wouldn't hurt to change that figure a little bit to show that there is a pipe, because my next question is sort of moot now, but it might be. So the old Burnside Works, Green Island wastewater treatment plant was almost effectively built to service the Burnside Works, which is why it's such a big BOD load and that sort of stuff. Are we using, now I'm quoting Doug Hall, but are we using all the pipes that Burnside used to use to get to Green Island?
The pipeline which we use to convey from Kaikoura Valley down to Green Island previously was used to pump up from Burnside into Tahuna, and we've reused it in the reverse direction with some additional pipework added to facilitate that. However,
Okay, so the answer basically is there is existing pipework there. It is used, but it's already maxed out whenever we have a flood event. Okay, thank you. I want to look at you've used extensive modelling to make your assumptions about whether or not, and they're in maps, pages 381 to 393, right? Now, my question is, in the floods we've just had, and you've got your inputs, you've got your real world inputs, have you compared the real world outputs from the model outputs?
Yeah, so the information presented in the paper is based on models. There has been, as part of some of the work we've done through integrated system planning and using BOF funding, we've been doing monitoring out in the field and using that to calibrate our models. I couldn't say for sure if we specifically calibrated based on the events in October, but we've certainly been calibrating models based on monitoring to reflect real events.
So a failure is different from an event where the system manages to cope, because the failure is the thing that most people are most upset about. Because I guess is back in the time of Tom Dyer leading the unit, there was a proposition to split the area in half and take a line that ran almost down the side of Bathgate Park towards Forbury Park as a splitter. And I don't see it in this, don't see whatever that work went on in this analysis. Do you know where that happened?
So that is the medium-term option that's put forward in the draft budgets. Sorry, it's not specifically excluded from the short-term options that are presented.
So these like the super short-term options. I guess what I'm getting at is because my whole commentary has been that back in the day of then, there was an indication that splitting the catchment in half would probably be the most practical thing, and there would be a requirement of a pumping station somewhere in the Forbury Park area, presumably pumping out through the dunes. Have we deviated away from that to say that that won't be in the process at all, or is something like that something like where we'll be?
Correct. That's what's prevailing. We're looking to prevail through the budget and the long-term plan process. What we see here is over and above that as shorter potential remedies.
So we're going to get that report in short term.
So that option that was discussed previously about splitting the catchment, is my understanding is that's the stats and the key metrics in that have been used by the Three Waters team as the placeholder bid for the LTP. So that's the South Dunedin investment. I think it's 34 million, and that's in the wider capital budget. There's also $29 million put up for recommending 3 of the 10 short-term ones in this paper, and that catchment split proposal has fed into the development of the long-term options as well under the South Dunedin Future Work. So of those that will be presented in March, several of them have that split in the catchment, but it's a mix of infrastructure, land use change or land raising, but that potential split of the catchment kind of feeds into those longer term options as well. So it's very much still on the table, but it's not put forward here because it's of a scale, I think, that's greater than what was anticipated the councillors were looking for in this paper, which was some short-term quick wins that we could crack onto now.
I think what I was looking for was not so much short-term quick wins, but the evidence of diggers turning up within the next 2 or 3 years to start on whatever's going to happen based on it's been since 2015, since the first event. So is the stuff that's coming in the future also going to look at overland flow? Because to be honest, it would, in my opinion, it might be better to design a system that does 1 in 10 year floods quite well, but it won't do a 1 in 30 year, and it won't do a 1 in 100, and then it will have over surface flows, which will head towards Forbury Park. So, but it wouldn't matter if your house is 1.1 metre off the ground and your street is 50 centimetres lower than your house, and so it all runs down the street past your house. Is that started the stuff we're looking at?
Yep, so that's all the sort of thing that will be looked at in the South Dunedin Future Work. So, for example, what balance of infrastructure, land use change, about sort of green infrastructure and property-based interventions. So whether that's raising houses, raising floor levels, we've heard how material that can be. So what mix does the council want to pursue?
The other one is, based on what we're looking at here, which parts of these systems are going to be disestablished and replaced by brand new systems, or are they going to always be there? So when we're getting down near Orari Street and we are talking about stuff coming in off the Glen that does appear to hit a constriction, I think there's the pipe narrows, doesn't it, to go over a sewer pipe, something like that, some weird design thing goes there. That's still going to remain, isn't it, and still be a continued contributing factor, right?
Yes, and that's why these three in particular have been put forward, because it's most likely they will still remain post any reconfiguration or land use change.
I had the dubious honour of being on Fox Street at about 9:30 in 2015, and I said to the business owner, good luck, I'm getting out of here because the water's coming up so fast. And then I went through his business about an hour later. It's unlikely, if the water was coming from that direction again, that if we didn't upgrade those interventions there, that area of the city would be protected, because it pretty much did come from, you could just see it coming up as it was coming up. So in terms of these short-term ones, are there any that actually would be out, they would be interventions that we will do in the future, because we've got an issue where we know we have a constraint in the stormwater system, and that in the next 10 or 15 years we'd probably try to address it? Are there any in that list?
In short, my understanding is every option put up has been considered at various times as being viable and something worth doing. Whether it's bubbled up to that point of being formally proposed to council or formally making a capital budget or getting a tick off to go is another question, but these are all in the mix.
I guess my question's almost on the reverse side of that. Is anything there sitting that we go, actually we don't need to do anything about it, it's fine? Because that's a different question. So if you said, there is a constraint here, but it only happens once every 20 years, and then over here in this part of the system, if we did get an overload, this would actually carry it with our new system, so therefore we don't need to do this. Or does it permanently stay there as an event causer itself in events of certain size? Because I think the latter then is something we'd start to address.
My colleagues might answer one of that. One half is, I know a number of these, there's been a question around would they make sense, and would we regret doing them if, when the South Dunedin future work comes out, it looks like actually we've just put a pipe in the ground and now it needs to be either twice the size, because that's an area that might need to be intensified, or it doesn't need to be there because that's not an area we're planning on being in 20 years, for example. So there's been that consideration that has had a dampening effect on some of this. But the reason we're able to put this up now is that the work on the South Dunedin Future Programme is sufficiently advanced that we have a level of confidence that all of this stuff would help, and it would have a positive contribution to that general overall program.
Great. Councillor Fisa. Sorry.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koutou. My question is one of clarity, I guess, and I started thinking of Councillor Wiley's beginning of day comments about underinvestment and how previous councils have failed, and then picking up on Councillor Lucas's question, and I guess mine is sort of similar. I just wanted to clarify, you talked about passive solutions, so I just want to clarify from you, Mr Ward, are all the options on page 360, are they all passive?
Thank you, Councillor Feast.
Oh, sorry.
No, they're not. Yeah.
And then my second and last final question is relating to the point 25, I guess, on 361, saying that all three options will take 3 to 5 years to do or complete. And so just looking at the impact assessment of debt on page 362, the first $250,000, is that like for all three options research, or how does it stack up in terms of putting all three options together? You have an idea?
Yeah, I'm may look to my colleagues in finance, but I think that's relating to the advancement of the taking it from a conceptual level to an actual design that can be constructed, a level of design output that a builder could build from.
Councillor Walker.
I think it's probably, it wouldn't be wise if I ask any more because it's largely been answered. Just suffice to say that of all the papers in our gargantuan agenda, this was the most difficult to understand, decipher. And if ever there was a poster boy for a paper that should be workshopped, this is it.
Councillor Vandervis, followed by Councillor Houlihan, then Councillor Wiley.
If we look at page 360, paragraph 20, it very clearly says the most cost-effective option is option 6. It's a passive pipe, feeds straight into the pumping station, and my question is, would the Mayor consider simply proposing option 6 alone as the most cost-effective and then offsetting it with his other suggestion?
Oh, look. What do you mean by other suggestion?
You had an idea of how it might be financed.
I've got enough to finance. My other suggestion, we can finance all 3 options. And
great, we'll take them as savings then. Can we just would you suggest or would you consider the most cost-effective option, option 6, which my reading of it is not, I'm not an elected hydrologist, but my reading of it is that's the one to go for. That's the one I'd be most happy to vote for.
Yeah, look, I think that it is a good option. The thing is, the point of this paper and the point of this initiative is to make a difference across the whole catchment, because you've got the Hillside Road line, you've got the Forbury line, which is all feeds into Surrey Street, and you've got Bayview Road.
So that's a no then? It's
tapping into the 3 areas. If we want to do them one at a time, we could, but I think it would be better to, I'm quite happy to go to the public with a consultation, and I'm happy to put that up as a proposal that we consult on this, whether they'd sooner have lots more talking and discussion and try to come up with a big solve-all picture, or get something done now and make a difference to that catchment. And I'm very happy to speak to that and answer questions to that. But, I think the critical thing is that, I live in the area. I live in South Dunedin. I speak to a lot of people in South Dunedin. They want to see something done. They don't want to see another 14 years of doing nothing. I'm looking back at this 2011 report, and it says here 13% for the most cost-effective solution. That's the difference it would make a percentage flood volume reduced catchment wide. That was their assessment back in 2011. And the other one on Hillside Road, they're claiming 10%. So but naturally, things change, and obviously the estimates in here are very conservative. But those 2 things, it doesn't matter which estimate you go with, they will make a difference. And if it's the difference between knee height and ankle height, that's the difference between flooding and not flooding in the event that we had in October. And I think it's beholden on us to do something and get past just talking about it, because we've been just talking about it for 14 years. Anyway, that's my thought on the matter, and should do a combination of things. We still have other questions. Have you finished with your question, Councillor? Vandervis? Councillor?
Yeah,
yes.
no.
Very good. Councillor Houlihan has a question, then Councillor Wiley and Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I agree with Mr Mayor. I think, I'm just wondering, I know we're getting more information in March, but that split option from Kaikorai, because it seems to be one of the main problem areas, have we started that work, or is that to start in 27, 28 and through to 34, or what? Any indication of the time frame for that? Because I think, but I could be wrong, that seems to me to be one of the main problem areas for Surrey Street particularly.
It's certainly a contributor. and the work is programmed and would form part of the overall reconfiguration that we've already spoken about, and the need to transfer flows to Green Island, upgrade Green Island. It's the domino effect here, and I just want to make sure that council are aware that once you start something, you have to then see it through. You have to put all of the pieces in place. Allied to that would be the decommissioning of the Mosgill plant and transferring its flow to Green Island. So that, you know, I often refer to it as a jigsaw, but it is a jigsaw of many parts. So yes, on its own, it will play a part, and yes, that will be pursued. But as long as you understand that is part of a wider level of a master plan that is needed for the entire city.
But sorry, when will that start?
Well, once council have endorsed the infrastructure strategy and provided the budget, then the work can commence.
Not in March. Anyway, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Just checking, the rainfall event in October compared to the June 15 rain event, which had the greater magnitude of water?
So ORC's just commissioned some analysis by NEWA, so we've just got a report in last night actually, so I've got a couple of quick stats that I can share. So overall in 2015 the total event was 142 mils compared to the overall in October of 178, so it's quite a bit bigger. However, the 2015 event sort of finished in a 24-hour period, so 142 mils in 24 hours and 135 mils in 24 hours in October. So October was slightly smaller in that 20, but went for much longer. So the two main differences between the two events: in 2015 there was a 12-hour period that was really, really heavy. Where are we? 97 mils fell in that 12-hour period. The highest 12-hour period in October was 79, so 97 mils versus 79, and then so that's a big peak period, but October went for much longer. So we've also got some satellite imagery of the flooding at the time, which show for the first time I think flows across Fulbury Road as well. So we're in the process of putting all that into a report for council.
Understanding what's going to come in March, the meeting in March, the basis though is we're not going to get the big wins that we had after 2015. And what I mean by that, we've now, the Portobello pumping station, we know how that needs to work effectively. We know Lawyers Head Pipe being opened allows water to be released, and that works effectively. And former CEO Sue Bidrose stood up in the meeting in South Dunedin and said basically from a 50 centimetre flood we potentially could have reduced the flood by 20 centimetres with a Portobello pumping station and Lawyers Head Pipe. So we're not going to see those sort of significant wins, but we've got to essentially find more effective wins, hence these other projects. Would that be a fair assessment?
I think there are a whole lot of optimisation gains between 2015 and 2024. So council learned a lot of lessons and deployed those, and the performance of the system was much better. So now we're at the point of saying, okay, we've fine-tuned the existing system as much as we can. Now how do we need to upgrade that? And it's a conversation around where do you balance your investment in the short, the medium, or the long term in that system, and what's the system serving? What type of population? What size of population? Where are they? What's the land use? So they're the questions that we need to tackle over the coming 2 years.
And the other part of it is that we can't, one, we know there's going to be intensity of rain events, but two, we can't say whatever money we spend, there is going to be no flooding in South Dunedin. We can't give anybody a promise on that basis, no matter what budget we throw at it. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct. If you've got an Auckland anniversary style event, there's no infrastructure in New Zealand that would handle that. However, what typically how this works is you enter into a level of service conversation, right? So in a particular type of event, 1 in 30, 1 in 10, 1 in 50-year event, you'd expect a certain level of flooding, and that's acceptable on the balance of risk and investment. So that again is with the hydraulic modelling that the Three Waters team's developed, with the options work, with the engineering advice, with the consultation with the community, over the next 2 years we'll be able to talk about those trade-offs and decide what level of risk are we willing to accept for what level of investment, and pick that pathway. And then
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to go back a little bit in time. On page 357 it talks about what happened in 2015, and then it says in June 2016 the Mayor at the time described a suite of responses, and there are 6 responses in there, and what all of those carried out talks about screen replacement, additional alarms, improved maintenance, we know, of the mud tanks, strengthening of the Forbury Road stormwater pipeline, updating and improving the stormwater and wastewater hydraulic models, and investigating medium-term options. So that was 9 years ago. Have all of the things on that list been done, or are some of them still being done?
So my understanding is they've all been done. However, for example, the final bullet point, investigating medium-term options, those investigations did not lead to those projects proceeding. So it was determined during the course of those investigations that they were either too expensive or didn't produce the required results, or didn't represent the bang for buck.
My next question just relates to Surrey Street, because that's what we hear is Surrey Street, Surrey Street, Surrey Street. So the interventions that we are considering, will they have an impact on what happens in Surrey Street?
So the stormwater options which talked about in this report would have some level of effect on Surrey Street, but this is only focusing on stormwater options separately. There's the wastewater issue, which isn't covered in this report, but there's existing work in the current work programme and included in the LTP to address the wastewater overflow aspect as well, which is reliant on some studies being completed this calendar year once the infrastructure strategy and 9-year plan is signed off.
So I'm just going to ask the question of somebody that is not a water engineer. So when does wastewater become stormwater? So I'm thinking about that, in my uneducated opinion, that the wastewater goes down into Surrey Street, and then does it end up in the stormwater system? So if we're putting a bigger stormwater system, and does logic say that actually the wastewater is going to end up in the stormwater, or am I being completely naive about that?
I hope this is a worthwhile or a helpful answer. So wastewater is still wastewater. It's just the amount of stormwater that could be carried within it. So we talk about wastewater on a dry day and wastewater on a wet day, and so what we find is excess flows through erroneous connections, inflow or infiltration. So the ground, when it's saturated, the groundwater level rises, and then that enters the wastewater network. So it's still ostensibly wastewater in so much as it is carrying wastewater. It is just a large proportion of that could be, under rainfall conditions, stormwater. So it's the combination of the two. We still classify it as wastewater. It's just wastewater present on a rainy day. And so when that happens, it's not dissimilar to the stormwater entering the stormwater network. It can quickly overwhelm the capacity of the pipe. We still refer to it as wastewater though. But it's really the wet weather flows, wastewater flows during a wet weather day that is transported down to the Surrey Street area.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the confluence or not of those systems, because one of those key issues is Surrey Street. So if we're putting that intervention in, or a number of interventions in, I'm just using Surrey Street as the biggest example that everyone recognises, is it going to make a difference, is what people simplistically want to understand.
Again, the simple answer is yes. It's to the extent and under what conditions.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Some of my questions have been answered, but I just wanted to say directly and ask you a question. There's a great deal of work being done since 2015 in my mind, and one of the differences was the rain radar. What difference do you think that made in terms of our preparedness?
All of these, thank you for your question. All of these things do add up. As we heard from Mr. Rowe, so our knowledge of how the system responds and a level of preparedness, and cleaning out mud tanks is an obvious intervention, but all of the intelligence now, rainfall radar, spatially where's the rain going to sit, how long for, all of these things really do help our preparedness. And the use of, if you recall, the use of the SCADA systems, so again, drawing down the system as much as we can so there's headroom for the incoming storms in particular areas. So it all helps.
If I might just add to that, it helps our preparedness, but it does also help our response. So when we're in a civil defence or in an activated state, being able to see where the rain is falling, we now have a better understanding of at a catchment level where the rain is then likely to flow. So that it's helpful. I think the team have suggested there's a suite of tools that we now have, and the rain radar certainly is part of that suite, but we find it really beneficial.
So my subsequent question is, do you think people's response, as in the ordinary citizen, having gone through the 2015 flood and then going through this, responded differently? There's a better level of awareness of preparedness at a personal level, which helps to prevent damage and so forth. Is that something that has been noticeable?
I'll grab that because I'm probably the only one of the four of us who was here in 2015. And so I think that it would be fair to say that we upped our game as a city in terms of how we communicated to our residents, to our present, in our preparation, in our planning, and that work we do with our contractors in advance of the rainfall warnings, the work we do with volunteers, everything, even our approach to sandbags. So I think, and the residents commented on that and trust us a little bit more now as well, because our communication is honest, transparent and timely.
And so I have another question, final question, which was around an observation made that I was really interested in the stats that you provided just before, Jonathan, around the different amounts of water, because I had wondered about that. I have a way I measure it on my property, and that was a very interesting stat. But what I wanted to know was, in South Dunedin there was an observation made that the flooding happened in different streets, and it happened in relation to the new developments, the multi-unit developments, and there was a question as to whether the increase in impervious surfaces has changed things and altered where the flooding happens in some instances. And then my question there is, what I don't see anywhere in this plan working on that aspect.
While Jonathan thinks about a little bit more, remember, this isn't the plan for South D. So Jonathan's plan for South D looks at everything in the round, and so that report in March looks more fully at things. This is just short-term options that we think will make a difference, but it's not the full solution.
Thank you. And I'm thinking it's 6 weeks, isn't it, until you're going to give us that report on South D? 6 weeks, 7 weeks, somewhere, yeah.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Just a bit of clarity from an earlier answer. So in the capital budget at the moment on page 329, there's $32.5 million over the 9-year plan for South Dunedin flood alleviation for stormwater. So these proposed, so that they're effectively placeholders for the work that's coming potentially with the South Dunedin Futures. But this is something that could be started quicker and to get some work quicker. So it's not that we haven't got anything budgeted. This is in addition to get something happening soon. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yep, thank you for your question. I think maybe to sort of build on Jonathan's earlier comments is that if we compartmentalise it as short, medium and long term. So what we're describing in this paper is the short term solutions that have there's a desire to pursue What we've got in the proposed budget is the medium-term solution of the catchment splitting or the reconfiguration. What may subsequently emerge is any long-term solutions that would be heralded through the completion of the South Dunedin Futures programme.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Do you know how many houses and where they were that were flooded last year? Did anybody go through and check the actual footprint of the houses that got flooded?
No, we have the footprint of houses that were yellow stickered. But for example, Ian and I visited a couple of people that were not yellow stickered, had no engagement with council in the first 2 or 3 weeks after the event, but they were out of their house. So there'll be a lot of people that flooded that have had no interaction with council, and we have no data on them necessarily. We are going to be talking to the insurance companies, so we will be able to potentially reverse engineer insurance claims, which might be a good proxy for properties flooded. But
knocking on their door and asking them if they got flooded might be a fairly effective way. I mean, to be honest, if we don't know, if we're trying to use things like insurance reports to figure out who got flooded, and honestly, I believe you could employ a student to go knocking on the door and just ask a single question: did you get flooded? It is relevant because over those flood events, I agree that there are certain parts of the South Dunedin floodplain that wouldn't get flooded one day, but they would get the next. But there are others that get flooded almost every time. And then the question there would be, do you want to have no water going through your property at all, or do you want no water going through your house at all? Because one of the things, and I hope it will come up in March, is we won't be able to survive every event. There will be groundwater going over, but there are sections of the city, of that section, that are actually, the houses themselves are 1/2 metre too low. If they came up, you'd move your car out for the day, you'd have water under your house for a couple of days, then you'd bring your car back and then your house was dry. That is actually a flooding solution that doesn't deal with the water at all. I guess what I'd ask for in March then is, can we get a sense of just how many houses that might be? If it's 2,000 houses, it's way too many. If it's 500, though, it might be inside the thing. And I wouldn't really accept that we have no idea, because the bottom line is you've got the satellite photographs, and we put FYI in everybody's letterbox, and my oldest got hired to go and door knock on council's things in the past. So I don't think this is a overly difficult thing to ask for, and I guess I'm asking for it to either not be done and explain why it didn't get done, or if it could get done, it would be, I think, pretty useful information.
Okay, Councillor Fissel.
Nā koe, Mr Mayor. To follow up on Councillor O'Malley's question about data and lived experience of flood victims, what would you advise to members of the community who may be yellow stickered but now have encountered excesses like $5,000 before anything will get fixed, and it just happens to be the policy determines the length of the distance between the property and where the damage took place on their property. So, and it's a DCC flood or something, or pipe or something that's bust through the retaining wall.
So, Councillor, those are generally conversations between the homeowner or the renter and their landlord and or their insurers, and people have contacted council where they think that we may have liability. In those situations, we are working with them and their insurers.
Yes, I understand that, but it's just in terms of Councillor O'Malley's point of having the stories, like council being a big organisation, and yes, there are rules and there's bureaucracy, but at the bottom of that is the challenges to ordinary, hardworking young people who, just factoring that in. Thank you.
Right. No further questions? Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. I now propose that we take an adjournment for 5 minutes while I draft a resolution and we can make a vote on that, and then we'll know what we're doing. Seconded Councillor Gilbert. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Right. what's going to happen, we're going to have a quick explanation from the Chief and possibly some from me, and then we'll adjourn this and come back to it tomorrow. So, Chief. Updates. I was going to wait for confidential, but we can just wait after the meeting and.
This proposal suggests, pause for a second, the report you have just heard from the team about short-term options was unfunded to the tune of $29.214 million. So that was not in any budget. The proposal as it's drafted says that council will repurpose the medium and long-term budget of 32 million to fund the short-term options of 29.2, leaving a little bit of change in that line, not much. That will have no impact on rates as they currently are, and no impact on debt. The alternative option is to add additional funding for the short-term options of $29.2 million to give a total spend of 61.7. That will increase debt by $29.2 million over the period of the, and Carolyn can provide the details of what that will mean in terms of rates impact.
Also, if I could add, the profile is different. So the 29 million is spent early in the 9 years, whereas the budget that the Three Waters team currently have for the 32 million, they profile that later in the plan. So there is an impact on rates by the time you get to year 9. Of course, there isn't much, but we're spending it earlier. Yep.
But minor.
Yeah. Why do we?
The rates impact of including the additional 29 million.
362
of your papers.
And the budget shows on page 329 is the budget line, about a quarter of the way down the page for the South Dunedin flood alleviation. So this is the trade-off to spend that medium long-term money early on these actual mitigations, and so that those things then get put in place. And the South Dunedin Future will turn up a whole range of bigger picture items for the long-term future of the catchment. But bearing in mind that the previous one that we did take to this government and the previous government for 132 million. So, and if you're talking recontouring roads and moving water to Forbury Park or whatever it might be, or splitting the catchment in two, those projects will be far more expensive than 30 million based on looking at the various other projects we do and have done over the course. So I'm happy to take any questions on as the Chief. Has anyone got any questions on it?
I'd just add that Carolyn and Hayden will have a quick look, and if there's any reprofiling of what it means, they will flick it round to you this evening on the options as they are. And for those of you who may not be as familiar with this process as others, Council, if you are putting something out as an option in the consultation document, you're required to have a preferred option, which will be in the budgets, and an alternative option, and generally the status quo as well. So that's why it's worded in that way. So the preferred option in this case is repurposing existing money to deliver short-term options. The alternative is to add additional money and deliver both.
So the preferred option has no effect on debt or rates.
It might have, just mindful of what the CFO said, a minor impact on rates only because of timing. Because as it was currently profiled, it was a relatively small amount of money equally spread over 9 years. The profile is slightly different, so there will be a potential minor rates impact slightly earlier and for debt slightly earlier, but minor.
Okay. Councillor Benson Pope, you had a question?
Might save us some embarrassment in the community if we change New Road to New Street, if that's what it is. I pointed out to Mr McAndrew there is no new road in South Dunedin. I've since checked every map, including our own. Good spotting, we put it there deliberately. But I don't, thank you. But I don't believe there is a new road. There certainly doesn't exist on a map. But equally, I don't know there's a stormwater system in New Street. Well, there obviously is, but I don't know that's the one that they mean. But I have drawn his attention to it.
Yes, it's not so much the stormwater system in the street, it is the pipe under the ground. And I can tell you that what happens there is there's actually 3 large pipes all feed into one. Yeah. Well, there's a flow. It's a pipe from New Street that goes and joins at the Bayview Road junction, and the system actually puts 3 large pipes into one, and this adds a second, and the whole project takes away the flow from one of the pipes and makes it its own pipe for the other. Anyway, there was another question. Someone else had a question? Yep, we're doing this tomorrow. Yep, we'll wait until tomorrow. That's right. Oh, well, it might take a wee while today, so that's it. So I move we adjourn the meeting till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All in favour, say aye.
Excuse me, we're going into non-public at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, so shall I start? Will I just do that now?
Adjourn, noting that we're going into non-public.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so now we've adjourned. We'll move into non-public in the morning. Okay, so I move that we move into non-public in order to start the meeting in that situation tomorrow morning. Seconded, Councillor O'Malley. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried.